love how you don't remember, even though you heard my last name multiple times yesterday.
I can't even remember what happened earlier.
That's probably better that way.
Oh, there's a dead person behind me. Oh, never mind.
That's just Luna.
It's Luna.
I tell you to joke like you're gonna throw her in the fire, but she's not. She's deep in thought, and you might accidentally throw her in the fire.
Hey Remy, did you know if you piss in a fire, it catches you on fire too?
Hey, why don't you go try it?
I'm gonna demonstrate for you.
I used my throwing knife to put you out. Because I'm sure that's how that works.
Yeah, it is.
100%.
Oh, steel hot body, you know what I'm saying?
So how is everybody else? You know, personally, not, you know, given the circumstances, just generally speaking.
About to die.
That's
Well,
basically how I'm doing.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm real nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
See, I have this thing called I stopped giving a fuck, so...
Oh, okay. You say that. But
Hey, I charged at a man with a fucking stick of dynamite in his hand.
I usually don't give a fuck. But this.
And then I fucking bonked his ass with a fucking my sawed off, and it was funny as shit.
There.
And then I tripped and knocked myself out, but that's besides the point. I forgot that I turned my angry face off in the middle of the fight, and then I went to tackle someone, and when you try to tackle someone without an angry face, you just fall over. So that happened. It was funny, and it sucked, but the fucking person that I was fighting started laughing, and then they got shot down. So, I mean, all in all, it worked.
I'm gonna go check my telegrams real fast. I'll be right back.
Okay. Be safe. Quick, everybody follow her. I feel like we shouldn't let her go by herself. Okay, good luck.
Yeah.
Have fun, Billy. Protect her. Yeah, I love how he immediately got stuck on a box.
Yeah, it's Billy.
Man, we left the protecting to the most able-bodied man here.
Yeah, we just put all our faith in.
Okay, I couldn't say that with a straight face. I'm sorry. That's funny. Did he just get fucking kicked? Please tell me that was him that got kicked.
I don't.
Who got fucking kicked?
I'm not sure.
Oh, it was that guy in chaps. Okay.
We'll pretend I'm closer to the light pole than I really am.
Oh, I mean, it looks like you're leaning against it to me.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. I got you.
There you go.
Thanks.
There you go. Perfect. I might have pushed you a little too close, but it's fine. I'll be honest with you, Cheyenne.
Yeah, this thing's
How
up
you're
my ass.
sitting right now,
Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna say, it does not look like that would be
Spigot is up
comfortable.
my ass right now.
He's just clenching the top of it with his cheeks real hard.
Yep.
Mr. Bobby Bohr was taught me his exercise for getting amazingly toned cheeks, right? You just gotta cross your arms, right? And then you lean back and just clench as hard as you can for as long as you can. You gotta work really hard on them glutes and your abs. You just clench as hard as you can for as long as you can, and eventually, you know, he said within a few weeks you'll have I forgot what he said. There was like a very specific saying he said that was really fucking funny. About having a monster. It was basically about having a monstrous ass. Damn it. It was really funny too what he said, and I can't think of what the fucking wording he is now. I'm gonna check Almost Everly. Incognito.
Bless you.
Well, bless you. I think.
I think.
Yep, bless
there
you.
go.
Oh man. Okay. That's a lot of dust. Seems like nothing's gonna happen today.
Well, congratulations, Felix. You just jinxed it.
Everything's gonna happen today.
You know who I miss? I bet you can't guess. You know who I wish was here right now?
I really wonder.
No.
Danny,
Yes.
Danny Sweet, really?
No, what the fuck? Who do you think? My sweet Daniel, or Danny Flint, rather?
Fanny Dent? Flanny Dent? Is that who you miss?
What?
Flanny Dent?
Fanny Dlint? Yes, I miss
Fanny
my
Dent.
Fanny Dlint. Welcome back. Oh wait, you never left, so hello.
Like I said, I've been here the whole time. I wonder if she actually noticed me or not. I think the only time she might have noticed me is when I was running back this way.
We can sit around the fire, everybody.
How was your telegram?
Where do you know?
Oh god, are you okay?
Yeah, she's deep in thought.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I picked the wrong one.
It's too late now, you're already sitting down.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Anybody got a
Happy
good
legs.
song they want to sing?
Oh, hold on.
I actually don't know any songs off the top of my head.
Kate,
Yeah.
sing a song.
No.
Why not?
Nope.
The lovely voice. No. Yes.
You guys ever just sit down and smoke a cigarette?
No. I don't
Lance,
smoke.
Yeah, I don't smoke
sing
either.
us a song.
You ever just sit down and smoke a cigarette?
Hey,
I'm
come on,
just
Ralph
wondering.
Leinhard.
I don't smoke, so I couldn't say yes.
Uh-huh.
What's the
Does
cigarette
the
in
one
your
with the
hand right now,
cigarette
Cheyenne?
in his hand?
What in the goddamn hell?
Yeah, what is that?
I'm a goddamn
Yeah,
hell to you too.
Sing a campfire song.
CAMPFIRESON.
So when
I
she
was
song.
expecting him to misspell that. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Wait, I thought you couldn't read or write or spell. Oh, he's got forever. Oh god, the great spirits took him.
Oh shit!
Hi.
Oh god. Oh god.
Where is he?
Oh
He's
god, he's
underneath
underneath the
you.
bench.
What the fuck?
Hi, guys.
You need to sit on the bench. Quick,
How you doing?
sit on the bench.
Fucking bench
How's the weather
gremlin.
up there?
Billy's in goblin mode right now.
Oh my god.
That's not a goblin.
Okay, that's
I don't know what a fucking goblin sounds like, do I?
it's you.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck you. How about that? Huh?
Okay.
Fuck you.
Those were dramatic. He like threw something on the ground too.
Yeah.
He's like, "Fuck you," and then slammed a
Raging
fucking
over
gold
that.
pan on the ground.
Damn.
Lance, you know you could sit down with us.
Oh,
Why are we
shit.
laughing?
Just the way you said that. Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
I didn't know I could stand.
I thought I was supposed to stay.
I thought I was supposed to stand.
I'm glad I can entertain you. So,
Go ahead and give us a song, Lance. Come on.
a song?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have to drink if you want me to.
Back your booty cheeks.
If you want me to
come on.
sing.
What?
Just like
What?
What the?
Philly said clap your booty cheeks.
I'll do one if you do one, Lance.
oh, I
Clap
can't do
booty
that.
cheeks?
Nah, you can't do that.
Oh.
Oh,
Hey,
you guys are
um,
gonna clap booty
Oh,
cheeks?
oh,
What
let me get in
incarnation?
on this party.
no, I can't. I can't sing. I don't have that voice.
What the?
Oh God!
I don't have that
I
voice.
Beat him up.
so sorry.
Hey, beat him up.
What? I didn't even. I'm not-
He sat in your lap.
Christ.
Beat him up.
And then she's lying. He's lying.
I saw you, Billy. I just couldn't react fast enough.
Oh, I'm really feeling this banjo.
Yeah, that's how you play it.
Oh, at least you know how to play a banjo.
How about you feel, yeah, the dirt that's about to be in your bottom lip, cheek?
Shut up.
Fuck you!
What the?
I know you're not gonna talk to me that way.
Beat his ass.
Yeah? But you can't do nothing about it. See, ready? Gone.
Hold on, I got an idea.
Get the fuck
Aw.
off me.
Damn it. I had an idea.
There's quicksand under that bench.
Yeah, there's quicksand. It's a wizard.
Huh?
Wizard.
Oh,
Wurzard? What the hell?
The
What the
wizard.
goddamn hell's that?
Worcestershire sauce?
What?
Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire sauce?
Worcestershire?
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 Yeah, Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire sauce?
It's
Is that
Worcestershire.
what I'm just trying?
Worcestershire sauce? What? Was that what I just heard?
Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Wash your sister's sauce.
Oh, why would you want to wash your sister's sauce? What is this?
I don't fucking want to do that shit. I don't know where she's been.
Oh, God.
Luna, can you sing?
No.
No, don't lie.
I'm spiritually eating. Leave me alone.
I just hear a muffled.
Luna's
no.
lying to us. She can sing. I know she can.
I've heard her sing.
Yep. See?
No, you haven't.
Yep.
Yeah, I have.
Not
Yep.
for real sing. Maybe.
I mean, you're still singing, that's all that matters.
Yep.
Hey,
So
Emily,
you can
can
sing.
you do me a favor? And
Oh,
do
no, she's dead.
the poor man's poison.
Oh, she's
Poor
dead.
man's poison.
The
I don't think I
I
know
was put her
that
in
one.
the fire.
Oh, hell's coming. No, I don't even know that song.
You literally
Put her
sang
in the
it like
fire.
fucking 2 days ago. Miss Leverly.
Put her in the fire.
Everly Graceless.
I need to go in my head real quick.
Leverly loves a lot.
Liverly loves a lot.
If it wasn't for the fact I would feel really, really, really bad, I would be really, really upset.
What a. What's the song?
Hell's coming with me.
Hell's coming with me.
Yeah.
I can play the guitar for you.
I'll play guitar. Hold on.
No, fuck you, Billy.
I mean, shit, if you're into that.
Fucking dumbass.
Hello there.
Okay, Billy, okay.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Hey, Grip.
Been on a nice little trip to
Oh.
Strawberry and back.
Hey, Grammy.
Did you call me?
Grammy.
Grip,
Grammy
sing
Grip.
for us.
Fuck you, Shiam.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Oof.
What the hell did I ever do to you?
Grip, sing for us.
No.
Yeah.
Rip, hit it up, yeah? Hit it up with a twinkle, twinkle, little
Hi, Beth. Hi, Fear.
Hey there, Groot.
Howdy.
I was humming all the way here from
I didn't
Strawberry.
even notice that was you guys.
Sorry you didn't respond
Can't
sooner.
imagine that's-
I got a new keyboard,
Well,
setting it
you
up,
can
and I don't have my
have
the
a-
light up to see my chat.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, you guys wear purple down here, the gunsmith?
There you go. No.
We just
Let me
kind
see
of
the
made
purple.
outfits for.
Hold on, I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Felix.
Hello, fella.
Huh?
Give us a tune.
I still want that job, you know.
That Judd?
Howdy, Felix. Alrighty. Howdy. Oh, shit. Where'd you come from, Jedd?
Jedd. Judd?
Yeah.
Hello?
He said, yeah.
No, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt y'all. Oh, you're fine.
Hello, Jedd.
Welcome to the party.
Oh, hey guys, how are you?
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello, hello.
Well done, congratulations, you got out a kid.
Well, Felix, I'll leave
Who?
you if you want, but I actually
Howdy,
did
how are
want to steal you for a few minutes.
What
That's
Oh, sure.
Cletus.
the hell?
That's big man Cletus.
It's Cletus right there.
Cletus.
So confused.
Cletus McGee?
Cletus McGee.
What you got, boss man? Look at you, Felix. I haven't seen you since I heard the news that you was a big old fancy lawyer now. Yes, sir. Well, I be damned. Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, yeah. What made you make the move? Well, Fords don't make that much money, so, you know, things are kind of dying down. So, trying to help people out in other ways that I can while keeping the forge going. So, I'm going to get a bunch of employees to work there, and I'm going to be in there every so often to help out where I can, and pretty much just let the forge kind of do its thing. And then I'm going to be a lawyer and do that on the side. I still be around roads a lot. Oh yeah. Sorry about the other day. By the way, I was talking with Carl, and it was he was telling me some deep personal information. I was wanting to respect the space. I got you. That's all right. Yeah, but I actually wanted to talk to you about some of that there lawyer business, actually. Okay, what you got? Well, it's a conversation that I'd like to invite you back to the bayou to the shop to have with me and Iko. Okay. You reckon you got the time? I reckon I do. Okay, perfect. That's actually my wagon right there. So let me just go fetch Iko, and then we can head on out. Okay.
Oh, oh. Oh, I was getting a little hungry.
Oh, actually, me too. But Mitchie, I want you to meet my very good friend, Mr. Felix.
Oh,
There.
Mr. Felix. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Mr. Felix, Miss Mitchie here is I guess I mean, I don't think y'all is blood, but her and Iko and Mr. Snow used to be part of that there Orochi clan. Oh, okay. They moved on out to the bayou, and Mitch's father, Mr. Saya, was the Ayobon. Am I saying it correctly?
Oh, hi.
Basically the leader of that there Orochi clan. Okay.
Oh, hi.
So they all went on to Japan, but few of them, and about a week or two ago, Miss Mitchie came on back, and well, bring her on into the little bayou community we was building on out there. Okay.
Oh, hi. I am now living in the bio.
Hey, well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Ain't nothing wrong about living in that there bayou.
Oh, yeah, I love the bio. It's very unique.
But hey, have you seen where Iko went?
Well, yeah, I thought she was with you.
No, I think she was heading to the gunsmith. Let me go fetch her. But
Oh.
we was gonna go back to the shop to have us a conversation.
Hi. So what do you do, Mr. Felix?
Well, I'm both a lawyer and a blacksmith.
Oh, a lawyer and a blacksmith.
Mhm.
Oh, good combination. Oh, I saw your blacksmith over there.
Oh yeah, that's my forge.
Oh, I was just in there looking. It was very beautiful.
Why, thank you.
I think Herbert Moore did a really good job at designing it. He was the previous owner of it.
Oh, how about more? Oh, not heard of him.
Yeah,
But
he
I was
unfortunately
like,
passed away a couple months ago.
oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. Doing my best to keep his legacy going.
Oh, hi. Well, I think you're doing good job. I heard good things about blacksmith in roads.
Well, thank you.
Hi. People telling me he's the best blacksmith around.
I'm glad they still think that. I've been quite busy here lately, I tell you what.
Oh. Oh, I had no bad things, so you are good to go.
So, what are you starting to do so far?
I do a lot of fishing and traveling business.
Okay, you liking that so far?
Hi. A little bit of that, a little bit of that. You know, everything, huh?
Okay.
I've had some good connections a little bit everywhere now.
Everything's a little everywhere, to be honest. It's
Hi.
so much stuff to do.
Oh, yes. I've been in the Libertaria, getting to know the pirate. And today I was down in Armadillo for a little bit too.
She's in the gunsmith.
Oh, is she in the gunsmith?
Yeah, I think she's just gonna be a quick minute, so I was just gonna pull a wagon out in front of it.
Okay, I will come with you. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Felix. I will see you around.
Miss Felix is coming with us.
Oh, perfect. Okay, get in the wagon. You can sit next to Jedd.
This is some of the best craftsmanship. What the hell?
Oh, angry face.
I think you are forgetting to smile.
Felix,
What?
are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Sorry, I was trying to move the reins. I go and admit you like to sit out back, so I'm not used to having someone sit right next to me.
That's all right.
Well, so who's managing the forest now? Because Mikhail said he's becoming a lawman now. He was telling me.
He is. So it's
Give him this.
makes it a little difficult for me sometimes.
I can understand that. What, like employment issues and whatnot?
Yeah, it's hard to get somebody to work regularly.
Yeah, yes it is. Still have troubles with it now. I got me lucky with real good employees, but it's real hard. Kinda just have to keep cycling through until you find the good ones and do what you can to keep them down.
Yeah.
Hey! I go, look what I found.
What you found?
Look who I found.
Oh, Mr. Felix. Good to see you. We are kidnapping you. Come with us. はい、ちょっと待ってください。Something in my ear.
Well, so has the lorry work been keeping you busy, or?
It definitely has. I mean, I've got to start figuring out training programs for people who are coming up with being a lawyer, because really right now, nobody's got any kind of training programs for lawyers. It's just kind of basically fucking running in blind. I mean, there was that little class that what's his name, Huckabee taught, but I mean, it really doesn't go down into things like, you know, objections and entire court process, how you kind of talk about objections, different things like that. So it really just ends up being a headache whenever you first get into it. You really don't know what the hell you're doing.
So basically what you're saying is there ain't no chance for little old Jedd to become a lawyer.
Oh no, there is.
That does certainly seem like a headache. So what, you fixing on doing some lawyer classes?
I don't know if I'd go that far in the future. Right now it'd be more like just creating training programs for them to make it so that they actually have an understanding of what the hell they're doing when they go in a courtroom.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I reckon you have to conduct yourself a certain way.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, like nobody even told me you don't wear a hat in the courtroom.
You don't?
No.
Wonder why is that? That's strange.
Oh yeah, kidnapping him.
Wear your hat anywhere else. I don't know why little old courtroom you won't be able to. Hey.
All right, my wagon now. I'll see you later. No, I'm kidding. You remember when I scared the crap out of you on day one? You were like, now do they come with horses?
Oh, how are you doing?
Yeah, I think you told me you had to go and find me some horses.
Yeah, they were going to be like $650 a piece, and you were like shitting a brick everywhere. It was great.
Oh yeah. That was not pleasant.
Oh, I bet it was a relief when I told you it was a joke, though.
Oh God, I haven't had a relief like that since I opened up the shop. Well, Echo, come here. Echo. Oh, yes, all right. Well, Felix, and wanted to, well, I reckon get some help. And it's all law related, and that's why when I heard you was a lawyer, you was the first man I wanted to come talk to. There's a whole mess full of lawyers in this county. There ain't one I trust quite like I trust you.
Making me smile.
No,
Hey, same
well,
here.
I ain't, we'll see if you're still smiling, but, I'm just gonna lay it on you, Felix, but I'm telling you this because I trust you and, well, Felix, it's about time that this here bayou we start to expand.
Okay.
And, well, truthfully, it ain't exactly all legal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me put it this way. Let's just say that we have our businesses here, and what would we need to do to protect ourselves from entities coming in into trying to take it from us legally? And what would we need to do to protect ourselves in order to do that? in a sense. And yes, let's just say some things in Bayou might not be so regal as it is in other countries, you know. But hi, Judd and I, we have very important things here, and we just want to make sure that no one can come and take it, you know.
Okay.
We're looking to protect ourselves. We're
Right.
dabbling in some other business, and well, worry is what we need to help with. The legal help is trying to figure out a way to structure things to where well, our businesses is protected at the end of the day. Because the last thing we need is for trouble to come our way, and then for the government to come and take the businesses on the way.
Hi. When I know my brother will also be included in this and any other future businesses we have within our little swamp community. We all, well, I know, I do not know about Mr. Judd, but I know brother and I applied for proposal as a sole proprietorship. Are you familiar with the business law?
With the business role?
Not business law, like law, L-A-W.
So there's, I believe it's probably going to fall under civil court. We haven't gone as far as to dive into that yet. Because like I was just explaining to Judd, whenever it came to law in general, we basically only, through the class, touched on courts, the penal code and constitution. I mean, but as far as things go, okay, whenever you're dealing with your businesses, say y'all get caught with something, as far as I'm aware, it won't affect your business. I mean, take the Tipsy Gypsy, for instance. That joker got shut down like 4 different times and it was never seized. Unless something changes in the future, that's probably how it's going to continue to go until they implement some kind of law or system.
Why was it never seized?
I'm not sure. They would shut it down for a little bit and then open it back up. I guess they only shut it down. So
there was a forced shutdown?
Yes. On 2 occasions, they were forced to shut down for an entire week.
Now, how would we go about preventing that? Because even though it's good that we won't necessarily lose the business, us being shut down for a few days to a week definitely hurts with the reputation and the image.
That, I would estimate that the reason why it happened was there was probably something illegal within the property for them to do that. They probably shut it down for that time being so that they could search the building for evidence. You would have to, in order to have something like that occur to you, you would have to be a high-profile criminal. The gypsies are absolute idiots whenever it came to their businesses and how they conducted business. I don't think y'all would have an issue because, I mean, y'all ain't going to be running around causing a bunch of trouble with people for no reason.
Right, exactly. So, if I'm understanding correctly, so long as, because, you know, we understand the troubles we is putting ourselves at. The concern here is, nope, hold on. Give me 1 second.
That's Charles. Charles and
Damn it. Oh, that my fucking cigarette.
Oh?
I guess she's got it. So, if I'm understanding correctly, what you're saying is as long as business we's looking to dabble on in don't exactly happen on this here property,
then you should have nothing to fear. Right. As far as the business y'all are gonna be doing, don't admit to anything. Don't write any statement down. don't have anything in writing, whether it's via telegram or a book. Don't
They
write
can use
anything down.
telegrams?
Yes, they can do a search warrant on your telegrams.
Shit. Okay, well,
They would have to know the time frame to look for, though. They can't just look through your entire telegram history.
Oh, that is why I tear all my telegrams apart.
That's a good idea. I usually keep mine around, but I go. If you was writing telegrams, one, don't mention nothing about this business. But if in the happens that you do, tear it on up immediately. What Felix is saying is, apparently, if we's being investigated, law can look through our telegram history and use that as evidence against us. Anything in writing.
Hi. That is why not to use that and use code words, you know?
Just make sure you don't admit to anything. You don't write anything down. As soon as somebody starts questioning, tell them that you would like to call for your lawyer.
Oh, we are Japanese people living in America. We know how to keep low profile.
Hey.
Anyway, I'm by you, man. We keep low profile is my whole life.
Hey.
Okay.
Hi. And we'll only go to town for fried pickle.
Fucking Willow. Yeah, okay. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. So we don't need to be pretty much, yeah, I go with what we settle on is as long as the business that we's doing don't happen on our properties or on the business property, then our businesses is protected.
Hi. But what if they suspected that we were using our businesses in said crime?
But then we open it on up and we prove that nothing's happening, right?
Well, what if we are using business for said crime?
Yeah.
Well, as long as you don't have any evidence there, you won't have anything to worry about.
Now, can law just come up at any time during the day and request to look through that there storage cabinets I got, or do they need like a warrant or something?
They need a warrant to do that because they
You
have
own
to
a business,
have.
I think they would need a warrant.
Yeah, they have to have probable cause to get a warrant.
I don't know how the law works.
But they have to have probable cause in order to search the property. So if, for instance, if you were to run into the property and you had something that they were chasing you about, yeah, they could probably come at you
When
with
I
that.
come to America, I read Constitution of the United States, and it is like, I think one of the illegal search and seizure one of the articles in the Constitution. You do not read your own Constitution, Mr. Judge.
Oh, so did I.
Well,
Hi.
not necessarily. You mean the Constitution? It's
What
used
they
to
say,
buy you. We
immigrants
have our
know
own
more about
Constitution.
country than other
Oh, Mr. Jedd, that was not good. I read Constitution too.
Okay, fine. Y'all are more Monroean American than me.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I tell you
I'm
what,
lying
you
to
ain't more bayou than me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I will give you rum for money, huh?
I smell like one.
That there gator boy, we're gonna need to figure out something, Missy. I need that bow.
Oh, hi.
Name your price, or can you get a second one?
A bow?
Another one? Do they sell that at a shop?
Oh, they had another bow.
Gator one?
Yeah, but if I get the other one, I can trade it with this.
Say you can only have one bow at a time?
Oh, yeah, but if I get the other one, I can give you this one.
How much is the other one?
$250.
I'll give you the money.
Okay.
That is good.
So, I will tell you, warrants can go quickly. And at the same time, if they have been given justified reasoning to issue a warrant, and they have permission from the courts to act on the warrant, and then later they verify if it was valid or not. So do be careful with that as well. That at any moment they could issue a warrant and come search your facility.
Huh. All right, so there won't be much of a head notice, I guess. That's what you're saying. There might not be.
Eat the evidence. Eat the evidence.
Make sure that you never leave evidence where people can find it.
Now, if that were to happen, right? Maybe we are a little silly or a little loose with how we's doing, and they do find some contraband in the storage.
Mm-hmm.
I just fuck, or is there a way around, or is that is that something you can fight in the court of law, or am I just getting straight sent to Sisyphus?
That would be a matter of.
Can I claim that it wasn't mine? I just, found it and was holding it until the law came and picked it up somehow.
Or maybe one of your old employees.
Hey, yeah, maybe I had an old corrupt employee that was hanging around or something.
At that point, they'd ask for records of your employees. And then they'd see when the last time you employed somebody. Then they'd find out who it was, and they bring them into court to question them. That's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down, because that's just going to look bad on you. So what you would rather do is basically deny. That ain't mine. I don't know where it came from. Because, I mean, unlike the United States, how its constitution is 9/10 of the law is possession, I don't think we necessarily have that here.
I don't know, Missy.
Okay.
So if it is in the public space, we can claim deniability for possession.
Potentially. You could say that locker was left open to the public. You could also try and say that, some fella sold it to you and said it was shoe shine. You thought it was shoe shine. And when they asked if you smelled it, you're like, what? I mean, I don't know what shoe shine's supposed to smell like. I was just trying to keep my boots polished.
Karada, we can use. I'm Japanese.
What about, is there like you have to have a special license to make your own alcohol? Like if we wanted to make our own sake, would we need a special license to sell it? Like if government found sake on us, and we don't.
You would still need your a special license to sell that.
Otherwise, what is charge?
Let me see. Possession of illegal alcohol. No person shall be found to be selling, transporting, or in the possession of any unregulated alcohol. For the purpose of this crime, unregulated alcohol shall be defined as alcohol manufactured by a party not lawfully authorized to do so. That is a 30-day sentence and a fine of $50 and a confiscation of the alcohol.
Damn, there goes that.
And what happens if you get, sorry, I have cracker in my mouth. What happens if you get caught like that, like a 20 time?
That gummy not gonna finish what you was chewing first.
Huh? Nothing. What?
So that's only a misdemeanor. I mean, you could probably rack up as many of them as you want.
Interesting. Okay. So there is no like a larger charge, you know, like a manufacturing and distributing. That's just a okay.
Let me see.
Oh, you're so clever.
Oh,
Nico.
there is a manufacturer of illegal alcohol. So let's see.
That is like if they catch us with like a something to make it, not just the stuff, yeah.
Yeah, this law isn't clear because it just basically says the same thing the other one does. So So that one's 60 days and a $150 fine and a confiscation of distillery tools.
So there is nothing but a slap on wrist every time we get caught if we are like a distributing like a sake.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's weird. The two charges say the exact same thing, so you could be charged with either of them.
That's for what? Distribution, right? What are the charges for cooking?
I mean, those are the only two charges. Yeah, but it doesn't. If they were to charge you with manufacture of illegal alcohol, I would actually get you. I would actually get that dumbed down to probably just possession, because I mean both the laws state the same thing. They're ambiguous. There's nothing that sets one definition or another.
I do not know I do not see the definition, so I not know. But
Oh, it's just what I had stated earlier. It says no person shall be found to be selling, transporting, or in the possession of any unregulated alcohol for the purpose of this crime. Unregulated alcohol shall be defined as alcohol manufactured by a third party not lawfully authorized to do so.
And what is the manufacturing definition?
Same thing.
Is it word for word?
Word for word. Same damn thing.
Interesting. What a loophole. This government is stupid.
Yeah, that's a loophole right there.
You are right. But if I was a lawyer, I would just start to argue the what they call, what is American word, semantic, like where the definition of manufacture would be
Oh, you just gotta check this out.
If that was what I would do, is I would then argue semantic on the definition of manufacture versus possession. It's implied, but as you say, there is nothing implied in law.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you could say is while you're there is you can go, well, I bought this alcohol from Joe Blow down the street. He said he was an authorized dealer. It just didn't have the labels on it yet. He gave them to me so I could put my own labels on it.
And this still is here. It is not mine.
Excuse me for 1 second. I think someone just ran inside the shop.
Because they would have to prove that it's unregulated alcohol. So how would you know for sure that it is unregulated alcohol?
And if you are, that's what I'm saying, because you don't have a agreement with or a license to manufacture alcohol. I'd assume that the shops, like the tequila place, has a license with the government or something.
But again, how do they know that the bottles that you have is unregulated?
Good point. Do they have like a manufacturer number?
I don't think so.
Interesting. Well, I guess. Yeah, I would just bring the bottle. If I was the lawyer, bring bottle and government. Sure, there's no license. But anyway, you are. So let me see. So if we are, so let's just say you are a moonshine still, and I am standing next to you, that's still, and law sees me, Mr. Jedd is law, and they say stop. And then they say I am
fucking stupid. We is right here. There's a sign right in the front door. Yet folks still just buy from the catalog like it's nothing.
Whatever. They want to. Then next time when they come, they think they get a good deal because we give them same discounted price.
So if they don't, if you're
So,
next to the still and they
you want
don't,
to fight possession and it's on public property, and I just happen to be next to it.
yeah, I mean, as long as it's not like actively going.
It is actively going.
Okay, so it's actively going. If they walk up, it's on public property. It's not your possession.
That's what
you
I
just
say.
simply
Okay,
state.
good.
You simply say, "Hey, I found this here. I was looking at what it was, and I was gonna go report it to law." And you roll
So
up
let
on
us
me.
see. Then I must not have possession of anything to do with it. So like any ingredient, I must not have
Right.
on me.
You'd keep it in your horse or in your wagon.
Wagon is not mine either. But this is what I think too. Maybe find another bushes.
Yeah.
See, this is why. See, Mr. Jedd, this is why good have lawyer. You know, like I said, I study and I have books, but American law I do not know. I'm from Japan. It's very different. They do not have all of these loopholes. American law is fun. You can argue it. In Japan, you get caught, you just lose your hand or your fingers. It is done deal. No, it is no present. It's one judgment done.
Remind me to never go to Japan in that case.
I didn't know, you know. So, we was talking. If so, public property. If we are next to steel, it is running. We just claim we found it. We came upon it. It is not ours. No, not possession. If Mr. Felix is saying there is loopholes within the possession area of law at the moment, that is what is going to be our trump card. We will use it as a loophole here. Never claim possession. So, with that being, we must never have things on us when we cook. So we must, Mr. Felix, do
Can
you
we
mind
keep it
stepping
on
aside
away?
for a second?
Hmm?
Do you mind stepping aside for a quick second?
Sure.
Yes, I got the. Yeah, ready. Do not watch.
Okay. Well, that spot's pretty clean.
Arigato.
Appreciate it, Felix.
Would there be any benefit to making our business a corporation at all?
I honestly don't think there's anything that actually provides a legal definition for a corporation. There's nothing that where it like ties your assets or anything like that together.
Hi.
All right, so there's really technically no reason to put all the businesses into all one entity with multiple owners. It's
Well, they don't have anything like that yet, so.
Well, as far as the law goes, there's no benefit. Maybe there is benefit within our own organization, but
But law-wise, yeah, I'm
it
speaking
would
strictly
benefit us
law-wise.
if we had. I mean, it maybe if we thought one of us was not going to. Oh, well, that is fancy. One of us was going to be shady or something, and we would want to do that. But I don't think we have a problem with that.
So, you see, the problem would be is that if you were to put all your businesses under one corporation, you would have one big problem because if one business is in possession, so is the other.
Felix, I really don't like the way you was moving your hips right now. It's making me very uncomfortable. Yeah, I do appreciate it.
Good to see. Okay, so it would put all other businesses in liability, not protect.
Yes.
Precisely. So, if you
When
put...
you are drinking a spoon, you might want to pull your knife out.
I'm drinking a spoon? What?
A broom.
The broom.
Oh.
You don't want to put that to your face. It is quite dirty.
So yeah, you definitely, when it comes down to putting all the businesses together, you just make it so that it's easier to tie one of them or all of them to illegal activity. If you keep them individual, that's the best way to operate.
So if it does come to it, only one business goes down, worst case, rather than all of them.
Precisely. Not only that, only one business can be searched rather than all of them.
Good point. Good point. See, this is why we come to you.
That is true. Well, I think
I have gotten all my answers, sir. Questions answered.
I did too.
What would you like us to? We must pay you.
Oh, don't worry about that, Iko. I'll give Mr. Felix a ride on into town, and kept the shop locked, but just go on and unlock it and make sure Missy's all right.
Well, okay. I want to repair my gun too, but.
Come on, Felix. Let's get you back.
You know, I'm so happy to see you, Jedd. It's so wonderful to see your face around. I thought you was gonna skip town, I swear. I was like, not Jedd, please no.
Oh, no, come on now. We was just getting started.
Exactly. Mr. Jameson's been kind of all over the place. Oh, did I show you my new horse?
I have. We go on and show me. Let me fill up my water real quick. Some good old Bayou water. Some of the healthiest stuff you can get in Monroe.
Nothing like a little algae.
Nice and mossy, the way I like it.
This over here is Bacillus.
Oh, is that there?
No, I only met him when I'm out traveling.
What kind of horse is this?
It's a Missouri Foxtrotter.
Well, I be damned.
Hello,
That's
Felix.
That's a pretty color too.
Howdy.
Oh, easy. Damn, it's okay. It's okay.
Aiko-san, when did you get a rifle?
What's his name?
Vasilis.
Shit. Oh, okay. Does that
It's-
mean anything? Or?
It's Greek for king.
Well, he's gonna be the king, all right. That's a beautiful horse, Felix.
I wore the hell out of him earlier. I
Oh,
tell
yeah,
you what, we went all the way from Rhodes to Valentine to Emerald Ranch, down to Rhodes, down to Calico Hall, back to Rhodes, all the way up to Strawberry, and then back to Rhodes.
Jesus.
Yeah, I need new
That
horseshoes
is a
after that one.
long trip. Yeah. Well, good thing you still a blacksmith.
Safe travel.
And if y'all ever need contracts or anything like that drawn up, let me know. 'Cause I do those too.
Yeah, well, I reckon if we was gonna compile everything together, we was gonna need a contract, but I think you was right. I think keeping everything on separate is the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I dabbled with the idea of doing employee contracts, but I don't know if it's even worth it.
I mean, it could be. If you're, if there's any kind of liability that you have, if somebody could steal any of your goods, you can put in a contract. They have to sign that if any goods are stolen, that they have to pay a certain amount of money.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I have happened that before, because the way it works at the shop is because everything's branded, I keep everything in storage, and I fill it up myself, and employees just take it out of the storage, and they have to write on in an employee ledger what they sell. But I have had it before to where I had a rogue employee who took himself a whole bunch of stuff and just left, and I couldn't do anything about it.
So with that contract, what you would have to do is you would keep a ledger. I'm sure you already do what's in there. And if they take all that stuff, you take a copy of that ledger and you put it in a book, or you make sure that you have that ledger ready and you present it to court as this is my evidence of what I was supposed to have that day, and it was gone. And then you provide reasoning for why you believe that fella's the one who did it.
Huh. And then what? I guess the sheriff's just issue warrant for that fella?
They'd issue warrants. That'd be grand theft. They get a fine, and then with that, they get restitution or awarded towards you as well. Of course, at first you'd have to go through the process of arresting the fella. And then once he's arrested, then you file a civil lawsuit against him, stating, "I have this contract. If you stole any of my shit, you got to pay me back."
Yeah. Huh.
And you could even put in that contract and say, if you steal anything, you have to pay it back, and you also have to pay me $500 on top of that.
I can do that?
Yeah. And you can put in the contract and say that can be of financial means or of assets, like a horse or something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. How would this, how much would like a contract like that work?
Well, I hope you never actually have to take that to court, because that's going to be a bitch to get through. But it would definitely be worth your money to do it. Because then people would, they would have to, again, you'd have to prove that they were the one that took it. And that would be an interesting process.
Right. Okay. Well, you know, I might do that. I might dabble with that idea. Maybe even some saloon contracts that we got going. That's why it's exclusivity rights.
There you go.
That'll work. But anyhow, here I mean to give you something. And I ain't taking no for an answer.
Holy hell, Judd.
Take it, Felix.
You have no idea how much I need that. I got pinched for 10 gold bars the other day.
Jesus Christ. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Hey, gummy, was you at the smelter?
No, I was down visiting the fruit man, and I decided to try it by myself. And, yep, they got me right outside the fruit man.
Oh, Jesus. Damn, that's a fucking shame. That's tough. Was you by yourself?
Yeah, figured I'd chance it, see what happens.
Oh, Felix. Oh, yeah. Well, that's a hard. That's an expensive lesson to learn right there.
That it is. I'll get them back though. I got an idea who they are.
Huh. Hey, that sounds like you was ready on it then.
Yep, I know they have to do with them Los Anthem Muerte fellers.
I thought he was checking.
Oh, yeah, you gotta be careful with wagons.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you, hold on, let mention that there fruit man. Well, you wouldn't happen to have an idea where the smoker man is?
He ain't in county at all. Nobody knows. As far as everybody's concerned, it don't exist. Ain't no such thing right now. The pirates don't have it. Everybody's looked all over Monroe for it. Ain't nobody able to find it.
Damn.
I mean, just think about it. When's the last time you even seen a motor joint?
That's true. That is true. Yeah, no, I just figured he was tough old spot, but yeah, everyone you ask, they say no. But I tell you what.
Do you know where the fruit man is now?
Last time I heard, he was in Saint Denis, but I think he moved. I don't know.
He's still there. You go, okay.
Adam, ma'am.
You look at that little Lynn storage over there in Saint Denis on the bottom left.
Yeah, I know. You got storage there.
Go directly south and almost all the way to where the piers are. Go one dot to the left, and there's a little entrance right there. Go down to a dock. He's right. You go down them steps, and he's just your left.
Right on the docks. I'll be damned. That's where that dadgum bastard had me checking the cemetery, making me feel all uncomfortable going through the dead.
Nah, he ain't over there.
Huh. Okay, well, I guess he decided to pick him up some fishing in the meantime during the day hours.
Right.
Well, okay. Well, I definitely appreciate that. But, Smoker man, that's a different one. But I guess, ain't nobody know where he is. You was probably right. He probably just ain't even around.
I don't think he is, because nobody knows. And usually when somebody knows, somebody says something. Ain't nobody know. You got a whole bunch of people spouting a whole bunch of bullshit, though.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple fellas I know, they've chased rumors all over Monroe trying to find out where the fucking smoke machine is.
Oh, Jesus. Well, it's worth a pretty penny, too. There's a whole lot of folks who would pay you a good dollar for him.
Oh, I don't doubt it. It's but nobody knows where he is. I mean, if he has a really good hiding spot, that's a damn good hiding spot because ain't nobody found him yet.
Oh yeah, oh shit.
And that's been for an entire month.
God damn, it's been a month already.
Yeah. Shoot, I don't think I even seen a motor joint longer than that.
Yeah, shit. He only stays there for a month, then he moves. Sounds like he don't need to move for a long time.
Right?
Jesus, man.
Had nobody figured out where he is yet.
Well, let's hope somebody does, and whoever that somebody is, they got a little orange mouth.
Orange mouth? An
Large
orange mouth?
mouth.
Oh,
No,
large
large
mouth.
mouth.
Oh, did you hear about Marshall Romero?
Marshall Romero, I can't say I really know the Marshalls all too well.
Valentine Romero. He actually left the Marshalls and went to the medical field, and then he got ate by a bear.
I had a fucking bear.
Mm-hmm.
That don't look good.
We got all kinds of wars going on.
Any fellas
right now.
want to
Things
buy
are
cheap
going
smokes?
crazy.
$5 per pack.
Oh, I appreciate it. I actually got me some smokes yesterday.
Ah, no problem.
But yeah, we've got. So La Santa Muerte is on a hellbender right now. If there's any fellas you need to be worried about right now, it's them jokers. They are riding around trying to cause trouble every fucking where. It don't matter who the hell you are. They gonna push buttons.
Is there a doctor around?
They picked a fight with Valentine last night.
Uh-oh.
They went to war with Ellis family recently. They're picking a fight over here in Rhodes. And they're gonna lose that battle pretty damn quick. As Los Lobos found out the other day. Los Lobos and the Lost they were having some troubles the other day. Well, they've been having troubles for a while. Well, they ended up. Los Lobos decided they were going to walk. So the Lost could never be found, huh? He said, yeah.
Up, buy some bandages.
Pulled out their gun and went to shoot. Lost cleaned house. Everybody was on the ground.
Tell you, so they some sharpshooters.
Yes, they are. But if you ever come across Lost, they're good people. Usually they wear blue. They roll together in a pack.
Blue
really
bandanas?
No, not blue bandanas. They don't wear bandanas at all. They don't mask up. None of that bullshit.
Oh, okay. Because Law was in the bayou a little bit earlier today, and they was looking for a big old crew run through the bayou, and they described them as wearing blue, but with blue masks too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what I've heard. They've hit 3 different people today. One of them is a friend of mine. Another one is a friend of my brother, or a brother of my friend, and I don't know who the third fellow was. But whenever it comes to the Lost, you don't typically have to worry about them or the Ellis family. You ever run into either of them, just tell them that Felix says hello. And they'll be like, "Oh, you know Felix."
And we had the Ellis family, the ones that own the fish shop, right, in Strawberry.
That's correct.
Hey, I don't think we have any. I don't think I got no quails with them. I mean, they've cooperated with my prices and so forth. So
yeah, they're pretty good people. But if the Ellis family don't they're not too familiar with me just yet. I'm kind of integrating with them a little bit. But if that don't work, tell them that. Let me think. Just be like Felix knows Everly. Felix is their lawyer, and they will go, "Oh, okay, I got you," because they are in alliance with each other.
I see. Well, I ain't got no concerns with them. The only concerning ones is them them Mexicans, those Santo Muerta. What you talking about?
Yeah, Los Santa Muerte is a big issue right now. But have you ever come across Lo?
I don't think I understand what How de Gallery is.
What?
I don't even know.
That fella talking to himself. Damn, I guess he really does need a doctor.
Maybe. But if you ever come across Los Lobos, that might work too. Maybe.
Now, do they dress differently? How do you distinguish between the two?
Really? Most of the Los Lobos are actually American, so you'd actually have to be in Rhodes to see them to know who they are.
Oh, I see.
Everybody else, though, I don't really know too well. Everybody else can kind of go to hell because they're all a bunch of shit kickers at the moment. We got too many shit kickers.
Oh, really? Here in Rhodes?
Causing issues with Rhodes. Although I will say, I like the Olsen family. They're pretty good people.
Yeah, the Molson's always been good. Huh. Well, all right. I don't think any of those fellas have been around the bayou, but hey, that was I've been hearing a lot of things about them the Mexican, those Santa Muerta. So it's good to know that. Well, it's probably not good to know, but good knowledge that it's true. Stay clear of them.
I got my ear to the ground for just about everything. From here, from Guarma all the way down to Tumbleweed.
Jesus Christ, there's folks still kicking around Tumbleweed?
You best believe it. Four Kings are still causing a ruckus.
Oh, yeah, I'll be damned. Yeah, that's their New Austin County, I guess, for you.
Yep, lawless city. Or lawless county.
Yeah, but, anywho, Felix, I don't want to keep, I told Iko I'd be on back, so I don't want to keep her waiting for too long.
Alright, I appreciate you, Jedd. I look forward to seeing you around more.
Oh, yeah, now that, because Mikael was making it seem like you was too busy for everything, so I didn't want to bother you, but it's good to know that,
yeah, they're nothing fancy,
you're still hanging around here in Road, so I'll definitely be making my visits here when I check my telegram and do a little loop around town, see views around.
Sounds good. I'll be looking forward to taking your money on the poker table.
One of these days. Now I can't promise no red room, but a little cheaper than that. I think I'll be game for.
Yeah, I like playing at the table here at the Parlor House. Oh, Parlor House is probably gonna go up for sale soon.
Again?
Yeah. There's
what happened to that fella?
They had an internal disagreement.
What? How did your friend turn into Felix?
Huh? I've always been Felix. What's this?
Can we help you, mister?
Oh, that's Josie's okay. Oh, thank you, Josie.
Felix looks like he needs a smoke.
Josie's a pretty good fella.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He means well.
And you were saying, what happened to Jay?
So, it appears they had an internal disagreement, and he hasn't been back to the county since. It's been about 2.5 weeks.
Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Were there any front runners for who's going to put in a bid?
No idea yet. But actually, that suddenly makes sense why Los Lobos is being so nice right now, because they probably want to get that saloon.
I wonder so. 2 weeks, you said?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna have to see. I'm gonna have to stop on in, because strike a new pork deal for the third time over.
Well, you'd be lucky to find anybody.
Man.
It's that kind of situation. Oh, you should see about stopping by the trial tonight. It's gonna be interesting.
You the lawyer for it?
Nope, I'm not the lawyer for it, but it's definitely gonna be an interesting case to watch. Jedd Black decided to go shoot up the Smoking Rose.
Really?
Yup. And it did not go well. At all.
I know Ico might be interested. I'm gonna go tell Ico, 'cause I think that's something that she'd be interested in.
Well, if y'all attend, it's gonna be at it's gonna be at 10 Eastern Stars at the St. Denis Courthouse.
Hey, I'll let her know. But Felix, it's good to see you as always. Good to see you still around.
Yes, sir. Good to see you. You keep on smiling. Keep on keeping on.
I will.
Hey, Felix, you haven't seen Monette, have you?
No, she's not usually around till after the next storm.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Telegram.
I asked everybody in town if they want cigarettes, but they all are all topped up.
Well, you can only sell to so many people before you run out of people to sell to.
Yeah, I have a habit of flooding the market.
Oh. Okay. How's it going, chat? Howdy.
Hi.
The mess. I need to go wash off. Look at me.
That's fine. Yes, me too. Definitely.
I'm pretty sure that's Lance. Howdy.
Very bad joke.
Yeah, that's fine.
Man, I've been gone like an hour and a half and everybody's still here.
Just don't get anybody pregnant.
Oh, wait, what did I walk into?
Yeah.
This is spicy.
Unless you're gonna marry him.
Imagine walking over to the conversation and that's the first thing you hear. Hi.
Yeah, Felix, don't get anybody pregnant.
This is very spicy. What's going on? I heard something about pregnancy. Who's getting pregnant?
You
Just saying, in general, don't get anybody pregnant.
Nah, I can't make no promises.
Now you got,
Unless you plan on marrying them.
Look, now you got me even more worried, okay?
What? Why would you be worried?
Why would you be worried? What have we done?
What? Shut the fuck up,
Wait,
Chris.
I'm not sure who we're questioning here. Are we questioning me or are we questioning her?
So who's pregnant?
Good question.
What?
Everly, you're pregnant, right?
Is Louise pregnant?
No, I'm not pregnant.
Is Mendoza pregnant?
Where did Mendoza come into all of this?
You see
Not
this knife?
supposed to her, didn't
No, I'm going to fucking knife you. You know that?
Grip, you weren't supposed to say
I'm going
anything.
to knife you. I'm going to knife you.
Is that you, Beth?
Yeah,
You see this knife? You see this knife?
Really.
Wait, what?
You didn't really. I'm just talking absolute bullshit.
I'm so confused.
We're talking about pregnancy.
Everly's
Kate,
pregnant.
you're just pulling the fucking like, I'm not pregnant.
What? I'm so confused.
Me
I am
too. I'm
not.
starting to derail over here.
Kate, he said you were pregnant.
I
You
am
can't
not.
leave, Lance.
Kate's
no,
pregnant.
Don't let Lance leave. He's not leaving.
Don't.
Surround him.
Kate will murder you.
No, Lance.
I will.
Look, I would love to be pregnant, but I'm not. So.
I'm
I
just
mean, me
gonna
and
run
Danny
through the
get
middle of
plenty of
town and
practice
yell
in,
she's
but-
pregnant
Good
and see who starts a
Lord
rumor.
Jesus.
Oh my lord, a snapping turtle.
Beth has
Wait,
never
what?
done anything, so.
Dear God.
Oh yeah, we practice all the time.
Oh my
Shut
God.
up.
Oh, good lord.
I can't help myself around that man. Are you kidding me? You kidding me right now?
Wait, where'd all the other guys go? Now I feel cornered.
Yeah, have you gotten someone pregnant, Felix? You got a child out there?
I
Needs
plead
your
the
daddy?
fifth.
Oh,
Oh wow. Well.
Beth,
What?
you got any kids out there?
No. Never.
I really do feel
Fear is
cornered
my
because all
first
y'all are looking at me. Oh Lord.
Danny was my first relationship.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
It was you.
What?
I don't know.
I'm confused.
I really just want to run through the middle of town and just yell she's pregnant and see who comes up with what rumor.
Oh my God.
Especially
really
after
start
talking
shit.
to us three.
Felix is having a kid with some random person is what they're gonna think, and then they're gonna come up with somebody's random name standing here.
Oh Lord. Everybody could use a little bit of humor in roads.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
You guys couldn't
Hello?
help me find a blacksmith around here, could you?
Yeah,
be
actually.
right here.
right
Oh.
beside you.
Is it possible that you could make me a hunter's hatchet?
Absolutely.
Oh, can I have
How
one
much
too,
is
Felix?
Sure. Let's head over to the forge.
How much is it?
Hunter hatchet is $16.
Alright, I'll go get the money.
Okie doke.
I need to go get mine too.
Okie dokie.
Meet you over there.
Looked like I was skipping.
You did. Oh, it's nice to see that, you know, nothing happened while I was gone.
No.
That's always enjoyable to come back to nothing happening.
I'm also gonna ask this, how much is a chuck wagon?
Chuck wagon, it depends on which one you want, but they
The one with the
typically-
top around it.
Okay, so there's one that has like an open back, and the other one has a closed back.
Open back.
So the open back, that would run $695.
And the closed one?
600.
Alright, I'm nearly there. I'll come back
Excuse
to you
me.
when I get the money.
Okay.
That's
You
alright.
you sound familiar.
Do I?
Uh-huh.
I don't think we met before.
Do you have a brother by chance?
No.
Huh.
What would you be called?
Oh, you sound like a friend that I knew a while back named a Boo Boo.
Oh. Well, I don't know.
A boo boo?
Uh-huh.
Felix, what's a wagon wheel run you? Or will run me?
So, an extra one or to swap out for a damaged one?
Just swap out for a damaged one, I guess.
$5 in the old wheel.
Oh yeah. No, I was just thinking about driving people around, you know?
Okay. Why does it always sound like you're eating when I'm talking to you?
I just always keep stuff in my coat pocket, you know, in case I get hungry.
I thought he was going somewhere different with that sentence.
Oh.
I just realized my
is that
grinding
Beth?
wheel ain't there. What? Where?
No, sir, not Beth.
Oh, jeez. I could swore she was wearing a blue shirt the other day.
She probably was.
I got a question for y'all. I see a lot of people wearing yellow shirts, a lot of people wearing blue shirts. Are you aligning to some sort of group?
What? Yo, that's a real train?
Oh, he loves trains.
There is a family in this town. They go by the Lost. They wear blue. As for the yellow, I'm not too sure.
I'm just gonna stick this money in your pocket.
I'm not. Yellow isn't significant to me. I just like the shirt.
Does red mean anything?
There you go. You should have it.
I'm not
I've
too
seen
sure.
a lot of red people on Valentine's.
If I take this coat off and people see my red shirt, they like start spitting on me.
What?
Whoa.
I know. I gotta change my shirt color. Something about red. Don't wear it.
The only thing I can think of would be closer towards New Austin, maybe. I don't know. Santos Los Muertes, maybe?
I don't know. Must be trouble though. I'm gonna get some raggedy coveralls or something.
Sound about right.
Oh, by the way, I got a bit of a question, Blacksmith.
Mhm.
You wouldn't happen to know if there's any work available around here? I need a second job.
Second job. What's your first job?
I'm a doctor.
Oh, okay. Well, there is definitely positions open here at the forge.
Oh. Would you mind if I worked here?
Well,
If you can guide me through how to smelt and do all that kind of stuff.
well, we don't typically smelt.
Oh, then forge at least.
Yeah, so basically we just build orders. We help people as much as we can with just being around selling blacksmith merchandise and putting it together like you see me doing here.
Alright. You're not paid by the government, are you?
No, we are
I need
not.
to make that very clear. Alright, good.
Yeah,
But I
everything
cannot
is...
accept a job that is got paid by the government.
Okay. I'm not sure if... Let me see. Just test something out here. See if that works.
There we go.
Alright. Oh, let me see. So how long have you been in Monroe?
Oh, quite a while now. Couple of months.
Alright.
I think I missed my ride. Holy fuck.
Choo choo.
Alright, hold on. I gotta take a nap real quick. Cause
Oh, okay.
my grinding wheel ain't there.
by someone with a yellow shirt.
Oh, wow.
Really?
It's not a conspiracy. I knew something was going on.
Very interesting.
So what do you want me to work with first with, boss?
Alright, throw me a rock in the newspaper directory.
You're gonna be mighty surprised. Actually, you might actually not be mighty surprised. There we go. Just threw a rock. Now, do you have anything against me working as a doctor? Because that is kind of my full-time job.
Not at all. I mean, if you, just whenever you're available, if you have the time to just be over here in the forge and
Oh yeah,
try
I
to
can
tend to
definitely
people
do that.
when you can. You know, just make sure that newspaper that I've got there for you. Make sure you go through business information. Oh, there you go, Eric. Just do whatever it requires of you to go through that newspaper.
There you go.
Excuse me just a moment.
Hey, Felix, do you have any more of those improved bows?
I do not, unfortunately.
None of them.
You'd have to get them from Beth. Alright. You should be able to look in that newspaper now.
Alright, there's a lot to go through here.
Yes, so one of the first things you want to go through is you want to go through the business information. And once you go through that, like that'll give you some information about wagons, about weapons, about, you know, our policies here at the Forge. And then once you feel like you've got that good at, just kind of go through the grinding wheel here and the smithing bench and get yourself familiar with the stuff that's there. You know, what makes what. Like, for instance, in order to get iron nails, you need iron plates, and to get iron plates, you need iron bars. To make an axe blade, you need 3 blades, which each blade I think takes 2 copper, like 10 or 5 iron plates. They might take screws, I can't remember. But you need 3 of them to make 1 axe blade.
Before you continue any further, I don't quite understand this business information type of thing.
Which one are you having difficulty with?
Pretty much everything. I don't know, is this rules or is this general information or...
So it's a mixture of both. Forge code is basically policy. And then when you go down to where it says stuff about wagons, that's just general information about wagons. And then there's stuff about discounts, exchanging wheels, which wagons are faster, information about hatchets, horseshoes, knives, law wagons, all kinds of information in there.
Alright, so the wagons I get to another point. Orders, if if they want a delivery of a wagon, how do I go about that?
So whenever somebody wants a wagon, the first thing you'll do is you go through catalog and see, what is their need. Do they want something with seating? Do they want something with weight? Then you can see the high price is actually the actual price of what we use. The low price is if we used if we gathered all the materials ourselves.
Yeah.
And didn't pay market price for it. High price and high profit is whenever we purchase from vendors to get our materials and resources, and that's
So if somebody comes in with their own set of items, how do I go about that? Like, how do I give them a discount? Is there like a calculation method or?
So if you go back to the order sheet, okay, you see this right here? I'm gonna highlight areas. You see me highlighting these?
I don't really see anything right now.
On the order sheet?
Yeah, I'm looking at the order sheet.
Alright, so look at column T, V, and X. You see how they're blank?
Yeah.
Those are areas that you can fill in. At the top, it'll say provided in the column. That's when a customer provides material. You put it in there, and it will automatically calculate what discount to give them.
And that's in the blank spaces. So if I put a 1 here, what does that calculate to? Oh wait, I shouldn't have done that. Gonna remove that. All right, I need to.
You're fine.
Find this empty one.
So for instance, let's just take your order right now, okay? I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna say that you provided 3 iron bars. I'm gonna put that in and watch this price over here change. It's gonna take a second. It's gotta calculate. Boom.
Wait, where did it change?
Right where it says price.
Can you do it again just so I can see it in physically, so I can see what's going on here? Because I was on the other page.
Oh, do you see where it says 1308?
Yep, I see it failed now.
So if I remove the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's calculating.
Okay, I see how it is now. All right.
So it takes a little bit of time, but it automatically calculates everything for you, so you don't have to worry about it. Whenever you use stuff, the employee profit is what you keep, and owed to the forge is what goes back to the forge.
All right, and where do I store that money?
You would just have to hold on to it until you're able to meet with me and shore up on your order.
Okay.
Oops. That way I can keep track of what I've inventoried and what I haven't. Okay, so almost got these hunter hatchets ready. Oh shit! Oh my god, Kate!
Did I scare ya?
You made me pee a little.
I'm sorry, Felix.
You're just like ah.
Attention, old blacksmith. Can I please have a hi-yo?
I come in here and ask if you're fucking done with that hunter hatchet yet.
Almost. And boom. Damn it! I don't have enough to make it.
Wait.
What am I missing?
You're gonna need to make 2 because I'm pretty sure he wants one too.
Yes.
I've almost got that one done. What am I missing here? Missing plates. Is that what it is? Yeah, I'm missing plates.
I need to see this fucking thing here. Ooh! Oh, I can't.
Yeah, you just gotta kind of squeeze in there a little bit.
I'll be running around out there.
Hey, I'm almost done.
Fucking hell, you got a lot of shit in here.
Yep.
Actually,
That's about $3,000 worth of stock in there.
well, it's not too bad in here, actually.
I try to keep it organized. Yeah.
So what needs to be made? Is there like a thing that needs to? Is there like a quota that needs to be made?
Not really. I mean, if
Like
you want to,
nails or stuff like that.
we could use more nails, iron plates, and horseshoes. I don't really have a set amount because we don't really have an expectation of what's going to go out. It's just helpful to keep that in stock. That way, whenever customers come in, it's really easy to knock out an order. Alrighty. And Hunter Hatchet number 1.
Thank you so much.
How much? How much is it?
And Hunter Hatchet number 2.
How much is it?
Mm-mm.
Hello.
Felix?
Bye!
Hey,
Oh,
what's
wait,
your lucky?
I
Hey,
can't
you're
run.
slow. Oh,
I can't
hey, What's your
run.
lucky number? 1173.
I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
Thanks, Felix.
I know you.
I will be right back. Not so fast.
No.
Bye.
God damn it, Felix.
Wait, why can't I run? What is wrong with me? I can't run! This isn't fair! What is going on?
No, you can't escape. You must take my money. No.
I'm so sorry, darling.
Take the money like the dirty blacksmith that you are.
Yeah, you need the money.
Exactly.
Listen
He
to
doesn't let
him.
anybody pay for anything.
That's what I thought.
That might hurt a little.
What's your name,
Thanks,
friend?
Felix.
What, me?
Yes, sir.
Morten Søndergaard.
Morton?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I'm Everly.
Well, nice to meet you too.
Ha ha! I think you paid the wrong person.
Oh my god.
She doesn't notice, but I paid her twice.
You want something that maybe might be able to help you? Oh, no mind. I was gonna treat him as he...
Ooh. Hey Ev, how loud is my keyboard? Can you hear it? Here we go. Hi there, Morty. Connect right now. All right. Hey Morty, how loud is my keyboard? Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
It doesn't.
Bye, Kate. Bye, Kate.
Say how to Felix.
Felix? Felix? Get back here. You paid me twice. Felix, you literally gave me $16 twice.
Yeah, I know I did.
You realize that? You know you did?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I swear to God. I want to say thank you because I appreciate it. But I'm also mad because you don't let us pay for anything.
Y'all
I'm
take care
so
of me, I take care of
conflicted
y'all.
right now. Well, Felix.
Y'all do a lot to look out for everybody, so I try to look out for y'all where I can.
Appreciate it, Felix.
So
Dispose of the body. To me for no fucking reason, Billy.
No, that one was fucking valid.
She got
She
one
threw,
punch for one
she
punch.
threw one punch and didn't continue.
She threw one
You, on the
punch
other
and
fucking
hit
hand,
two
I had to
people.
repeat myself.
Oh, damn.
See the
And
difference?
you were rude to me for no reason when all I did was say hi.
Billy, get out of my face.
In your face. Shit.
How am I in your face? I'm literally in the doorway at the bank.
Billy,
No,
I'm nowhere near you. I'm literally on the steps.
you were in my face.
I'm nowhere near you.
In my eyes, you were in my face.
In my eyes, I'm not gonna lie to you. I am like. Can you see me now?
Yeah,
I'm
I see you now.
literally,
You're
like,
on the step now.
I'm like
After I
shoulder
told
to
you to
shoulder.
move.
I'm just waiting for him.
Can we just drop it? Good God.
There we go.
Get this ready.
All right.
Lord have mercy. I don't want to leave
All
though.
right. I'm going to the gun store where I don't have to pay attention to this.
Stop.
Good God.
I feel like it's Billy. I'm not gonna lie. He does the same shit with me, and then it just snowballs from there.
It keeps going and
see?
keeps
You
going and
see?
keeps
You
going.
see?
You don't know when to stop, so stop.
Oh, we're having a joke.
I'm just standing
Well,
there silently.
not in town.
I ain't saying a word.
Oh my God.
Billy, I love you.
Off today. Village, buddy, I'm headed to the ranch.
Ah. 2 hours till the trial. hear you hammering away already.
Yep, I'm making iron plates.
Tell you the most worthless thing I ever did is I made 50
Huh?
buckets.
Say again?
50 buckets. Never
You
made
want buckets?
No,
Oh.
I said that's the most worthless thing I ever did was make 50
Oh,
buckets.
okay.
Took 5.5 hours to do and 396 iron.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It was miserable.
My mother told me someday I will buy galleys with good oars, sail to distant shores, stand upon the prow, noble bark I steer, steady course to the haven, you many foemen, you many foemen. You know the song?
I feel like I've heard it before from somewhere.
Yeah, it's very nice.
It is.
It's an old Nordic song translated to English.
It sounded Nordic.
It is.
Especially with your voice. Oh, I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right
I'm
back.
Scandinavian.
Ah,
How's it going?
I changed, Felix.
I see that.
I couldn't take the reputation of being a red shirt wearer. I saw a few fellers getting picked on as I walked to the bank, and I knew for sure that it was a real thing.
Yeah, there's people going around wearing red vests and whatnot lately. Red shirts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, the time has come. I had to change my shirt.
I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Hello, mate. What can I do you for? The echoes of eternity.
Well, hello, beautiful. Hmm?
Mm.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Hello,
Ah.
beautiful. Beautiful.
Good. Good. Hmm. It's a little dusty here, isn't it?
It is. It's actually the dustiest it's been all day.
Yeah, it took me a few seconds there to do that because it's so dusty.
I got you a little something.
Oh, what is it?
Let's see if I can set it up right up here. Maybe no. Can I? I will set it right here.
Oh, you got me flowers.
Mm-hmm.
That's so sweet. Thank you.
I meant to go get bigger ones today, but the day's been a lot busier than I had anticipated.
What's been going on?
Well, trying to think what has been going on. Been up at the Olsen Ranch. Fella came to bring by an order for iron, and then I was trying to figure that out. Went hunting for a little bit. Ooh, I found blood flower. I hadn't seen blood flower in like 2 months, and I finally found a place to get blood flower. So now I'm really happy.
Blood flower.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
How's it going, Grit?
How's it going? Hey, Felix, when do I start?
What do you even use blood flower for?
It is a hallucinogenic. Oh,
Where'd I get those?
It says you're already employed somewhere else.
Oh, you have 2 jobs?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, I work up at Bad Monster Group.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, okay. In that case, sorry, bud.
That's all right. I
thought
appreciate
I could just
it.
have multiple jobs. I was going to work 2 jobs.
If only we could. It'd be wonderful. It'd be a wonderful, wonderful world.
Yeah, I don't want to let cricket down. I don't want to let cricket down. So.
Yeah, it's fine, man. I got Fear's working over here now, and then damn it, what's his name? Slipped my brain. Morton. So I've got a couple people now, but no, in the future, if it doesn't work out at the saloon, I still got other positions open.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Alright, well, I don't want to intrude in your conversation. That's why I can't ask about that. How do you guys do it? But thank you very much.
Thanks for the flowers again, Felix. It really did brighten up my mood a bit.
I'm glad. Yeah.
I've been working on some paperwork, and to be quite honest, I feel like understaffed is the well, it's not enough of a word to say what's going on in Attorney General's office.
I don't doubt it, because I've watched 3 different cases just sit there. I mean, I just had to ask about the Jesse Jangles case, and they're like, "Oh, we'll get it to you tomorrow." I'm like, "What in the world is going on over there?"
Isn't his trial happening like this weekend?
Yeah, it's happening Sunday.
So how are they expecting you to organize all that in just a few days?
Yeah, I know. It's it doesn't look like that's gonna pan out too well, because from what I'm hearing, the evidence is pretty damning, and so I don't know how we're necessarily gonna be able to tackle that. Even with a plea deal, I don't think there's any kind of plea deal that could be made.
I don't know. What do you mean by that?
Well, from the way people have talked about it, doesn't seem like.
Yes?
Felix, is there any way we could buy coal off you, like just like 6?
Yeah. Tell Morton I said to give you 6. Don't worry about paying for it.
So you were saying?
This doesn't seem like a case that the prosecution would be willing to make a plea deal on. Although, interesting dynamic, I think, has there ever been a plea for insanity?
I honestly don't know. The only rumor I heard was about a man that I don't even remember where I heard it, but there was a criminal who was caught and he was acting like he was insane. I think Henry Lafayette told me about it, and he literally was acting like an animal. He was trying to eat other prisoners and lawmen, and it was pretty clear that he was insane. But they executed him nonetheless.
So that wouldn't help him in his case. Okay.
Well, it happened before the Department of Psychiatry was very developed, so maybe now it could work. But honestly, I don't know. It just seems pretty bleak to me, to be honest. Like they're trying to build. I know that from newspaper. I think I read it in a newspaper that they're trying to build a ward in Sisika for the criminally insane, but they haven't built it yet, and right now they don't really have anywhere to keep them. So even if this client would be deemed criminally insane, they would have to keep him in Sisika until the ward is built. So
yeah,
I
he's
don't
not
know.
gonna go for that. He's not gonna go for that.
I don't know then. I sympathize with you. It sounds like it's pretty bad.
Yeah, he
Thanks,
wants his
Felix.
freedom. Mm-hmm.
What did you
Anytime,
say?
Jose. He said, "Thanks, Felix."
No, what did you say?
Oh, I was saying, he seems to want his freedom more than anything, so I don't think he's gonna take anything like that in the bargain at this point.
Yeah, he would be locked forever, probably.
Are you guys having a private conversation?
A little bit.
Oh, alright, I'll leave you to it.
Oh my God, Felix! People keep coming up to you every damn minute. You're a popular guy.
This is my life here in Rhodes and at the Olson Ranch, and pretty much anywhere I go.
Yeah, I remember that you were found even when we were on top of a mountain.
I had I was just sitting over by the bonfire earlier. Old buddy of mine, Jedd, came up. He started asking me if I had a minute to go and talk. I'm like, okay. It was literally the first time I got to sit down and just do nothing all day.
Oh, my condolences.
He had to ask me about some lawyer stuff, which I wasn't complaining. He compensated me $200. I was like, okay. Okay. And he said, and I'm not taking no for an answer. I'm like, all right, Jedd.
Wait, Judd from the fishing store?
Mm-hmm. Me and him go way back. He was actually one of the main reasons why I even was able to start up in Monroe.
I see. Well, I was just gonna say that I'm glad that I've had time to stop by and talk to you, and you gave me flowers. And honestly, your your positive mood is helping me because I feel a bit lost.
I can imagine.
There's just so many cases coming our way, and I don't feel like we are ready to take on so many cases. Well, generally, there's only like 3 of us: me, Mr. Garfield, and Mr. Huckabee. And Mr. Huckabee is very busy. I heard he was kidnapped lately, so he didn't have time to work on a couple cases while being kidnapped.
Oh Lord.
So pretty much it's the 3 of us, and there's like a new case almost every day, and we don't have enough hands to work on it.
Man, if only y'all's department was able to pay me while out on a forge, I would be the absolute beast in the district attorney's office. Because you know how often I'm awake.
Oh yeah.
I cover all the stars, except for 4 hours a day.
Yeah. Wait, you sleep only 4 hours a day?
Yes.
Oh my God, Felix.
Except for the weekend. That's when I catch up on the sleep I didn't get.
Felix, you have to care about yourself a little more.
Oh, I do care about myself. I enjoy my quiet time in the morning. A lot. And I enjoy my poker games in the very late evening.
Do you enjoy our conversations?
Yes. In fact, I look forward to every single one of them.
Well, I liked the other night when we ran away to the islands.
Mm-hmm.
I need to steal you away one more often.
Definitely. I could use the break.
And you could use the excuse.
Mm-hmm.
My girlfriend stole me away. I've been thinking over the last night, over the last day, on what I really want to do, because right now I am drowning in paperwork that I'm desperately trying to get done. And I feel like I don't have enough time to do other things that I enjoy, which is rather sad. And to be completely honest, I don't think the pay is enough to justify this amount of work put on one person.
Well, if you ever decided you didn't want to be prosecution anymore, my firm would always be open. I would be willing to put you up as partner.
I considered that actually. I did consider that as an option. I considered a lot of different options.
I mean, if you did that, we could work together in multiple ways.
Oh? What do you have in mind?
Well, we could make a mess out of any table anywhere.
Oh, are you talking about what I'm thinking?
Mm-hmm.
I might take you up on that actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I prefer actions to words. Although I do like words as well, so feel free to tell me something else.
The words are just the tease for the actions that'll come later.
Indeed. Oh, by the way, are you attending the court hearing tonight?
Yes.
Hmm.
I am
Will
actually
you tell
very
me,
interested to see how this is going to go down.
Yeah, I don't think I will be able to because I have some business to do, but if you will tell me how it went later, I would appreciate it.
Okay, absolutely.
I think I'm gonna give this whole idea a bit of more thought, whether I want to stay in the Attorney General's office or do I want to do something else. Because honestly, when I came to get hired as a district attorney, I wasn't really necessarily realizing how bad the things are in there.
I don't think that they realize how bad things are in there. Because when I talk to Huckabee, he talks like, oh yeah, things are improving, things are getting better. No, we're not understaffed. Bullshit.
Is that what he told you?
Pretty much.
I mean, he told me exactly the opposite. He told me that, yeah, he understands that we're kind of overworked and we don't have nearly enough
I'm gonna
people
try
in
to
there.
sell some horseshoes. I'll be right back.
But
okay.
he told me that he thinks that a few others are going to join us soon, but that happened a while ago, and I don't really see anyone else joining. So I don't know. Maybe they changed their mind as well. Because I understand that they need more people, but the circumstances, the pay, it's just not cutting it.
Yeah. I mean,
know,
when you work at a firm, you cut out your own work. And, I mean, our rates are reasonable for our clients. Now, I will be talking to the partners as far as contracts go, because contracts need more thought that go into it, more effort. So, I may have to talk with them about that. But usually, our prices, like marriage certificate, name change, adoption, stuff like that, it's only about $65. They get 2 certificates, it's $100. They get 3, it's $130. And I mean, you look at the marriage certificate and the name change certificate, that takes like 15, 20 minutes.
Huh. I heard some people paid like $100 for one certificate.
There's some
That's
people who are paying $165 per certificate.
Well, if somebody pays $165 for a certificate, I'd say that they are not very smart.
Well, until our firm, they haven't really had that many options.
Your firm sounds good. Tell me about how it works. Like, if somebody comes to you and requires say, a marriage certificate or a name change certificate, they pay you $65 and then you just keep it, or do you have to split it between everyone in the firm?
Well, something like that, we just keep it. If you're taking the client and you're taking it on yourself, you just keep it. You don't have to split it to a firm or anything because we don't even have a building necessarily. We just operate as a business. I'm actually working on putting together a full-blown training program for both paralegals and for lawyers. And it's going to include things like putting people through guidance for when to raise an objection, things to prepare for court, terminology they need to know. There's a whole bunch of plans that I have for the future. I just got to sit down and get time to actually go through all of it. Because, like I've said before, I love building things, and this is definitely something I can do. But right now, there's nothing like that for lawyers. You go through Huckabee's class, and you have like the very, very basics. Like, so basic that you don't get all the information that you need. You don't even get the proper resources afterwards of where to go and look for things. I want my firm to be some place where people can go to, and we're not hiring criminals as paralegals, but they can go to our firm, they can start as a paralegal, they can get trained up, and then they can get their bar license, and then once they get through their bar license, then they become a lawyer in training, then they go through a training process before they become a full-on lawyer and start taking on cases.
That makes sense.
Exactly.
I didn't even attend Huckabee's lectures. All that I know, I learned from either personally Henry or from just asking around. Like, I talked a lot to Huckabee, to Garfield, to Henry, and I didn't even attend the lectures. And right now, I think that it's probably a good thing that I didn't, because like it sounds like it doesn't give you much.
It really doesn't. I mean, it tells you about like filing motions. It tells you a bit about the court process, the from arrest to court. It tells you that process from end to beginning, or beginning to end, and then we touched on some small things like search and seizure. Like I asked questions in class that kind of made us dive a little more in depth with that, and there's just a few different things that we really went over, but most of it was just going over what was in the books. And that was pretty much it, which was the Penal Code and Constitution. And then the Bill of Rights weren't even in there.
Yeah, I did read the Penal Code and the Constitution like before I even started my training, and it really didn't give me even slightly enough information on how to do things in practice.
Do you want to notice something interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Pull up your Penal Code.
Oh, give me a moment. Gotta find it first. All right.
No, you beat me to it. All right, so look at manufacturing of illegal alcohol. Read that definition. Not out loud, but just read it to yourself.
Now look at possession of illegal alcohol and read that definition.
Wait, where is that possession?
Just up above the non-criminal infractions.
Okay,
Near-
found it. Found it. Okay.
What problem do you see there? Both charges have the same definition. It's ambiguous.
Yeah, they do.
So, how can people know if they're charging for one or the other?
Yeah, I can understand why you're worried here.
Now, here's another thing. Bet you didn't see this one. So, let me see. Where is it?
What?
You're gonna find this one funny. Because I've joked for about a week that I'm gonna start a revolution with this. Let me know when you got robbery pulled up.
Yeah, I do.
Alright. No person shall unlawfully and intentionally take or attempt to take personal property in the possession of another against his will, or by means of force or fear, and with a purpose or intent to deprive the person permanently or temporarily of personal property valued under $200. Now, where do you see the error in that?
Let me reread that. The maybe the definition that it should be under $200.
No, it's against his will. This is gender specific. Technically, if you were to look at the laws that say somebody could rob you and you couldn't press charges. Because it would have to be taken against his will. It's semantical, I know. But it's funny. It's funny.
It's just redundant, I think. I mean, it's already states unlawfully. Like, of course it would happen against their will.
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't say against their will, it says against his will, which makes it, specified towards males. So technically, you could get robbed and you can't press charges. It's semantical, I know. If I were to try and fight that in court, the judge would laugh his ass off, but I would so get denied. Guilty!
I mean, if you wanted to be very cheeky about it, you could.
I could. Nah, but I was throwing up a joke that I'd start like a civil suit against the state for what's the word I'm looking for? Misogyny. This Constitution or penal code is misogynistic. Go from town to town. Ma'am, do you like your rights?
Would you ever like to be robbed? Let me tell you today, you can be robbed and people can get away with it, potentially.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny to see.
Oh, it'd be a great time. I did pitch the idea that we had about the identification system to Huckabee.
Mm-hmm. What did you say?
He said it sounds really good. It sounds like it'll work. He said, but why not? Why not a telegram slip? But at the same time, you know, I think about that. That's a solid, surefire way to always be able to represent your identity. At the same time, gotta think realistic, because the government doesn't want there to be a surefire way. They want there to be the possibility of impersonation.
Oh, I mean, there is.
Yeah.
You can change your telegram number multiple times.
True. Oh, I see where you're going with that. You change your telegram number, you could change your identity.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It's
Don't
pretty
like
easy.
that idea. that would change a lot of things.
What, you didn't think about that?
This is why I like talking to you. You're good at bouncing ideas back at me.
Yeah, the telegram's not gonna work. Has to be something permanent, like an identification number or something. Like, we do have tickets numbers when we arrive to the state, but they change, which makes it a little hard. So I was thinking along the lines of something similar to a ticket number, but that would stick.
I mean, yeah, that's why I'm
Maybe-
thinking about the duality of the citizen identification number and the citizen identification card.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
when I think about it, you know, we kind of work together, and I don't mean this in any kind of way that's like demeaning or anything, but like kind of like Sherlock and Watson.
Indeed. So when you offered that I leave the general attorney's office and join your firm as a partner, I suppose I wouldn't have to go through all the process again because I already been bar examined and I have my license.
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
But to be honest, I am interested about those lectures that you're planning, so even if I'm already licensed, I would still like to attend them if possible.
Well, you could be my personal test subject.
Personal test subject, I like the idea.
Yeah, you could be my guinea pig, my first person to run through training programs.
Mm,
We could test each other.
I suppose. And I mean, if you forget anything or something doesn't quite land, I can always tell you about it.
That's true.
Or some questions that I had when I was getting my bar license that were not answered by anyone or anything, any kind of code or a document or anything. So I had to dig around myself quite a lot.
Yeah, I've had to do quite a bit of digging. I'm all over the place with a lot of different things. For instance, somebody posed some questions to me about business law today. Now we have like civil litigations and civil court and stuff like that, but whenever it comes to business laws, we don't necessarily have any business laws unless we're falling back on the entire U.S. federal law for businesses, and then that's a whole nother can of worms.
Mm-hmm. I think it's covered in some way in federal laws, but not necessarily the entirety of it.
We'd have to dig in to figure out. I'm gonna make a note of that.
Mm. Yeah, I honestly didn't even see a single case filed from or against an establishment. Which is interesting, don't you think?
I do.
'Cause it's always seems to be a person against a person, or people against a person. So maybe another idea to bounce around a little bit and suggest that we add some kind of rulings over that matter. I find it funny how we bounce around in our conversations, from very serious to very frivolous, quite a lot.
You got a fella coming in to buy some wheels. He's riding a chuck wagon on the train tracks.
Oh my.
Yeah, I said, you're really trying to destroy them wheels, ain't you? He said, I'm just trying to gotta keep the blacksmiths in business. I said, well, I'm not complaining because I am one.
Yeah, Pete was bringing us some copper down here earlier, and he had this new girl that's working for him. She's new to the county, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna let you take us down to Rhodes. And she let us on the train tracks. I was like, get off the tracks! You're gonna ruin your wheels.
Yeah, I got Chuck Tewey's coming in on by himself, and he's riding on the train tracks.
Oh Lord.
Well,
I said, when I told him I'm the blacksmith, he said, here in Rose? I said, no, Felix is here in Rose. I'm not sure if he's around, but I got some wheels up in Valentine if you want to head all the way back up there, so you can check here. And I said I'd come in and see if you were around and meet him down here.
Yeah, we're here, and I've actually got a new blacksmith now.
Oh,
that's him
good.
right over there, Morton.
All right.
The guy with the braid?
Mm-hmm. He's Nordic.
Yeah, I noticed. He kind of stands out, doesn't he?
He does.
I've been having a bit of problems with my keys. He's over in front of the gunsmith now. I see him there.
Don't be all.
I can't open my store. I can open it at first, but then my key gets real dirty and gummed up, and I can't do much with it.
I heard a lot of people having the same complaint.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
You having that here, Felix? Or?
What's that?
Can you get into your stores here?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I still can.
'Cause I can open mine, but then it locks up.
Interesting. Have you been having any trouble with the storage?
No, why?
Carl's saying his storage is having issues.
Yeah, my storage up at the shop and at my cabin.
No, that one's working just fine for me.
Can you get back into it?
Uh-huh.
Try again now. Because I can get into it a couple times, but then after like 30 seconds, I can't open it again.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can still open it.
Alright, just me then. I also, can you change it from like, the access to it from like public to only you and stuff? Because I can't do that either.
Interesting. Okay, hold on. Yeah,
You
that's
do that one?
broken.
Okay,
That's
I
broken.
can't do that, and I can't open up my box at all.
Oop, somebody done goofed. Somebody done goofed.
Yeah, it seems like an error. Get that?
I don't get anything like that, but...
Oh. Let me just slip something for you.
Now I can't open it.
Right. See what I sent you?
Yep. Yep. I got that.
Right. I let him know.
Alright. Well. Now our storage is broken.
Yeah. I mean, you can, lay down for a minute and fix it, but you can't operate a business like that.
Right. Well. That's
I had
troubling.
someone come
I had someone come by earlier. Oh, I want to get four sets of horseshoes. All right, let me grab them for you. Oh, wait, shit, I forgot. I can't.
Good lord. Get back out to Victoria. I don't think I've introduced y'all.
No, you haven't.
Miss Ashmore, this is Carl Moore. He's the head blacksmith of Valentine.
Oh, hello, Carl.
Yeah, hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Yeah, it's the fella here with the wagon.
Oh.
How them wheels looking?
They're okay. I ain't doing too well with all the rocks, but more my fault than the wheels' fault.
Pro tip, just keep a spare wheel on yourself at all times, or in your storage.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Or better
Figured
yet, have
I'd,
two.
Yeah, I'm getting a whole set just in case. You never know when you're gonna have a real clumsy day.
Alright, so the total comes out to $20 for 4 sets of new wheels.
4 sets of wheels?
Yep, so like 4 wheels.
You mean, yeah, 4 wheels. 1 set of wheels. 1 set of 4. You said 4
Hey,
sets.
man, if you want to give me 4 sets, I will not be complaining.
No. Can I get your name just for the record?
Yeah, name's Oliver Douglas.
Alright, there we go. I'll get some wheels ready for you.
Well, hopefully you can.
Step down to the bank and I'll be back in a moment.
Look at him, doing good already.
Customers like that is what makes the business run.
Yep. The blacksmiths like that is what makes my forge run. They grow up so fast. He
Well,
only
I'm glad to see
started
you have
an
some
hour
employees.
ago.
How many employees do you have as of this moment?
Let's see. I have 5. One is completely AWOL. One is one of my best friends, and he barely works here. I actually need to talk to him about that because that just ain't working out. He does like an order a week.
Yeah, I would say you should fire the one that disappeared.
Yeah, I'm giving him one more day to telegram me back, at least.
Good idea. One day probably wouldn't change anything if they left the state or anything.
Yeah. I just don't know what happened to him. He seemed so interested in it. He went through the entire interview process and like great dude, and then just never showed back up.
Well, he's still technically employed, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would think that it would be at least polite to tell your employer that you're leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had 2 now that are just up and left. Kat was here. She was there all the time. She was very enthused about it. She used to, be mining up there all the time, coming in. She was there all the time. And she bought the apartment up there in Valentine, just above the clothing store. She was real excited about that. And then, like 2 days after, she just disappeared. No one seen or heard from her.
The hell?
Yeah.
Oh, did you hear about Marshall Romero?
I heard about it.
What happened?
He got eaten by a bear.
Mm-hmm. That's what I heard. By a grizzly bear.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm. I had.
So he's dead then.
Yes.
Yeah. He's.
Hell. When was this?
You know, now that I think about it, I'm kind of a little more cautious about those grizzly bears around the lake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was, I believe, just yesterday.
Shit.
Winnie actually came to me in tears today saying he didn't leave a will or testament and trying to figure out if we can petition anyway because they're legally married, so I feel like rightfully assets should go over to her.
It should, yeah.
Wait, who was his wife?
Winona Romero.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's a doctor.
I heard her name before. Yeah, you would think that as his wife, she would be the first in line for inheriting everything.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think the courts have been petitioned with anything like that before, so I'm querying Huckabee about it, see if there's anything that can be done.
Oh, poor Mr. Huckabee.
Him and his 28 telegrams a day.
Don't mind me.
Yeah. I mean, I saw his posted message that said that he was kidnapped, so.
Jeez, what is Elva doing? Hold on. What are you
good.
doing?
I'm looking for a fucking mass killer. That's what I'm doing.
What? Do you need
Isn't
help?
any, like, bloody shite anymore around the town anywhere?
Are you looking for him right here?
No, like, just signs that he might have left knocking around.
Oh. What about that mass killer? Anything I should know about?
I mean, he seems to take a particular liking to female doctors, so if you're a doctor, then probably I.
I'm not a doctor.
Butcher.
Yep.
What's his name? Do you know it?
John Butcher.
John Butcher.
John Butcher.
Huh?
Or John
He,
Butcher.
I think somebody left. I can't remember what it was, but there was some blood that was up at the telegram station. But that was earlier today, like written on the wall.
Yeah, we got all of those. We got all the
Blood on the wall. What did it say?
I can't remember.
I believe the one on the telegram station in Rhodes was something about Skeeter.
Yeah, we had it up in Valentine like 3-4 days ago.
Yeah.
There was one said chained by one chain, one said bound by one rope or something, and then there was one that telegram that said something about Skeeter.
Yeah, he's a highly religious man, or rather, anti-religious, if you will. But if anybody at all sees a gentleman that is relatively tall, black short beard, a bit like Felix's, black hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a long black coat with orange and red trimmings, and is wearing a hat relatively similar to mine. He's dressed a bit fancy at the moment, last we saw of him. Anything that even remotely looks like that, do send a telegram through to Law where you last saw him.
Alright.
Because you need to bring in and... Because, yeah.
You say long black coat with orange?
Yeah, with orange trimmings. Orange and red trimmings.
Yeah, alright.
You got it on alright?
Because, yeah... I mean, he just struck again.
I don't know what we're gonna do with the old wheels. I don't know.
Did he
we
kill
will
somebody?
Take those or what happens with them, but
No, he didn't
we
kill
figure
him,
it out.
thankfully. But,
Did
he
he
has...
torture? Again?
Yeah.
You can use them as a reserve, you know.
Don't know to what extent her injuries are, but, yeah.
Modern Synagogue.
Oh my
She's,
god.
Yeah.
Is it a
been
doctor?
tortured. It is. It is, Bambi.
Alright, that sounds good to me.
Bambi,
You have a
Bambi
lovely
Shark.
day, lad.
Oh, never met her.
Thank you.
Additionally, Felix, I know you'll know these names. If you see Amelia, not Bambi anymore, sadly, or Madison, please, let them know that they should remain around LSO as much as possible.
Okay.
Wyatt and Skeeter are also in the firing line, but we already know where they are at all times. So I need these doctors where I can see them. I don't trust NHSO and WSO with them.
Okay,
So I'd rather they were in Lemoyne.
The last whereabouts of Evelina, I think her name is, and Amelia, they went up over by Little Creek. They're taking refuge over there.
Yeah, I saw them up there.
Over by Flow
I was
Meadow.
farming up there.
Right.
But I believe they have returned since then.
Okay.
Right, okay. Well, if you do see them, tell them that, we request, the LSO request that they, if wherever possible, stick to Lemoyne.
Okay, so you said...
If I were you, I would send DOC a telegram explaining that.
Yeah. I've
Amelia
already
and
done
So
it.
all the
Madison?
doctors know.
Yes.
Madison, yeah.
Those are the doctors you think are targeted?
We know they're targeted.
Okay.
He took Amelia before, and he keeps making gestures towards her. Her name was written in blood, along with Bambi's, who unfortunately we were too fucking late to get to. And Madison as well.
Okay. If I meet them, I'll be sure to tell them.
Thank you, I very much appreciate it. But yeah, if any of you do see a gentleman like that, Telegram Law immediately, or if you know where one of us are, come and grab us.
Oh, of course. I mean, the only thing that worries me is
What was the description again? Long black or ponytail, black hair.
Beard
Yeah,
like
so
mine.
black hair tied back in a ponytail, black beard, a bit like Felix's. He's wearing a long black coat that is trimmed with red and orange-ish trimmings. Apparently has a hat a bit like mine. It's a black hat with a feather in it. I don't know if it's exactly like mine, but yeah.
Oh, hat with
He's
a
dressed
feather.
quite fancy. Yeah.
I see.
I think I've seen that guy before. And I
He's
treat a
changing
lot of
his
people.
appearance and what, so we're trying to just keep track with him.
Holy shit, they came in a hurry.
Jesus.
Is
right.
that-
Does he have any like scars or anything to identify?
Yeah.
That'll buff right out.
Y'all might want to slow the hell down. Y'all got like 4 law over here eyeballing you.
I know those horses, Felix. They just don't listen. Trying to train them. I'll pay for your fence.
Is in town right now?
Oh, would you like to accompany me to the telegram station?
Of course, of course. Let's go. This bit of news is quite worrying.
Yeah, especially since you don't really have any security at the moment to do any detail.
Mm-hmm. But it looks like he's targeting only doctors for some reason. I
I'm not
wonder
sure.
why.
When I tie him up, I'll let you know.
I mean, I can explain why he's targeting females, but why specifically doctors?
Perhaps, it's because... maybe he likes performing surgery on those who perform surgery.
Or maybe he used to be a doctor and he holds a grudge against the office or something.
Could be.
Sorry, I'm thinking in the line of district attorney again. I shouldn't.
That's
I should
not
just-
thinking in the lines of district attorney, that's thinking in the lines of psychology.
Well, if you are a district attorney, you kind of have to be a bit of both.
Oh, so you're claiming to be a mind reader, are you?
Maybe not that dramatically.
I only jest.
I know. No telegrams. I mean, the last telegram was the one that you sent me.
I didn't make your face turn too red, did I? Oh shit, there's somebody right there.
Isn't that...
Is that Wyatt?
I think? I think I saw a photograph of him once and looked kind of like that man.
Wyatt. Is that you?
I don't think he can hear you.
Probably not. Oh.
Answering your question, no, you're not turning me red.
No?
No. I am resilient.
You're Brazilian, are you?
Mm-hmm. Very sturdy, I would even say. Felix?
Mm-hmm.
You still there?
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about something?
Something like that. Oh, well, hello. Okay.
How do you do?
You should check your direct newsletter.
Okay. Told you I'm resilient.
Hmm.
There are a lot of lawmen around tonight in Rhodes.
Yeah, there are.
I feel almost like I'm being watched. It doesn't bother me at all, though.
Doesn't bother me at all either.
Well, they can watch all they want.
Oh my.
What?
Oh, you were just something else. I love it. How's it going, Donnie? Going.
People find you.
That's right. How's it going? How you been?
Doing pretty good. How you been?
Yeah, doing all right. Just, it's a friend of yours.
Yeah. This is Miss Victoria Ashmore.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure's all mine. You, you guys going together or what?
Yeah, we are.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
How long's that been going on?
About 4 or 5 days now.
Yeah, you could say so. I honestly
All
don't
right.
remember.
Yeah, time flies, I tell you. You know, when you're in love, right?
Certainly does. And time
That's
flies
right.
when you're working your nights on paperwork.
Yeah, very well. Very well. Well, hey, Felix, I don't mean to pull you away from your miss here, but mind if I bend your ear?
Sure.
All right. Excuse us, miss.
Yeah, see you.
Hello.
So how you been, pal? All right?
Oh, been all over the place. A little here, a little there, a little everywhere.
Yeah, is that right? Everywhere but Saint Denis, huh?
I stop in there from time to time. Just I get tied up between all the way from down here over to Valentine and back and forth. Most of the time when I'm here, running the forge, and then got people running into me back to back.
Right. Yeah, you know, it's like ever since you got this forge and, you know, you were put in the position that you're in, you know, I feel like you never show any love down in Saint Denis anymore.
I'm sorry that I made y'all feel that way. I definitely I'm working on getting this forge running full time. I haven't had any employees to even cover part of my shift. and my shift unfortunately falls under the hours that y'all are typically around. So I don't typically get to come down to Saint Denis very often to come visit. But when I do, I stop by and say hello.
Yeah, all right. You had a wagon raffle recently, huh? How'd that go?
It went decent.
You have everyone pick up their wagons?
Yes, sir.
What do you know about this Ollie fella?
Ollie. Ollie was the one that I believe he got a coach, or not a coach, a small coach too.
1 horse, 2 horse?
That's a 1-horse wagon.
Okay. How much one of those go for, huh?
That one I believe is about $630, somewhere around that range.
Okay. You'd say it's nice, one of the nicer wagons?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Very well. Yeah, you see, we're looking for another wagon. Potentially one of the kind that, Ollie has.
Okay.
You know anything about this guy? Is he a friend of yours?
As far as I know about Ollie, Ollie is the brother of Jedd Black. That's how they've always presented themselves to me. Ollie's always seemed to be like, he doesn't seem to be getting into trouble like Jedd does. But other than that, I don't really know much about him other than he stops by, says hello, grabs stuff, or purchases stuff from the forge, and just goes about his way.
Okay, so he frequents your shop.
He does. Hadn't seen him lately though, not since Jedd's not even sure what I would call that. I've never seen quite an act as stupid as Jedd's.
Right. But when he comes to your shop, he's on this wagon?
The last time I saw him, he left with that wagon, but I hadn't seen him since. Oh.
Was it just him who pulled said wagon out? Jedd Black?
Jedd wasn't present.
Okay, so it's just Ollie.
Yeah, only Ollie came to get the wagon. I haven't seen Jedd since that whole night.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Ollie?
Since the night he came and picked up the wagon for the
what's that?
raffle. Let's see, I can tell you the exact day. Let's see. Ollie picked it up on the day of the raffle. It was March 11th.
So, 9 days ago?
Yeah, roundabout.
All right. All right. All right. Well, let's just take a second, huh? Why don't you take a seat?
Sure.
Why, hello there, sir.
I was going to say probably against these benches. There's no locals on them.
Must you be so close?
Yeah, good point.
What is happening? Why are these locals acting like that?
Somebody probably shot a gun near here. How you been, Enzo?
Well, Felix,
Some damned heathen had the
doing
good to hear.
fucking fantastic. Hey, you guys have any more troubles in this town?
Oh, fuck ton.
With who?
Well,
Lo Santa Muerte.
What is
They're so Lo Santa Muerte are on a hellbender right now because they want to conquer all of Monroe.
Don't know about that, but all right.
They changed leadership a couple weeks ago, and they basically started making statements about that time. And so far, they've hit here, they've hit Valentine, they've hit Strawberry, they've hit the Olson Ranch.
Just for no reason, they didn't say anything. Nobody.
They're literally going from town to town to jack stuff up wherever they can.
Hmm.
They've been threatening us for 2 weeks over here in Rhodes.
And
Part
they
of
did
what
it though.
Huh?
You said they've been threatening you, but you said they just attacked recently, right? Or are they just threatening for now?
They're just threatening for now. They've made statements that they're going to come through, and we've been ready, but they hadn't done anything.
Yeah. All right. Your missus, how long she been around?
Not too long. Probably about a month or so.
Hey, lucky you ran into her, right?
Mm-hmm.
5 days. 5 days.
Where's Sal?
He had a headache.
Yeah, all right.
He's been telling me that apparently, Los Santos Muertes has been attacking a bunch of towns, and they've been threatening to attack roads for 2 weeks now.
Oh yeah, what, they haven't done it?
No. They just make blank statements and never carry out with it. Same thing happened 2 weeks prior to that, but that was both Los Santa Muerte and the Gypsies.
Interesting.
There he is.
All right. Well, listen, I don't know how to put this other than I'm disappointed in you, Felix.
What for?
Well, it seems like ever since I put you in this blacksmith, never see you around anymore.
Sorry to hear that y'all feel that way, Donnie. I mean, at the same time, the only time that y'all really come over here is whenever there's an issue. I at least come over there whenever I stop by. I say, hey, see how y'all are doing. When I'm over there, I make it a point to stop by and say hello if I see y'all there. I'm absolutely not trying to be disrespectful to y'all whatsoever. I appreciate everything, and once I get this forge more manned like I'm about to, definitely y'all will be seeing me around a lot more.
Yeah, all right. Well, so listen, so Ollie, he won that wagon, right?
Mm-hmm.
As for certain, he came and picked it up.
He did.
Okay. What about Jedd Black? You seen him on a wagon recently?
I haven't seen Jedd Black since his idiocracy moment. As far as I know, he ain't even supposed to be out Saint Denis. So, to come to Rhodes would be probably one of the stupidest decisions he could ever make, considering how many LSO are here. Oh, jeez.
Jesus Christ.
Rhodes is dusty, man. It's dusty as hell.
All right. Seems like everybody's having, brain issues or whatever. So, we'll, we appreciate the info. We just needed to know about Ollie and confirm that he is the one that won the wagon. So,
Absolutely.
that's all we needed.
If y'all need anything else, by all means, let me know. And I'll make it a point to stop by, in the next couple days.
Yeah,
I definitely
sounds good.
I don't want y'all to think I'm, like, getting big-headed or anything like that. It's not about that. I've just been busy as hell, man. Love y'all to pieces.
Yeah, I understand. The problem, Felix, is that, we rely on a couple different, I don't know, values, I guess. Respect is one of them, which you've been respectful.
Mm-hmm.
Another big one is loyalty. And, showing face, keeping those friendships alive is a really important part of loyalty. So, yeah, that's it.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I definitely need to make time for y'all, I definitely need to go over there and play some poker, that's for sure. It was good to see y'all during that poker game the other day. That was a fun night.
Yeah. But we're gonna take our leave. We got other places to be, so we'll be seeing you, alright?
Alright, y'all be safe out there.
Alright, you too.
Woo! Man, if y'all are watching this, any of the Italians, always an interesting interaction with the Italians.
Refit. to investigating, figure out how to get that kind of wood shine.
Hey Felix.
Hey Felix.
You looked
Howdy.
at the merchandise. That means you have to go earn money. Felix, we're not joking. Come and have it up with.
Bye bye.
Hey, Felix, some guy in red's walking around looking for you. He went that way.
Oh,
I think that's him over there with the black suspenders.
Are there horses on this wagon?
No.
Nope.
Nope.
Can you open the
No.
doors?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Your hair looks wonderful,
Let's go
Pesky.
to, let's
Thanks.
go to the stables.
Everything all right with the wagon?
Yes. You needed to see me, Grip? Grip? Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I was just. I was waiting for Philippe. I was actually going to buy something from him.
Gotcha.
Do you have any food on you?
Always.
Because I'm getting pretty hungry here and I cannot find people who sell food.
Well, one thing I always have plenty of is venison. I go hunting. There you go. I
Oh,
put
thank
some.
you.
I got,
Oh, and
I got
it's
a
cooked.
whole nother stack in the bank. I've actually got 4 more stacks in the bank. Anybody needs food, I'm like, here, you can have it. Oh, that reminds me, I need to make you a flask.
A flask?
Mm-hmm. Remember yours is broken?
Hmm. I wasn't sure about that because I could still use it.
Yeah, but you can't put anything in it.
I can put water in it from the water pump.
Mm-hmm. But you
But
can't
not
from a
from-
river.
Yeah, that wasn't really happening.
Yeah, we'll get that taken care of. Yeah, seems I'm Mr. Popular today.
Isn't that good? Isn't that what you wanted?
Sometimes not really.
You wanted a network of connections and now you have it.
Yeah, that situation there is, oh, crap, I forgot.
What's going on?
Oh, I gotta take a quick nap, of course.
Okay, we'll wait for you here. Don't worry.
Yay, I can get into it now. Good.
Should I throw away my old flask?
You should probably keep that one in your bank just in case, because people have been reporting that their flasks are breaking quite often. There's no real rhyme or reason why the flasks are breaking. They just know that they're breaking.
Okay, just gotta mark them somehow. Can you like engrave a flask?
Unfortunately not.
I see. That would be pretty nice.
Would be. Have a fancy flask. Just mark tequila on it. Old Herbert Moore, I wish you could have met him. He was funny.
Who?
Herbert Moore. He was the previous owner of this forge. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple months ago, but he was probably one of the funniest people I know. Just the stories I hear about him. He got a hold of a bottle of tequila one night. He never had tequila. And he wound up out in the field shooting at Philippe. They had to take his gun away.
Oh my.
He was the kind of fella that they would give him whiskey just to see what he would do. 'Cause he'd get frisky. Not frisky, but like...
Rowdy?
Yeah, rowdy. That's the word I'm looking for. If they saw somebody in the saloon was causing issues, they'd give him a little whiskey and see what would happen. Oh, hey, Jokes.
What happened to that wagon?
It's messed up. It's alright.
Doesn't have any horses attached to it anymore.
Nope, it's all borked up. But yeah, shoot, I need to make me one more, actually. Nice for me to have a spare. But one night, you ever met Brandy the Clown?
I think I saw him once.
Well, Brandy was causing a ruckus in here one day. And, he was getting just out of control, and they decided to give Herbert some of that whiskey, and apparently he knocked Brandy out. He's an old man. You'd find it funnier if you saw how small and frail that little dude was.
I genuinely enjoy whiskey from Lava Steel in Saint Denis.
I'm not sure if I've had theirs.
It's quite good.
If you like whiskey, you should try a buddy of mine's whiskey, Patty McFillin. He owns his own distillery.
Oh yeah, 4-leaf is good.
Well, if I ever run into them, I will make sure to try it.
Hey, do you think we have enough time to run about for a little bit?
I wish I could say yes, but unfortunately I have to go attend to some business now.
That's unfortunate.
I'm sorry. But I will be around later, maybe tomorrow or the day after.
If you're around tomorrow early morning, maybe we should try and go on another trip.
Early morning? How early?
As early as you want. I'm usually here.
I'll see what I can do. I'll see what kind of things I have scheduled for tomorrow. But right now, I sadly have to go.
Alright, love. Be safe.
Of course I will, especially with that butcher business going on. I'll be extra careful. I hope to see you around soon.
You too.
And thank you again.
You're welcome.
Goodbye, Felix.
Bye, Miss Ashmore.
Your new job? What is your new job?
Evie's the new chief inspector.
For anything.
Yes, Felix?
Did LSO talk to you yet?
No, they haven't. I just woke up. Why?
Alright, they said make sure to keep Amelia around where LSO can keep an eye on her. Jim Butcher hit again. He got
What?
Bambi Keith.
So this gentleman, is there any way we can get a doctor involved and maybe like lure this asshole out?
If it were my call, I'd say skip the games, and just behead the guy already.
Because, I don't know. I feel like they should be able to use a doctor to lure him out. Go with one,
You know what's ironic? I think we did.
and they let him go.
I think we got a judge and they got a doctor. We were going to Libertalia, trying to see what was going, like just have some fun, and then we meet this sick fuck in Sanctity, trying to sell organs.
So what does he do? Cut people up or something? I mean, considering his name's the Butcher.
Yeah, that's exactly what a butcher is. Is just
So he's a sicko.
a sectioning off meat. A butcher is just sectioning off like pieces of meat and like dissecting. It's like surgical work, but to just in a different way.
Well, I'll let you
To
get on your way,
separate.
Mikkel, so you can find her.
Yeah, do you know where she is?
Last time I seen her, I thought she was here, but that could have been someone else.
Gosh.
Have you seen her, Felix?
Nope.
Yeah, go talk to LSO and see what you can figure out there, Mikkel.
Yes. Thank
I'm
you.
here, remember. Poor man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a bit upset, and I don't blame him. His love interest is at risk.
She is.
I'm gonna go check my telegrams real quick.
Alright, I am too, mentioning. You want to walk with us, Felix?
Okie doke.
I need to see.
Quit snorting coke over there.
Who, me?
Yeah.
How do you hear me?
I hear you every time you go.
That's a little weird because I ain't using my voice. I think you're over spying on me somewhere.
No, that's just what I just heard. I mean, you can ask her. Did you hear her go? Tell me you hear her do that.
I didn't. I was too far ahead of y'all.
All right, next time she does it, just listen. You'll hear her do it.
Load.
She just talks without realizing she's talking. That's all it is.
I seen Everly and them outside. I don't know if they're having a meeting or not.
Oh, where are they out there?
No, right where that horse just ran from.
Oh, I see. Maybe a little impromptu meeting.
That's what I'm wondering. I
I've
feel
had a lot of
bad.
those lately.
If I walk over here and intrude, I'm gonna feel like shit.
That's okay. We're all here with you.
Well, hello.
All right.
Am I interrupting?
Just a minute, guys.
I just said the same thing. They're daydreaming.
Oh, I see. A flask.
I'm gonna fill up my cooking pot.
Everybody's got to fill up something. Oh,
Oh,
hello.
damn, Felix.
Oh my Jesus.
Y'all get
y'all
real
getting a little
friendly.
close.
Help me,
Oh,
Daddy.
Damn. You squirting everywhere.
Oh my God. I'm so done.
All right.
Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment.
That is true. Oh, I got my memory thing to work, if you know what I mean.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah?
Yeah, finally. I don't know what the hell I did, but it works. What in the world did you just eat? A carrot?
Yeah.
You know, how many
Sorry.
carrots did you get?
That's how I keep my physique so good.
How many carrots did you buy there, man?
Well, I fucked up with the carrots.
I know. How many did you buy?
I bought 35 carrots, 35 potatoes, and 35 bits of beef. So I was going to make some stews, but apparently you can't put carrots in your stews. I mean, what kind of bullshit is that? But no, I've just got
Doesn't
carrots
make
to
any
eat.
sense.
What kind of stew is a stew without a carrot?
I agree.
So now I'm just eating beef, potato, stew, but I need to get a third vegetable. I just munch the carrots.
Hey, just if you could add some cheese, make it a beefy cheesy potato soup.
Can you put mushrooms in it?
Yeah, that might be good too.
Yeah, some, what do they call them? Ram's head or something.
Mm-hmm.
I have to get hold of Joy. Joy is the herb lady.
Oh, I've got so many herbs if you ever need any.
I know all about your herbs.
I'll just give you herbs.
What do you got? You got Babelit?
Unfortunately, I gave all those to Lance yesterday.
Y'all got any milkweed or hummingbird sage or?
I do.
Oh, look at that. Ram's head, thank you.
Forget what the other one is. Creeping thyme.
Let me see.
Hey,
I got
Louise.
some of those.
What the fuck did I walk into last night in the fucking B&B? Come on now.
At the recreation center, whatever that was.
Yeah.
We were making tonics.
Yeah? That's some strange ass noises. Like, what did that? You two came downstairs and I was like, oh shit.
I
It
was just
them?
mildly hallucinating.
I see. Lance has been real pissy with me today. So I
Who
mentioned
has?
it.
Oh, yeah?
Lance. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Lance has been a little weird today in general, so.
It's my fault.
What'd you do?
I keep saying shit like that, which pisses him off. I always do it to him. Yeah, you don't trust me anymore.
Yeah, he
Tell me
talks
shit.
about how he has to go somewhere and he might come back dead, which is not very appreciative, to be honest.
I think he's got a lot of anxiety about that right now because he keeps saying that to me too.
Yeah, and it's pissing me off. Respectfully, I mean this with all love and in my heart, but if any of my family goes down, I'm going to find out who did it.
Felix, I like your hair, actually.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that looks good on you.
Very handsome man.
Felix,
You
that he is.
You want to use the pump again?
Oh my Jesus, I'm done.
Just slick it
Hey,
back.
damn, I actually prefer it like that. That looks good. Yeah, I might have to get my hair styled a bit of pomade in it.
If I didn't head pop so damn much, I'd have it pomade all the time. But I head pop every 5 minutes.
Yep,
yes,
that's how it feels anymore.
I
But
wonder,
is anybody looking for a gun or anything? Because I want to sell something.
Can girls pomade their hair? I'm curious.
I was just about to ask you
Certain
that.
hairstyles, not this one. I don't know about others, but I know for this one you can't.
I'm wondering what this looks like with pomade in.
Try it.
We're about to find out.
Let's give it a shot.
I ain't got no pomade. I have to go buy some. How much is pomade?
All right, here we go. I don't think it did shit.
Nope. Didn't do nothing to that.
That was.
I'll be right back.
Is Billy with her now?
Nah, but they're having good fun.
Is he like her? Is that what's happening?
Billy likes everyone.
Because I'm pretty sure she likes Billy. I mean, Lance.
I think you
Luna?
might be right.
Oh yeah, Luna.
I think she likes Lance.
Yeah, I thought maybe the families are trying to set them up.
Apparently so. He's got some pomade. Alright, wait here. I'll get some.
Interesting.
You know, I'm really starting to think that LSM is all bark and no bite.
Yeah, I'm too. They ain't done shit all day.
They haven't done shit any of the times that they've said, "Oh, we're gonna attack you." Guess what? They do nothing. Every single time, nothing happens.
Oh, well, maybe they're playing the long game.
I mean, it may be that they're just trying to distract us from whatever else they're doing.
That's true.
Potentially. Or they could have used this whole thing as a diversion.
It could also be that,
Alright, let's try it.
It could also be that Los Lobos is doing it.
Oh, look at your hair. That looks nice.
You reckon?
Yeah,
like
it does. Very slick.
Very professional.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm kind of sad it doesn't work on my hair.
It might work on a different hairstyle. I know it doesn't this one. Now, apparently not that one either.
Oh, Grip, your hair looks so shiny.
He took a bath. What?
The fuck do you say?
He said you took a bath.
I'll do bath, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you had to, so you can try that pomade out.
Yep.
He went to sleep and he never woke back up. I'm sad.
Oh.
He's gonna end up being up way too late.
I want to go do something.
I know what you mean. I'm just kind of hanging around roads, you know. I've been enjoying working at the gunsmith, but I don't know. Things have been a little different lately, I feel like.
Yeah?
Family-wise, I don't know.
I'm gonna go do stuff. Bye.
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 I want some horseshoes.
Oh shit, I need all shoes.
I need one
Yeah.
pair.
Alright, I'll be right back.
I want to get 10 pairs, please.
Did you say 10?
Yeah, 10.
He wants 10, that's 11.
Okie doke.
I'm gonna start buying things in bulk now.
Hey, heavy man.
Hello.
You have any horseshoes for sale?
Yes, I do.
All right, I need to buy some off of you then.
Okay, how many you need?
Just pairs.
How many?
Just two. Probably 2 pairs.
Okie dokie.
You need help. You want help?
I'm almost there.
Oh. Okay.
Shu has such a recognizable voice.
Yes, she does.
You'd know her from a mile away, that's for sure.
Why are you walking so slow, Felix?
Because I have
He's
a lot of
carrying all your
horseshoes on me.
horseshoes.
Oh, I didn't actually need any. I was joking.
Wait, really?
No.
No, not really. Was it 250 a shoe?
Yes.
I need to go get the money.
Okay, I'll walk with you.
$25. Get your butt on, Grip.
Alright. I was giving him a head start. Wait. I can walk your pace, Felix. Hold up. There we go.
Slow teamwork.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Howdy. Ain't walking that pace. $25, yeah?
Yep, I'll get there eventually.
Alright. Fuck up.
Fucking lizard leg bitch.
Yeah, people.
Lizard
Sorry
legs.
about that.
Oh, man.
Hey, Grip.
Hey, buddy. You alright?
Very good, and you?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Good. How's it going with you?
This should keep me going. I decided to start buying things in bulk, you see.
It helps.
Yeah. Hey, thank you.
You're welcome. I will be back.
Expecting something to come down.
Put your horse to the lead, though. Oh. What's it, Valentina? Yep.
Hi, Speed.
11.
What? I'm coming to you next. Oh my god.
Felix, you fired me?
Yeah!
Damn.
Really go up there and plant one right on your fucking cheek to make you behind me because you know you love Billy.
You
Are you
can't.
ready?
You can't use the newspaper. How can I expect you to work?
Fuck you, Felix. I love you really.
What do you mean you can't? He can't use the newspaper.
That's what he said. Shoe. I have
No.
shoes for you.
Oh, perfect.
Shoes, he has a shoe for you.
I
I'm
have
gonna ride your horse
shoes.
now. Shoe, you're not gonna get me down there, you know that, right?
How much are they, 10?
Like this Turkman.
Don't worry about it.
No, I pay a man for his work.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Hey, Shoe. No, I'm gonna ride your horse. What's
Okay.
that about? He's so fat. Fat and sassy.
How the hell? How many do you have?
I have a lot.
Thank you, Felix. Jesus,
You're
Mary,
welcome.
Joseph. I appreciate that.
Hey, Philippe.
Are you good? Are you good, my man?
Fuck you, Philippe.
Oh, I heard. I love you, man. I love you.
Billy,
we'll be right
Billy
back.
and I have a new business.
I love you
Yeah.
guys.
Careful,
Y'all be
open it
safe.
up.
I'm gonna go find
Oh, don't worry
flowers.
about
Bye. And we're off. To Blackwater. See if Dottie's around. We got business to do. Wait, do I have my bow? Yeah, I do. It's just not working. Oh, I hear a horde. Oh, okay, it's a wagon. Oh, it's the paddy wagon. Okay.
Ooh.
Hey, nice of y'all to join me.
Hey, Felix, love you, bye. We're going to the alternate.
Meat and meat. Meat and meat.
Oh, shoot. Nope, I'm not going there. It is time. Okay. Probably gonna be dusty in Saint Denis.
I mean, I really have. Oh, there. Hey, Mr. Felix.
How's it going, Ollie?
Wait, is that Felix? Yeah, it's Felix.
How's it going, Ollie?
I was just talking about all them horseshoes I won from your raffle.
Yeah?
It's more than I know what to do with them. I've just been giving them out.
There you go.
A nice gift.
Absolutely.
Are you here for the court?
Yep.
Oh, did you know where the nearest pump is?
Oh, shit. No.
Probably down that way by the doctor's office.
Oh, yeah, there's one right there. Yep.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, let's go. Hey. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, hey, Tony.
Hey, Jet
All right. A little nervous. About to watch my brother get executed.
No.
But,
Yeah, sorry. Let me get rid of those.
other than that, hey, no cutting.
No.
I'm not cutting. I was trying to figure out where the bag is.
Next, please. Out of there, man. Go and turn
He's
around
pretty
for me
hard to
again.
miss.
You will be taking a left and then a right, sir. As far
We'll
as
say
I'm
based
aware,
on the
I believe
dice
so,
look he
but
had in
I'm
Valentine.
Not entirely sure. You may want to talk
Not
to
looking too good.
supervisor.
Go ahead, find
Yep,
we
he's
didn't
gonna
miss
be
any
rolling
of it.
ones the whole time.
This is gonna be a good one, y'all.
Alright, man. You look just fine. One moment here. Let me get these off you.
Felix, is
going
that
through,
you?
man.
Uh-huh.
Council.
Of course it's me. Why wouldn't I be here?
Right, sir. Go ahead and turn around.
So glad you can make it, Felix.
Yeah,
This is gonna be an interesting one.
This is gonna be an interesting one.
I mean, it's gonna be a show no matter what the outcome is.
Yep.
I feel like I'm severely underdressed. Just toss my coat back on.
Dressed is a state of mind.
Yeah, it's a little bit cold.
All right, sir. You look just fine. Let me go and get these off you.
All right.
All right, go on through. Out of there, ma'am. Go and turn around for me. Gonna go and pat you down. Make sure you don't have any weapons on you.
Should I go change, Patty?
Please go ahead and relinquish that.
Hey, can you hold my
spot
spot on the line? I need to drop something off.
Shit.
Ma'am, come on up.
Goody.
Go and turn around for me.
Do you know where we went?
Right, gonna go and give you a pat down.
That's this man in front. He might know a bit more. The one with the red tie.
Tea looks awfully good, doesn't it? Should probably buy
All
some.
right,
Red
ma'am.
tie, black
Make sure you
hair,
get
and a
some Earl
mustache.
Grey next time. You going through?
Not a big film.
Thank you.
Oh, howdy
How's
there.
it
How you
going,
doing,
Kimber?
Felix?
Doing pretty good.
Kimber. I'm
Wait.
offended.
Not Kimber.
What'd you call her? He called me Kimber.
How much is it?
Kimber's got a baby face. What are you talking about?
Let me go get.
Thanks
Oh,
for holding my
shit.
spot.
Come on, right back.
All right,
Excuse me,
Felix,
y'all.
you look fine.
Alright.
The first time I met.
Has
All
anyone
right,
seen
let's
the
speed this
damn?
along.
The deputy's
Good to
inside. Keep
see you,
security.
Felix.
We're gonna.
Good to see you.
Alright.
Oh, this is gonna be an interesting trial.
Well.
Is that you, Felix?
Yes, it is.
Hello, hello.
Good, I have some familiar company. We can bicker about things together.
Hello, Felix.
Oh, hello.
Left. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. Bear with me.
Are you representing the defense today, or are you just spectating?
Just spectating.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, should be interesting.
I'm the guy reading the lines. Till I know. Something along the lines of, do you swear not to lie? And are we hanging you after this trial?
Oh, also, Rick, when the court starts, we should probably lower our voices to whispering.
Yeah, I'll be whispering, don't worry.
Oh yeah, show me, show me.
What side do you want to sit on for the best action?
They said you're able to get poker table on in there.
Where's the killer gonna be?
No idea what to do. It's my first court case.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Felix.
At this point, you just sit and watch.
Well, I mean, I'm called to witness as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow! Oh.
Diego told me what happens there is basically if they call my name, I just go up and they ask me like yes and no questions.
Sorry, Mr. Dog.
Yeah. And what makes him think that we would tell him if we were actually searching the gate? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
What the fuck? Alright. Let's,
I'll pretend I didn't hear it.
Hey, Ollie.
Yeah, fuck it.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, Ollie.
Grace,
going,
glad
Ollie?
y'all can make it.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad too.
Oh, a little closer.
That's a little close.
Winter, you trying to cuddle, Winter?
Yes.
Oh, at least he's honest.
Oh, I gotta save a spot for Bonnie. Oh, I don't know if
Oh,
I'll be able
Bonnie's
to. It's gonna
coming.
be pretty crowded in here.
We allowed to smoke in here?
Oh.
Well, I'm gonna do it anyways.
Man, it's a full house.
Howdy. I'm at. How do you go?
Jesus, barely any seats left.
Yeah. Everybody was coming to this.
It's gonna be standing room only soon.
I'm about
wait,
to tell
wait.
my I'm about to
Wait.
tell my deputies to stop letting
Does
people
Jedd
in
come
that
in
room.
after Ollie?
I'm not sure.
What?
Does Jedd come in after us?
Yes.
I'm sure he's on the way.
Yeah. I saw him at the bank.
They had to talk to their lawyer first.
That's what I did.
That's right, yep.
Save my seat, Felix. Just need to go and talk to my deputies.
Who's his lawyer?
Oh no,
Felix,
Bonnie's
is
gonna
that-
miss it.
That's,
Oh, he's waiting there.
Phillips
Now,
Lynn.
pulling up, and I'll
Felix.
say, Marshall Corn,
Huh?
can you swear
Is that your woman?
No, that's Miss Grace Collins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Huh?
I think they just mixed me up with
They were
somebody
talking
else.
about you.
I don't think so.
I'm so confused right now.
liking it so far.
I'm confused. Is she here, Felix?
I think it's just Dusty.
Is who here?
Your woman.
No.
No. Okay. Oh, because
Yeah.
I thought it was the one sitting next to you.
Alright, let me take a seat.
I do. Yep. Do promise.
Oh no.
Or-
That's Silva.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep.
There is possibility that I might sit on your lap here, Felix. It is entirely unintentional.
Just think about the left.
Oh, I got it right.
There
Let's
you
go.
You gonna crumple it or you gonna?
That's what they all say.
Yeah. Where are we setting?
You're fine.
All right, Zoe.
There's a couple more seats left. That's about it.
I've already told my deputies to stop letting people in unless they're witnesses or Jedd and Larry.
Yeah, we might have to kick some people out.
Oh, and marshals, of course. Hi, Stanley.
Hello, it's gonna head count.
Mm-hmm. I've told Sirius to stop letting people in.
Oh yeah, just stand against.
Yeah.
Not that somebody standing right about here can hear you and look at you.
Yeah, we're at capacity now, pretty much.
Yeah.
So I'd say stand here, honestly.
That's it.
What the fuck? I'm peeing my head for a minute.
I ain't never been to court before.
Yeah, it's just kind of scary.
It's very nerve-wracking, isn't it?
Yeah, the anticipation's killing me.
Waiting around.
I ain't even on trial.
I'm standing around in a circle talking.
Man, who needs moving pictures when you got court? It's gonna be as exciting as I
That's
feel
true.
it's gonna be.
That's true. Very true. What's the most interesting place to be?
I'm gonna pop out there. See who's out there. See where Isaac is. Because he's always late to these things. Oh,
Isaac.
we need Isaac, Jedd, Philip, and then their witness.
Why are you going?
Because he's always late to these things.
Anyway, yes, I'll go out there.
Just for reference, Silva. Okay, so my first class, he was 45 minutes late. My second class, he was an hour late, and then had to leave to go to Valentine for an emergency. Third class, he didn't show up because he canceled and forgot to tell everybody. Fourth class, he was 45 minutes late.
Wait, canceled and forgot to tell everybody.
Oh
That's gonna be my
God.
next
I don't think
excuse
they
for
were.
missing an event.
They
Oh, I
weren't giving
canceled. I
a
just forgot to
rundown.
tell y'all.
Alright, we'll go suss this out.
Yeah, I think it was.
I love
you,
Huckabee to death. He's just terrible at time management.
Donnie with his fucking glasses. He looks studious in his words.
Come on, you want to get up on stage and just entertain the people? Go on. Oh, okay. That's some change in teams. Why's everyone on that side? Like, what's going on there? Everyone's like congregating.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell Diego that we can hear it.
I know y'all can hear me because I can
well,
hear
why?
you.
Well, why are you talking so loudly then?
I'm talking normally. There's no point in whispering.
So who's the judge for this?
Henry Lafayette.
Okay.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the defense coming in now. We may have to kick a couple people out. We're reaching capacity here, so we'll figure that out in a moment.
I don't know if I get kicked out, I'm gonna be pissed.
Here we go.
How the hell did it get so dusty in here? Who left the windows open?
Every time we go to trial, it seems like the most important people show up last. If only we learned.
Alrighty, everyone. It would seem we're having problems getting the defense inside. I'm gonna need about 5 to 6 people to step out.
Good luck.
Not me.
I don't want to have to pick and choose.
Hey, Grizz, if I'm leaving, are you leaving too?
I would if I could, but I'm called to witness.
I know, but we might not
No
have a
one-
choice.
That's the people
I
on
really
the
wanted to
right
watch
side
this
of the
too.
room.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them.
Who the
Got
hell even
less.
are those people? We're family.
All right, we have decided if you do not have a seat, you will be leaving. There's a couple seats open. You can take a seat, but
unless you're a witness.
Oh,
Not you, Donnie and Anthony.
You're too studious
Donnie's
to be
wife gets
leaving,
kicked out, I
Donnie.
go too.
I'm here with the defense.
Get the lawman out. That's safe.
No, it's alright.
Okay, so, everyone on this side of the court able to real quickly stand, and if you're testifying in the case or if you're involved as a witness, can you just put your hands up for me? Just put a hand up. If you are involved in the case, you are a witness, please stand and just put your hand up. Nobody at all? Okay. Except for Donnie.
Yeah.
Where's Donnie? Am I not seeing him? Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
You need to make room, so if you're not here to testify. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
How many more we need it?
We need to figure it out. Deerwood, do you want to hop outside?
Yeah.
Shouldn't need too many people in here. I'm probably going to step out as well.
oh, I already made it.
Alright, is there anybody on this side of the courtroom that is involved in the case at all as a witness or a directly involved?
Yeah, I am.
Are you anybody else?
Yep.
I'm his brother, so I guess kinda.
That's fair enough. Okay. Is anybody here that's able to volunteer to step out? We're just at capacity. We need to, get this sorted so we can get this show on the road.
Actually, my brother there being the lawyer, I kind of want to see him practice there.
Any volunteers? No?
Get the people on the right side. Those are all just hand ups.
Alright, let me check how many more people we need to get rid of.
I'm a close friend. I hate leaving.
Your family, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Rick and Connor.
How many
and
people from
Grace.
the defense are we missing? 2?
I certainly hope I will be here.
Me too.
Winters and Felix.
Wait, are you putting me up for termination over here?
No, I'm saying you belong here. Everybody over here.
If I get kicked out, I'm gonna be very sad.
Alright, sounds good. Yep. Want to give the
Alright, so we're
word
gonna
for a while?
I haven't eaten today.
Alright, we have a new option on the table. If we can't get about 3-4 people to leave, everybody that is not testifying will be exiting the courtroom and coming back once we open the doors again.
Actually, that might be better, because then...
So 3-4 volunteers or everybody that's not testifying is getting out of here.
It'll be invisible, but you can still watch.
Alright, we're starting with this.
Everyone else,
Yeah, I think that would
unless
be
you're
much
testifying.
better.
Alright, everyone that's not testifying, please escort yourself to the door.
Come on, Grace.
Whoa!
Oh,
Honey, this is bullshit. You know that, right?
Man, it's gonna be awfully bad out
Skip.
It is.
Hey, just stay here, gentlemen.
Oh yeah, they just kicked everybody
They
out.
did. Yeah, but they're only gonna let testify.
So we're having everybody that testifies goes in first. and-
No,
I got
they're letting
cheesecake,
people
does that
back
count?
in. I think it's to capacity or something.
Oh, do you want some cheesecake?
Cheesecake.
Hey, Winters.
Howdy, gorgeous. You're beautiful.
Hello.
Whoa.
Alright.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Wasn't talking to you.
Oh.
Damn.
Oh. I see how it is.
God damn.
Oh my god, everyone's just appearing right next to me.
Felix. Howdy, Felix.
Howdy.
Yeah, drink some of that gin I gave you.
Look on my clothes.
Are we allowed to go back in or not?
I don't know.
It's unclear.
I'll do it. I'll be the tester.
I think so, because like the
Hey.
people who were testifying, I
Cheating.
don't know.
Everybody's just going back in.
I think everybody's going back in.
Alright.
I'm scared.
Thank you for having me.
Why is everyone coming in still when we can't see defendants?
Bandage.
No,
I
I
don't
do
know if
not.
I can get a doctor. Hold on. I gave my last bandage away.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
that's
my
good.
bad. I didn't mean to block. Oh.
Ollie.
Oh,
Anyone in this room have a bandage I can buy?
I'm a doctor. What?
Caesar, you around?
Yeah. What?
Can you come up and look at
Yeah,
Huckabee?
yeah, I'm coming. Where's Huckabee?
Oh, you can't see? Jesus Christ. He's right behind these chairs.
Oh, he's over here. All right. I don't know. What heads?
Rick, that does not look comfortable.
Hey, just pull your thing down a little bit so I can see your shoulder.
Oh, what are you doing over there?
You want me to cuddle up again? Or?
Yeah, just like kind of pull the collar over.
Hey, Rick.
What the fuck is playing there?
Yeah, like,
There you go. Should be feeling better. Sure. Hey, there you go. There you go. All right. Hey, sure thing.
oh. Winters.
Yeah,
I'm
he
trying to-
popped his head, but we don't need him to start.
We're good.
Oh, I think we should be good now. Thank everybody for that.
I was like, are you ready?
Brought their baby in here.
Jesus Christ.
Hit the child. No.
I'm ready.
Oh, this is gonna be an intense.
Alright, yeah. Switch sides, that's fine.
It's just like a
Isaac
real
does well
cold.
on that side, though. That's his lucky side.
What?
Oh, yeah. Got a speeding ticket for my wagon.
No
Way
problem.
too damn fast.
Fucking Jedd.
Alright, let's begin. We'll pull Larry in here when he's available, but today we have State of Monroe versus Jedd Black and Larry Summerfield. Isaac, would you please go ahead and read the indictment or the charges against those two?
The charges against the two are 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder.
Each?
Yes.
Alright, Jedd, would you please stand? You're being charged today with 2 counts of first-degree attempted murder. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Yeah!
I didn't do that shit.
Stop talking.
All right, we're gonna take Larry's plea from his arrest as his plea today. So we're gonna go with not guilty as well, and we'll kick this thing off. Mr. Huckabee, would you please go ahead and give an opening statement if you have one?
Do we have pretrial motions from anybody?
Oh, it's a good question.
Are we allowing pretrial?
Yeah, you can put some things in if you want, but I didn't see too much ahead of time that would indicate that, but go ahead.
I would like to submit to the courts the medical reports of Mr. Enzo and Anthony Rose from the night of the incident to see if they could be permitted to evidence. I have them here.
Can you go ahead and explain them?
They're just medical reports corroborating what had occurred that night from Dr. Bambi Sharp, in case she was not able here to speak about them this evening.
All right.
There's them for you.
I have not seen these medical reports. I would like a chance to review them before I decide whether to object or not.
All right, yeah, come up to the bench.
Whoever is like constantly breathing can like stop, please.
Please.
Yeah. In the meantime, Isaac, did you have any other evidence you
No.
plan on submitting
No
tonight?
other evidence. No other pretrial motions.
All right.
I will not object to the entering of these. There you are.
Very well, these two medical reports will be entered on the record. Excuse me, they're not entered. They're made available to you to use to enter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead, Isaac.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, Your Honor, tonight, two defendants sit before you looking to exonerate themselves for the crimes of attempted first-degree murder, of which there are 2 counts per defendant. The defendants will have you believe that they are innocent of these crimes. But I would ask us to look at the definition of first-degree murder, that it is a premeditated attempt on someone's life. When these men came into Saint Denis, they came with an express purpose. They spoke about where they would travel to, loaded up together, donned masks, and then came into the streets during their time here and approached a business run by people they'd had an altercation with and opened fire. They intended to kill them. Today I intend to prove exactly through direct examination of eyewitnesses and individuals that were aware of the conflict that led to this interaction that this was a premeditated attempt. With witness testimony and police records prior to this, we will showcase that the individuals sitting in the chair of the defendant are guilty of the crimes of attempted first-degree murder beyond a shadow of a doubt. To allow these individuals to not see the facts brought to light and the truth of the situations laid before them is an injustice. Today, the prosecution seeks justice in the eyes of the court and the state, and in moving forward, the defendants will forever be known for the crimes they've committed. The prosecution rests, Your Honor.
Mr. Lynn, did you have any motions to submit? I'm sorry, I skipped over you.
No, I did not, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
Honorable Judge Lafayette, ladies and gentlemen of the court, today we are going to be hearing arguments for a most grievous charge. A charge that requires a high burden of proof and 2 parts to achieve. I'm glad the prosecution here today has brought up the definition of attempted first-degree murder, as it is defined as the intentional killing of another person by someone who's acted willfully, deliberately, and with planning. Today we're going to show, using the prosecution's own evidence, that they do not meet this burden of proof. There is no evidence of a plan by Mr. Summerfield or Mr. Black to kill Anthony or Donnie Rose. The evidence that will be presented today will be circumstantial at best, and there is no proof of a plan or motive. Mr. Summerfield and Mr. Black have been wrongly charged, and by the end of this trial there isn't a single sane person in this room who will believe that these 2 men attempted first-degree murder. Furthermore, everyone is more likely to believe that they were targeted in an unfair and unthorough investigation.
Mr. Huckabee, kick things off.
might actually
Do you
get
have
a
any
chance after.
evidence or witnesses you'd like to pull up here?
Yes, we would like to call Anthony Rose to the stand.
All right, Mr. Rose, come on up and get sworn in.
Yeah, all right.
To the stand.
Okay, Anthony. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Anthony Rose,
Do swear to tell the truth,
do swear to tell the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Go ahead.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Rose.
Fuck.
The night of the incident, where were you?
The night of the incident, I was running my shop.
Your shop located where?
That would be the Smoke and Rose Gunsmith on Courtenay Street in Saint Denis.
Now, the night of the incident, what was occurring prior to the events we're here to discuss today?
What do you mean? Like the night
Right
that it
before the night that it happened, before they arrived, what occurred?
happened? Before they arrived, nothing. It was just another day. We were operating the shop, conducting sales, hanging out, chatting, meeting people. Nothing we normally don't do.
The defendants,
More like beating
did the defendants arrive on the scene that night?
These two?
Yes.
Yeah.
Were the defendants alone when they arrived on the scene?
No, sir.
How many of them were there?
I'd say roughly 6 to 8. Probably more in the 7 or 8 range.
When they arrived, how did they arrive? Did they walk? How did they arrive there?
They kind of just ran up. As to what they said, I didn't hear. I was in the shop, but something was yelled, and then the bullets started flying through the windows and through the front door. A couple of them barged in through the front door.
What did you do when they barged in through the front door?
I started evacuating people at the back door. I unlocked it, and I fled to the roof. I began inspecting the situation from the roof. Noticed at least 3 gentlemen outside, firing in from the window or into the windows, into the front door. I began
What
firing
did these
back.
gentlemen look like?
2 of them were wearing the, you know, like a, fuck, what do you call it? Like a jean, not apron, but, yeah, I mean, I guess the word might be apron.
Overalls?
Yeah, overalls, that's what I'm looking for. Jean overalls and then masks. And then another one was in, black. All black.
What kind of masks were they wearing?
Just your everyday average mask you see criminals use. Just black headdresses. At least that's what I can remember. Some different. I don't know. I didn't really get a good look at their faces when I was up on the roof.
Now, you said you saw 2 or 3 of them firing through the windows when you were on the roof in your statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after you noticed the gentleman there?
I began firing upon from above. I incapacitated, I think, one of them, the gentleman in black. before I got shot in the thigh or the knee region, and I blacked out. I couldn't really hold myself.
Do you remember being treated by a physician?
Yes.
Where were you treated at?
The Santhony doctor's office.
By which doctor?
I believe Miss Sharp, Bambi.
Now, when you awoke, was there anyone else in the clinic with you?
Yes. There was, I believe, 3 or 4 of the gentlemen in overalls, and then Mr. Black.
How do you know that it was Mr. Black?
By the time Bambi treated me and helped me with everything, LSO and the marshals, or whoever was there, had Jedd in handcuffs in the other room, unmasked, and I saw him.
What was Mr. Black wearing?
I don't know. His usual outfit, you know, just black. I don't know. That's all I can really say. It was all black.
He was wearing an all black outfit.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that ain't true.
Was this all black outfit similar to the all black
He's got
outfit
a
you
red
had seen on a
vest.
gentleman in the alleyway before?
Yes, sir, in front of the shop.
Did Mr. Black say anything to you when you were in the clinic?
No, sir.
Had you ever encountered Mr. Black before?
Yes, on a few occasions.
When was the most recent occasion prior to this?
Would have been, I believe, a transaction at the shop.
What occurred at that transaction? Was there ever any... Pardon, let me rephrase my question. Was there ever an altercation between you and Mr. Black?
No, sir.
There has never been an altercation between you and Mr. Black?
Actually, yeah, we've had a couple issues with Jedd and the Summerfield boys, the people he associates himself with. We've had instances where they come in the shop and throw, you know, turtle shells and carcasses on our floor.
Oh, fuck, he's talking about me.
We had to escort them out one time.
Shit, that was...
Do you ever recall... do you recall, an argument in Rhodes?
Yes, sir.
Who was involved in that argument with you in Rhodes?
Would have been not Jedd, but the other defendant and another gentleman in jean overalls.
So you have prior knowledge and interaction with Mr. Larry Summerfield?
Yes, sir.
What was that interaction that you had with Mr. Summerfield?
The interaction with Mr. Summerfield would have been me and Donnie were arriving in Rhodes. We were looking for Felix Whitaker. We were looking for a blacksmith. As we walked past the sheriff's office, we noticed a couple of the Summerfield boys, the defendant included, harassing LSO, including Francis, standing on the porch, you know, just throwing rude statements in regards at him, knowing he wouldn't do anything about it. And I will admit, I wasn't happy with it. You know, I don't like people who abuse the law enforcement that keep us safe around here, harass them. So I confronted the Summerfield boys, myself and Donnie, and an altercation broke out.
Was that altercation... Who was that altercation between?
Myself, Donnie, the defendant, and 2 other gentlemen in jean overalls. I don't know their names.
But Larry Summerfield was a part of that altercation?
Yes, sir.
Did you serve time or face any punishment for this battery on Mr. Summerfield?
Yes, sir. Me and Donnie were processed, given time served, and paid fines for battery.
Did Mr. Summerfield say anything to you after that altercation?
They were outside the window of the sheriff's office. I know they had to get told to leave, but I didn't hear what they said.
Did they sound particularly pleased when they were speaking with you through the window?
No, sir.
Were there any interactions with you and Mr. Summerfeld following that incident? Prior to the alleyway?
No, sir.
That night, after you left the clinic, where did you go from there?
I went back to the shop.
Did you speak with any lawmen there?
Well, I gave my statement to, I believe, Skeeter Rice. And then I went back to the shop.
I'd like to point out that Exhibit B, the witness's statement, is entered into the record in the discovery. But beyond that, I have no further questions.
Very well. Mr. Lim?
Mr. Rose, how are we doing this evening?
I can't complain, Mr. Lin, yourself.
Oh, you know, just having another fun day. I just got
alright.
some simple questions for you. You've been asked these a little bit already, but I just want to reiterate. How many people did you see outside the gun store? Prior to the shootout.
Prior?
Yes, prior.
Myself, I counted probably 4 or 5 through the front door before I went out the back, and then, like I said, I saw the 3 out front when I was on the roof.
So you didn't see at one point all 8 of them, 7, 8, as you said earlier, together?
Myself, no.
Okay. When did the shooting start?
After they did some yelling to the front door, I couldn't hear it.
Could you identify who shot first?
Yeah. I think it was I shouldn't say I think. I know it was the defendant that did so. He barged in through the front door.
Okay, how do you know that?
Same outfit and everything. And like I said, I saw them after we got treated, unmasked.
What were they wearing?
The overalls. Jean overalls.
But you said earlier that Mr. Black was wearing all black.
Yeah, I didn't say Mr. Black.
You said they. The defendants. There's 2 defendants.
I said the defendant, Mr. Lim.
Which one?
Excuse me?
Which one?
Lenny.
Say it one more time.
Said.
Anthony, can you please clarify if you saw the defendant you're speaking of? Is it Larry or Jedd?
Larry.
Thank
what did
you.
I say? Yeah, Larry.
He thought he was named Lenny.
Do you recall what weapon was used?
He's fumbling.
Pump shotgun.
Could you describe to me exactly what mask or clothing that Larry was wearing, supposedly when he barged through the front door?
Like I said, jean overalls. Couldn't tell you the mask.
Okay. So let's redirect to the earlier in Rhodes. You assaulted Mr. Sommerfield, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did you use in that assault?
Just my fists.
Okay. Would you say any weapon used by
No.
anyone involved?
Nope.
Fucking
Nope.
liar.
We all were just fist fighting.
Okay.
Medical records
So,
say
reasoning,
otherwise.
as you stated previously, was that you didn't like how they were talking to the
Evidence
law.
will show up.
Correct. Or myself. They ended up throwing some remarks at me as well.
Well, with the law there, are you a law enforcement officer, sir?
No, sir.
Are you in any way certified to enforce the law?
No, sir.
Ooh, get
So
him
then
on
would you
vigilante
say it's
charge.
fair to characterize that you are taking it personally and acting in sort of a way that is vigilantism by attacking someone who is verbally instigating with another person?
I wouldn't say vigilantism. Technically, they weren't committing any crimes. They were accessing their First Amendment right. But I don't like when people treat my friends poorly and are harassing people who are just trying to do their job.
Well, I don't think anybody likes that. I think you all agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I just said that.
So you went up top. You said you evacuated the back door, correct?
Yes, sir.
You ran out back and decided to go up top and come back towards the gunfire.
Yes, sir.
You didn't think that maybe it was a better opportunity to put your personal safety first and get yourself out of harm's way?
No, sir. I'm willing to die for my friends and for the people I care about. And I was willing to defend my shop.
And then that's fair. Defending one's property is appropriate. But when you have an alternative, there was law around you could have ran and got. Isn't there? That's safe to say?
No.
There wasn't law around Santony?
I was in my shop. I'm not walking around Santony. I wasn't sure if there was law around or not. My concern isn't running the law. It's about protecting my own life and getting shot at.
Was the attack, when you attacked Mr. Summerfield, the same day as this altercation in Santony? The shootout at your shop?
Yeah, the fistfight altercation in Rhodes occurred during the daytime, and then not much later, during the evening, is when the shooting occurred.
Have you ever heard Larry or Jedd express words of anger towards you and revenge after the altercation in Rhodes?
Like I said, Mr. Huckabee, they were yelling something at the window, weren't too pleased. LSO had to kick him off the porch and out the back of the sheriff's office.
But you couldn't hear what they were saying?
No, sir, I was inside the building.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Huckabee, do you have any redirect on that cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does the prosecution have any further evidence or witnesses to call?
The prosecution would like to call Donnie to the stand.
Got any drink? Got somebody drink there, Phillips?
I don't.
God damn it.
Marshal, can you swear Mr. Gino in?
Donnie, please repeat after me. I state your name.
So close.
I, Donnie DeGino,
Do swear to tell the truth,
do swear to tell the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Go on ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mr. DeGinio, do you know the defendants?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Summerfield?
He is a customer of my gun shop.
Had you encountered Mr. Summerfield prior to the incident at the gun shop?
Yes.
Where had you encountered him prior to that incident?
Like I said, he is him and Jedd Black, and they're friends. They frequent the shop.
Did you ever encounter Mr. Summerfield in Rhodes?
He can't help himself.
I did, yes.
What occurred there in Rhodes?
We were there looking for Felix Whitaker to buy a wagon, and when we were walking up to the sheriff's office, there was 3 gentlemen on the porch, that of which being the defendant.
Do you remember what the other gentlemen were wearing?
They were all wearing overalls.
They were all wearing overalls.
Yes.
Did you have an altercation with them that day in Rhodes?
We did, yes.
Were you arrested and served time for that altercation?
I did, yes.
Did you hear anything from the defendants while you were being held?
No, I did not.
Did you encounter them any time before the incident that night, or the night of the shootings?
That would be the incident in Rhodes.
Yes, between the incident in Rhodes and the incident in Saint Denis, did you have any encounters with the defendant?
No, I did not.
Now, that night, were you there when they arrived at the gun shop?
I was.
How many arrived at the gun shop?
I'd say about 7 or 8.
Do you remember what they were wearing?
Overalls and masks.
Do you remember what these masks looked like?
I think some of them had like pig masks on.
Pig masks. Do you remember anyone in anything other than overalls?
I don't.
What happened when they arrived?
Oh, they got him there.
So
Jedd never wears overalls.
I was finishing a smoke outside of the gun shop when I saw 7 or 8 horses coming down the street. I began briskly walking into the gun shop where I was attacked from behind.
Were you shot from behind?
I was.
Were you treated by a doctor?
Yes.
When you awoke in the clinic, was there anyone else there?
I believe so, yes.
Who else was there?
You know, I don't really recall. I know that, you know, yeah, I couldn't really tell you who was all there.
Did you see any of the assailants there?
I believe I saw people in masks that were cuffed and on the ground of the doctor's office.
What kind of masks were they wearing?
The same ones that attacked the shop, pig masks.
And what clothes were they wearing?
Overalls.
Did you speak with any law enforcement that night? Or did they say, let me go back rather, did the assailants say anything to you while you were in the clinic?
I don't believe so, no.
After that night, did you speak with any law enforcement about the incident?
I don't think so, no.
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lynn.
I'm going to ask one more time how to pronounce your last name because I want to do so correctly.
Yes, DeGino.
DeGino? Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Mr. DeGino. Mr. DeGino, you said you were shot from behind.
That is correct.
Did you see who shot you?
I do not. It was a dark evening, but I know that I do not. No.
Okay. Were you able were you the first? Did you hear the first shots go out, or were you down before everything started?
I believe,
To your best recollection.
to my recollection, I believe it was, I heard the shots. That was all I recall.
Okay. Have Mr. Summerfield or Mr. Black ever talked to you outside after the
Thank
incident
you,
in
Corn.
Rhodes? Addressed you
Welcome to the party,
in
y'all.
any way?
I don't believe so.
Did they make any comments of anger or aggression towards you after the incident arose?
Not to my knowledge.
And
For
just
any of
to
y'all who
clarify
aren't
again,
aware,
all
this
of
is
the
Jedd
people you
Black's
witnessed
trial
during the shootout
for
altercation were
his
wearing
assault
pig masks and
on
overalls.
the Smoke and Rose and
That
Saint
is
Denis.
what I recall.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Isaac, you want to redirect this?
Just a few small questions, Your Honor.
All right, keep it in bounds.
Yes. When the gentleman arrived at the gun store that night, did they begin firing before you were taken down?
From my knowledge, yes.
You remember hearing the shots first, correct?
That is correct.
And the shots did not occur until they arrived.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And one more time, Mr. Lynn.
I have no further questions. However, Larry is in the room, but not seeable.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeGino. Might have to clear some personnel out of the gallery.
The prosecution would like to call Mr. Skeeter Rice to the stand.
Skeeter, you in here?
I don't believe he's present.
He's here.
He
can't
is
see
here?
him. Yeah, we can't see him. We need to. Sorry for the people in the gallery. Could we get one or two of you to exit at this time and try to come back in a couple minutes?
Stuck. Oh, I'm stuck.
Ollie?
Think about stopping.
Oh, you can't think about stopping.
Oh, there's Skeeter. I see you, Skeeter.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Skeeter, can you got eyes on?
Yep, I can see everybody.
This Larry.
Marshall, would you swear him in?
All right, there's Larry.
Skeeter, repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Skeeter Rice,
Do swear to tell the truth,
do swear to tell the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You may approach.
Mr. Skeeter, is it Deputy Skeeter Rice or is it Captain Skeeter Rice?
I'm currently a deputy.
Deputy Skeeter Rice. I apologize.
That's all right.
Deputy Rice, were you there the night of the shootout?
I was.
Do you recall seeing the assailants that night?
Yes. So I had got kicked by a horse down at the Saint Denis Sheriff's Office, and I was walking to the doctor's office to get a little bit of treatment for it. Right about the time I walked past the bank, I heard the shooting, and that's when I came by. Unfortunately, I was shot down in that incident, but when I awoke, I did see both Jedd Black and Larry Summerfield in the doctor's office receiving treatment.
How many individuals did you see firing at the gun store that night?
It was roughly 5 or 6, from my best recollection.
What were those individuals wearing?
2 or 3 of them were wearing overalls and pig masks, and the rest were wearing just normal coats, vests, stuff of the sort.
Was there anyone dressed any particular way that
The
struck
one-
you as odd?
The ones that stood out the most were definitely overalls, no shirts underneath, and the pig masks.
Now, you were shot that night, you said, correct?
Yeah, so I approached the scene and announced myself, but they continued firing, so I opened fire. I shot somebody down near the church gates, and then one of the other fellas in overalls turned and shot me.
The individual you shot by the gates, do you remember what they looked like?
It was, I didn't see a face, it was just overalls and a pig mask.
All right. Did you awake in the clinic later?
No, I actually awoke in an alleyway. Somebody told me they drugged me there, and a doctor came and treated me in the alleyway, but I did go to the clinic afterwards to receive proper sanitation for my wounds, so to say.
Were you there when the other assailants were brought to the clinic?
When I arrived, there was already a plethora of people within the clinic, yes.
Did you see the gentleman did you see the gentleman in pig masks there?
I did.
Did you see, you said you saw Mr. Jedd Black there, correct?
I did see Jedd Black there as well, yes.
How was Mr. Jedd Black dressed?
In his usual getup, he wears like a reddish-brown vest and a black shirt underneath, and a hat not too dissimilar from mine. It's a little bit different, but a cowboy type
What
hat.
color is all that?
The shirt itself is black. The vest on the front is like a reddish-brown, and then the hat is also black.
How were you aware that it was Mr. Jedd Black that was there that night?
I've had multiple instances where I've run in with Jedd Black. I know him quite well. So as soon as I saw him, I was able to identify him.
Was Mr. Black wearing a mask?
When I saw him, he was already up and moving about. He didn't have a mask on at the time, no.
Were you told by any other law enforcement, or did you find through your investigation he had been wearing a mask?
Not Jedd Black, no. I'm not aware of whether or not he was wearing a mask.
Did, when you finished with that situation, did you escort Mr. Black and Mr. Summerfield to the jails here in Saint Denis?
I did, yes.
Did they say anything to you on the way there about the incident?
No. I questioned Jedd Black about what had happened, and he was kind of beating around the bush. I asked him what trouble he was getting into with the gun shop, and I didn't get a clear answer from him.
Now, in your statement in Exhibit C of the discovery, you claimed that earlier in the day you witnessed an altercation between the Summerfields and two employees of the Smoking Roads down in Rhodes. Or of the Smoking Rose down in Rhodes. Is that true?
Yes, I caught the very tail end of that altercation.
Did you execute the arrest on Mr. Rose and Mr. DeGenio?
I don't remember. I don't believe I executed the arrest, but I do remember having my hands in the case somewhat. I don't remember whether it was writing a statement or if it was actually doing the arrest. But I don't believe I'm the one who wrote up the arrest report.
Do you remember when having Mr. Rose and Mr. DeGenio in the cell?
I do remember them both being in the cell, yes.
Where were you while they were in the cell?
I was inside because we had newer deputies at the time. I was just making sure that they were tending to their duties they should be. So I was mostly inside the office. I was in and out of it a bit, though.
Did Mr. Summerfield arrive at the station that day after the altercation in Rhodes?
Mr. Summerfield and I'm not sure who was with him, but there was one or two more gentlemen that were peeking through the windows and trying to yell some stuff. I didn't catch what they were trying to say, but we did have to tell them to leave.
Why did you have to tell them to leave?
Just because they were being a bit of a nuisance while we were trying to deal with Anthony Rose and Donnie inside the cell.
What were they wearing that day in Rhodes?
The Summerfields were both wearing overalls, as they normally do.
Were these the same overalls that you saw that night in the shooting?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Rice.
Miss Lynn?
Deputy Rice, how you doing this evening?
Good, sir. How are you?
We're hanging in there. You were present in the altercation on Rhodes, correct?
At the very tail end of it, like I said, yes.
Did you see any of the defendants being assaulted at that time, or did you not?
I saw the two Summerfields fall unconscious right at the tail end, and then I saw Anthony and Donnie being brought into the station in cuffs.
Okay, and so both Summerfields you stated were wearing overalls, correct?
Correct.
How many people during the shootout on Saint Denis did you witness that were wearing overalls?
I believe 3.
And what masks were all 3 of those people wearing, to your knowledge?
Pig masks.
So would it be fair to characterize that someone wearing overalls and a pig mask shot at Donnie and Anthony?
I witnessed them shooting into the gun store, yes. I didn't have eyes on Anthony or Donnie in particular, but I witnessed them with their group shooting into the store.
So there was 3 people in overalls wearing pig masks firing into the gun store.
Yes.
When Mr. Summerfield was found after, what was he wearing in the doctor's office?
Overalls.
Was there anyone... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I only saw him after he was brought up as well, from my best recollection, and he was no longer wearing the mask.
Was there any other person at that doctor's office wearing overalls?
I believe his brother Ferry was there, but there's so many Summerfields that I couldn't tell you which one it actually was. But there was another individual wearing overalls, yes.
Do you know who shot first?
I do not. Like I said, I was over by the bank when I heard the shooting start, and I ran and announced myself during the shooting, but it didn't stop, so that's when I opened fire.
Did you see Jedd Black fire his firearm at all in your time?
I did not see Jedd Black in particular during the altercation. I only saw him afterwards.
Could you, to the best of your knowledge, recall for the court exactly who you did see before you were shot?
Well, like I said, I couldn't see faces because of the masks, but I saw 3 individuals wearing overalls and pig masks. I saw 2 others closer to the door, but I didn't get a good look at what they were wearing.
Okay.
They were also firing in.
So it would be safe to say that you did not see Larry or Jedd taking part in the shooting. You saw people in overalls and a pig mask.
Yes, and then I saw people getting treated in the doctor's office afterwards wearing
Correct.
the same overalls.
But you could not at the time say for certain that you witnessed either of them discharging their firearm at the gun store.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Huckabee? Any more questions for?
No further
Defense
questions,
is
Your
actually
Honor.
doing a good job.
All right. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you.
We'd like to call Diego Hart to the stand.
So they can kind of prove premeditation at this point, but they can't actually pinpoint who was the person behind the gun pulling the trigger.
Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Diego Hart,
Do swear to tell the truth.
do swear to tell the truth,
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Go ahead.
Now, Marshal Hart. I have a few questions about this evening. that we are all speaking about tonight. Now, you responded. Did you respond to? Rather, let me establish this correctly. How did you arrive on the scene that night?
So, I was in the Saint Denis precinct with a handful of other deputies. And during our time in the department, a doctor approached us saying there are here multiple screams down in the Saint Denis streets. So naturally, we went to investigate.
What did you see when you arrived?
When I arrived, I saw multiple bodies, both masked and unmasked, out on the street, getting carried out of the gunsmith towards the doctor's office. It was the tail end of the scene, as far as what I gathered. All the gunshots were quiet, so we begun triage. Arriving on the scene, I witnessed guns being pointed at a masked individual, which I confirmed to be one of the Summerfield. Whichever Summerfield it was has strayed me since then. However, he was dressed in overalls, had a pig mask on, which he took off when I requested for him to do so. I apprehended him, took him over to the churchyard where I could get a grasp of what was going on.
Now, in your investigation and in your statement, you say that Larry Summerfield was there. Is that correct?
That is indeed correct.
Where did you see Larry Summerfield after the incident? How did you know he was there?
I saw Larry Summerfield in the doctor's office when we had all the suspects, took him to the side clinic, cuffed, figuring out what generally happened, getting statements off of everyone who was around, as well as ensuring their own safety.
When you saw Mr. Summerfield, what was he wearing?
He was wearing overalls and had a pig mask.
Who removed the pig mask?
Who removed the pig mask? I cannot say for certain.
But you do remember seeing him in a pig mask?
I do indeed, yes.
And then, when he was taken to the station, he was no longer in that mask?
Indeed.
What weapon did you find? Did you find a weapon on Mr. Summerfield?
I don't believe I was the one that personally searched them myself.
Do you remember who was?
I cannot say no.
Now,
This is actually
did
bad
you
for
see Mr.
prosecution.
Jedd Black that night?
I did.
Where was Mr. Jedd Black at?
My first run-in with Jedd Black was in Rhodes that night. Following the altercation that both Donnie and Anthony had, which resulted in them beating him, where they were apprehended and processed for said crime. I also saw him earlier in Blackwater, and then more recently in Saint Denis.
Now, you said you saw Donnie and Anthony beating on Larry?
Oh, Larry, yes, sorry. My
You saw
apologies.
him beating on Larry that day in Rhodes.
No, that's I arrived at the tail end of the event.
Now, according to record, you initiated that arrest, correct?
I initiated the arrest on it, yes. They weren't arrested instantaneously, as we had to separate the two groups of the Summerfields in both Anthony and Donnie.
Why did you have to separate those groups?
Because they were violent with one another, shouting insults, and they were physical before, hence why the arrest was initiated.
What insults were the Summerfields making?
I could not quote them.
Were you there when Mr. Donnie and Mr. Anthony were being held in the cell in Rhodes?
Yes.
Do you remember the Summerfields arriving while they were being held in the cell?
Not inside the office, however, out on the porch, I remember a singular Sommerfeld. I don't know if there was any more than that.
Did they have to be escorted away?
Yes, I believe Skeeter and Under Sheriff Francis Carlisle went out to escort them out.
So even after you had safely separated them and were making sure that Donnie and Anthony paid for their crimes as according to the law, the Sommerfelds still had to continue to be separated from the situation.
Indeed.
Now, that night after the incident, in your statement, you said you saw Jedd Black in the office with a mask on his face. What mask was he wearing?
He was wearing a half-face bandana. I believe it was primarily black in color with some embroidery, which I can't recall the color of itself.
What other clothes was he wearing that night?
I believe he was generally wearing a dark leather getup, his reddish vest, which many have come to know him wearing.
Did Mr. Black and Mr. Sommerfeld say anything to you after the incident?
After the incident, not from what I recall. Nothing I can quote them on.
Now, you have stated you were there that day in Rhodes, and you were there that night. How far apart did these incidents occur?
Maybe about an hour, give or take.
So only 60 minutes passed between the altercation in Rhodes and Donnie and Anthony paying their debt to society there, and the time in which the gun shop was fired upon.
Roughly from what I remember.
No further questions.
So they're creating reasonable doubt in the situation because they can't definitively say
Defense.
that they pulled the trigger. They can't say who pulled the trigger definitively. They can't prove premeditation
Mr.
at this
Hart.
point.
Sheriff Hart, I should say.
Marshall.
Marshall, I do apologize. You were there in Rhodes earlier, as stated. In your arrest report, it states that Donnie and Anthony Rose had stabbed the Summerfield, Larry here, with knives and smacked them with hammers, with medical reports to back it up. Is that a true statement?
In my arrest report?
Yes.
I don't recall that being in the arrest report, no. The arrest report was following both Anthony and Donnie punching Sommerfield.
Okay, in Exhibit A that the defense has here, it says specifically that they were had stabbed them with knives and smacked them with hammers, with medical reports to back it up.
Exhibit A is a Saint Denis attack.
So, the shootout?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I misunderstood. So we'll take that on me. Did you witness more than one person wearing overalls and a pig mask?
In the Saint Denis incident, yes.
Did you unmask any of them?
I recall unmasking one, the one I took off to his side, which wasn't shot down. I can't recall his name. He was compliant.
Okay, but was it Larry?
No, it was not Larry.
So you apprehended another person wearing a pig mask and overalls that participated in the shooting?
I did not see him participate in the shooting. He wasn't shot
but
down.
Was present at the situation.
This is
Yes.
smart for defense.
Did you
He's doing
confiscate any
good.
weapons off this person?
No, I only kept him cuffed for his own safety and those around him.
Okay. Did you witness at any point any of the shooting?
No,
So you arrived after all the shooting had been concluded?
correct.
Oh, this is shaky.
Did you confiscate any weapons at all from anyone involved with this situation?
No.
So it's safe to say and characterize this as we're here for an attempted murder trial, but we have no weapons stated to be used in this attempted murder.
Ooh.
In other words, you never confiscated any weapons in Saint Denis
Miss
that
Lynn,
could have been used.
could you ask a question?
Did
What's
you
the question?
confiscate any weapons in Saint Denis?
I personally did not confiscate no weapons, no.
I appreciate it. No further questions.
So this is very bad for prosecution because, again, they can't prove who shot. They don't know who is behind each mask.
Miss Huckabee, are you resting?
They don't know who unmasked each
Yes, Your
individual. The two individuals
Thank you,
that were
Marshal.
down on the ground that had the pig mask and overall were most likely Jedd and Larry, which means they were incapacitated.
Prosecution
at the
would like to
time,
call Ilva Hunter to the
which
stand.
means they don't know if they actually were even capable
Captain.
of pulling the trigger.
Come and get sworn in.
So they're creating reasonable doubt all throughout this case. They're doing a great job with defense.
Ilva, repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ilva Hunter,
Do swear to tell the truth,
do swear to tell the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Marshal.
Miss Hunter, first of all, I'd like to compliment you on that jacket. What a wonderful choice.
Thank
I
you.
love Huckabee.
Second of all,
Fashion.
you were present the night of the gunshot in Saint Denis, correct?
Correct, yes.
You arrived on the scene with Diego Hart, right?
That is correct.
When you arrived on the scene, how many assailants did you see?
There were 3 gentlemen in overalls and pig masks stood outside the Smoking Rose.
Did you arrive prior to the shootout?
I arrived after the shootout. All the gunshot was silent on my arrival.
What had called your attention down to the shootout?
I too was in the precinct with Diego at the time when the doctor arrived to tell us that there was shooting down at the Smoking Rose.
Now, did you see the masked pigmen be unmasked?
I believe I was present for one being unmasked, which I recall to be Larry's brother, I believe, which is Barry Summerfield.
Did you see anyone else inside of the clinic being treated?
What I came to later know as Jedd Black, I saw being treated, as well as Larry himself, I believe.
You saw both Larry and Jedd being treated there?
I believe so, yes. Or at least one of the Summerfield lads.
Do you recall anything about him, his color of his hair, color of his skin?
Which person in question?
The individual, the Summerfield.
I believe he was darker skinned and had dark hair.
Would you suggest that he looks like the defendant sitting in the courtroom today?
Roughly, yes.
Now, you said you saw Jedd Black there as well.
What I later came to know as Jedd, yes.
What was Mr. Jedd wearing when you arrived there?
The usual outfit that most people see him in, dark livery, long dark livery coat, the red vest. He had a half bandana that was black with embroidery on it.
Was he wearing a, you said he was wearing a black bandana with embroidery on it?
Yes, I was covering his face until it was removed during treatment.
Did you see the mask get removed?
I was not present, no. One of my deputies had informed me.
Which deputy informed you?
I could not recall off the top of my head.
But you were aware that it was Jedd Black during the investigation?
Correct, yes.
And this investigation was reached after thorough police work?
Yes, sir.
were you aware of the altercation an hour previously in Rhodes?
I arrived at the tail end of it.
Do you remember the Summerfelds coming up and speaking when Donnie and Mr. Rose were being held?
I do, yes.
Do you remember what they said?
All I recall specifically was insults directed towards Under Sheriff Francis Carlyle regarding his voice and the way he speaks.
Did they have to be escorted away from the property?
They did, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I think Fury might have been some. He kind of popped off.
Go ahead, Philip.
I'm just waiting for you to call me. You were in Rhodes and you heard them throwing insults at Francis Carlyle, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear them throw any statements of aggression and or statements of revenge towards Anthony or Donnie?
I do not recall, no.
Okay. When you were in Saint Denis, you said one of your deputies unmasked Mr. Black?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Black discharge his firearm at any point?
I did not know, as I said to Huckabee, I arrived at the tail end of the shootout.
Correct. You said that you unmasked one of the Summerfield boys.
I did, yes.
And was it Barry, you said?
I'm afraid at the time of everybody being in the doctor's office, it was all very convoluted and I did not get the exact Summerfield that I unmasked, but they were all wearing the same thing.
Could you describe again for the court what this person looked like?
Dark-skinned, dark hair,
Were
overalls,
Were they big, skinny, tall, short?
relatively small and scrawny.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you, Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't believe she'll be available tonight.
What was that, Your Honor?
Okay, give me a second. Philip, can you look at Exhibit D? Do you have any objections to that report?
Jedd's gonna get away with it. He really is. This defense is doing a
Mr.
pretty
Lamb?
good job. They're poking holes
Reading
through
that,
every
sorry,
bit of
one
the
second.
story. They can't definitively say who
He's
pulled
having
the
a
trigger.
issue pulling it.
There were no threatening statements
Oh,
made
no, I do
prior
not.
to the
That's
incident.
the medical
towards
report
Donnie
we're
Root.
talking about?
Yes.
No,
They
I do
don't
not
know
have
who
an
was
issue.
behind each mask.
And the two
Nobody
medical reports,
confiscated weapons, so they can't even determine whether they were
the
hot or
Said I
prosecution
not.
looked
put
at
in
earlier.
at the beginning? Yes.
Yeah, I have no issue with them either.
All right.
So,
those three will be entered.
I mean, that's one of the biggest things they could have actually used to say, yeah, he pulled the trigger. If they would have taken the gun off of him, looked at it and been like, oh yeah, this gun's hot. He pulled the trigger. But nobody did that. None of the police officers did that. So, there's a lot of holes in this that make it so that the key word in this is you have to be able to say without any reasonable doubt, they did it. They attempted to kill somebody.
Isaac, you're talking about Anthony Rose's arrest record?
I can't hear Mr. Huckabee. I think that's why I'm getting confused.
Oh, I
can't hear him.
apologize. I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yes. Exhibit E, the arrest record of Mr. Anthony Rose that earlier day in Rhodes to prove he had been arrested and served time for the assault.
I'm going to ask relevance as to why you want this entered.
It establishes motive.
Well, it establishes that the
Establishes
testimony we already heard is
Yes.
accurate. I don't know that a piece of paper establishes motive.
It helps
Especially
to
not this one.
corroborate.
All right.
It helps to corroborate my establishment of motive.
Michelin?
To me, it just states that they served their crimes. I don't think it has anything to do with the defendants other than that they were the victims.
Ooh, what a way to word it.
Okay.
We're here to
Entering
decide
this-
if they've committed attempted a first-degree murder. This I don't see this as any relevant to that case.
All right. Well, this is retreads testimony, so I don't see too much of an issue if it
Understandable, Your
stays in
Honor.
or out. We'll pull it in based on Diego's testimony, but it's not going to have too much of a weight on this.
Understood.
All right. Mr. Huckabee, is that the state's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lynn, do you have any pieces of evidence or witnesses to call?
I would ask for a recess of 10 minutes to put everything together and assure all the pieces are here, because I'm not seeing people that I would like.
Okay. Give us some names.
Davey.
Any others?
No.
Very well. Take 5 minutes. We'll locate Mr. Davey.
Wait.
The defense is actually doing really well in this case.
Jesus
Because
Christ.
Jedd's 100% guilty. He did it. But they are absolutely shooting holes through every bit of the prosecution story.
This is quite the show.
Mm-hmm. Almost like theater.
Defense, are you almost ready? Do you have a deposition?
See me now? See you, big
Hey, Ollie.
Oh, hey, Rick.
Hey, Ollie.
Oh, wow. They can see me now.
Guys, we can't.
Yep.
I can't delay it that long. Two more minutes? All right. 2 minutes, Mr. Kirby.
Hmm.
Mr. Lynn, your time is up.
Defense is ready to proceed. We would like to call Jedd to the stand. Jedd Black.
Oh.
Very well. Mr. Black, come and get sworn in.
The defendant is going to testify. What are you doing at the desk over there, Jedd?
Mr. Black, before you get sworn in,
Okay.
you do have a 7th article right to self-incrimination. Are you waiving that right at this time?
I believe so.
All right.
Okay, Jedd. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Jedd Black,
Do swear to tell the truth,
do swear to tell the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but
Jedd's
the truth.
about to
So help me
lie
God.
his
So help
ass
me
off.
God.
Alrighty.
Mr. Black. Were you in Rhodes on the day of the shootout?
I was, but I was
What were
not around.
What were you doing? What were you doing in Rhodes that day?
I was passing through for some poker, actually.
Were you playing? Who were you playing poker with?
I believe it was Mr. Henry Lynn, his fiance, and a couple of other individuals. I can't quite remember.
Were you witness to Larry Summerfield being assaulted?
Nope, I was not. I arrived there shortly after, most likely, but did not see any of that drama.
Did you at any point go to the sheriff's office?
Nope.
Did you at any point encounter Anthony or Donnie in Rhodes?
Nope, not that I remember.
Where did you go after this altercation in Rhodes happened?
Right down to St. Denis to play some poker with the boys.
Who were you playing poker with in Saint Denis?
It was about the same group that was in Rhodes. Henry Lynn, his fiance, and the same couple of boys with him. I believe Mr. Felix was there.
So, as the court has well established, you were involved in the shootout outside the gun store. You were there.
I was there, yes.
Did you discharge your firearm?
I was shot at and may have discharged off an alarm, but I did not shoot anybody.
So you were shot at and chose to use your Second Amendment right to defend yourself.
Yes, sir.
Did you at any point shoot anybody?
Nope.
Did you know who was in the gun store that was being shot at?
No idea.
Did you at any point go in the gun store?
I did not set foot in the gun store.
When you were treated, what do you remember after you woke up in the medical, being treated by medical doctors?
Is that what I remember?
Yes.
It was all very hazy. I was out of it for quite some time there. Once I got up, I just spoke to the doctor and the appropriate officers on the situation.
Have you worn a mask prior to this day, whether it was in Rhodes, Saint Denis, or anywhere else?
Yes, I often wear a mask whenever I don't want people to recognize me. And I was a little bit under the weather that week.
Have you ever been seen for a medical condition to wear a mask?
Nope.
Did you at any point in your day yell any verbal insults, any aggressive words in your characterization, or any obscenities towards Anthony and Donnie?
Nope.
Did you harbor any ill will towards Anthony and Donnie?
Nope.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Black, how do you know Mr. Summerfield?
I believe he's a resident of Valentine. I know most people there.
You said you saw the incident in Rhodes that day with Mr. Summerfeld, correct? The tail end of it.
I did not see the incident. I just arrived afterwards.
According to your testimony earlier, you said you saw the tail end of it.
No, I arrived shortly after, is what I said. I didn't see anything in particular. As I said, I didn't split on no doctor's office, no police porch. I didn't see anything personally.
Now, you said you like to wear your mask when you don't want to be recognized. Why would you not want to be recognized?
Well, see, when you win a big amount of cash in a poker game, a lot of people try to go after you and take that money real quick. Happened to me a couple of times, and I like to get out of there nice and safe. Plus, you know, well, I have a couple of rules about not getting involved around the county and such.
I find that practice a bit odd. I play a lot of poker games myself, and as the Attorney General, I've never had anybody chase me after, even when I've taken all their money. And Mr.
Well, it's 'cause
Longstreet
you're,
himself is an avid poker player. Beyond that, however, you were wearing your mask that night, correct? Because as of several witness testimonies, you were wearing your mask when you were taken to the clinic.
I plead the fifth.
Oh, no, you're on the stand. That's not possible anymore. You
Mr.
need
Black,
to answer
you've
my
waived
question.
that right.
As I
my
said
God,
before,
Jeff.
I was wearing my mask prior to the
Why did
incident.
you not want to be recognized that night when you were in front of the gun store?
As I said before, I had been wearing my mask prior to the incident, unrelated to the gun store.
But you had been playing poker with those friends in Rhodes and then again in St. Denis, so clearly they were friends who weren't going to chase you down and take your money.
Your
Why were
Honor,
you wearing your mask if you didn't want to be
objection.
recognized?
Prosecution's badgering the witness.
I'm simply following up on testimony that the witness has already stated, Your Honor.
Quite aggressively.
Because the witness believes he has the right to the Seventh Amendment when he's on the stand.
Isaac, can you please rephrase your question or at least tone it down?
Apologize.
You're all right.
That night, when you were wearing your mask outside the gun store in St. Denis, you claimed earlier that you had been playing poker with friends in Rhodes and friends again in St. Denis, and that you had left that when you went to the gun store, correct?
Are you asking me if I left the poker table at Rhodes to the poker table in St. Denis? Because if so, that is correct.
And then you went from St. Denis to the gun store, which is where you, according to your testimony, is where you had seen the shootout, correct?
Your Honor, this is
Yes or
previously
no?
established testimony.
So then the answer is yes, because you said that you had. Why did
As
you
I
have your
said,
mask
I
on?
was wearing the mask prior to the events at the poker table, or sorry, at the gun store. As I said, the people that I was with, I knew Mr. Henry Lynn and his fiancee, but the other two gentlemen, not so familiar with. I like to take extra precautions with people I don't know, even with friends, to be honest. Poker
Jedd,
game,
I'm going
poker
to stop
table.
you there. Can you please answer the question?
What was the question?
So, were you wearing your mask
Oh my God.
outside of the gun store that night?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was coming from down the street, because I was wearing it prior. I'd be wearing it
So-
all over St. Denis.
By the logic that you have, you were wearing a mask with people that you are friends with playing poker with in the hopes they would not recognize you, correct?
Nope, I left the poker table and started wearing the mask afterwards when I hit the streets, as well as changed my clothes.
Why did you do that?
Oh my God.
I believe I stated this reason several times.
Because you didn't want to be recognized.
Because I didn't want to be recognized, or because I more likely didn't want to be robbed, is what I said. But
Did you recognize Mr. Summerfeld that night at the Smoking Rose gun shop?
he was
Objection,
wearing,
relevance.
The defendant is sitting next to him, Your Honor.
Horrible. Continue, Isaac.
Did you recognize Mr. Summerfeld that night?
Yes, I did.
How did you know it was Mr. Summerfeld?
I had recognized his overalls, and he gives off a distinct odor of sorts. The Summerfields will do. It was hard to distinguish which one was which, but I did know that he was a Summerfield.
But he was wearing his overalls. Did you see the men in masks when you arrived at the gun store?
I did not.
Because you saw the shootout.
I did not see masks.
Oh my God, he's.
Who were you treated by that night?
Oh.
I don't know.
Man, woman?
Not sure. This happened quite some time ago.
Well, it seems you have a very clear memory of the other details, minus that the woman, the individual who treated you and saved your life.
Most people been treated for medical don't quite. As I said, it was a little hazy.
I think many people may find things hazy, but I also believe that there are many individuals who remember those who saved their lives, but that's for another station. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Miss Lynn, do you have any redirect? Keep it
Mr.
in
Black,
bounds.
did you see any other people other than Larry wearing overalls?
Yep, a whole bunch.
No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Black. Does the defense have any other evidence or witnesses?
Henry Lynn should be here, but I don't see him currently, so I'm working on that.
And Henry's relevance?
He could testify to Mr. Black playing poker and the conversations had at that time.
Okay. Do you feel like Henry?
He had a head pop.
Oh, all right. Do you have any other evidence or witnesses to call?
I just want to call Henry.
Okay. So Henry's our last guy.
Yeah.
Let us know when you feel like he's somewhere around here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. I believe he's waiting on the train.
Yeah. No.
Salerno got up and talked to Huckabee. That's interesting.
With the roses. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't know. Yeah, but he's. Well, no. He didn't. I was not wearing a mask during the poker table. I don't think he saw that. And if he called, he's gonna see that he saw Larry coming in and yelling about some stuff. So I don't know if that's the best thing, because Larry did come in. Somebody came in and tried to rush me out of that real quick. So I don't know if that's gonna be. He might keep quiet. So we might keep quiet about that part, or we might not. Henry then might. I think it'd be a good idea to put him up there because we have our back. But it could potentially fuck us. I think we have our back on it.
Henry is not seeable, but is in the courtroom.
There he is.
There we go. Defense calls Henry Lynn to the stand.
Miss Lynn, would you come up and get sworn in by the marshal to my left?
Yes, sir. Hello, Henry. Repeat after me.
Yes, sir.
I state your name.
I, Henry Lynn,
swear to tell the truth.
Swear to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You may approach.
Henry Lynn of the train station. Henry Lynn of storage. He owns a storage facility.
Mr. Lynn.
Yes,
you, on the day of this shooting, do you recall playing poker with Mr. Black in the Bastille?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever make remarks of anger, resentment, revenge, or aggression towards Anthony or Donnie?
Not that I recall.
Did you say it was just a calm poker game? Nothing. How would you characterize it?
It was a pretty ordinary poker game. Nothing that stood out until the shootout happened.
Prior to the shootout happened, did you witness anything out of the ordinary?
No. I was sitting in the lab Bastille the whole time.
Have you seen Mr. Black walk around town before with a mask on?
No.
Has Mr. Black ever communicated to you any concerns of being robbed after a poker game?
Yeah, he usually jokes around about that, but that's a pretty common joke around poker games, I feel like.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Lynn, how do you know Mr. Black?
Me and Jedd Black, we played poker a few times together, and he is quite the character, and he attracts attention, so inevitably we had conversations in there. That's how I came to know Jedd Black.
Now, Jedd Black was there that night in Rhodes and there that night in Saint Denis, correct, according to your testimony?
Correct.
Now, you said you don't see Mr. Black wear a mask ever, correct? Or to your knowledge, he never wears a mask?
I cannot say for sure.
So then, there are times when Mr. Black does wear a mask?
I mean, not that I recall.
What does Mr. Black typically wear?
He usually wears I think a black shirt and a red vest. What he's usually wearing all the time.
Was that what he was wearing that night in Saint Denis?
Yes, I think.
Do you have any relation to the defendant's counsel?
Objection, relevance.
If there's nepotism alive and well in the courtroom, Your Honor, I'd like to point it out.
Mr. Lynn being present at a poker game hardly constitutes nepotism.
If he is related to the witness, he could very easily have influenced the
That
witness on the
objection is
stand, Your Honor.
sustained. I'll consider it, Ozzy, but continue your question. He's a witness at the scene.
Understood. Were you aware of the shootout that took place that night?
I was aware of the shootout after it happened, as I was playing poker and started hearing shots ring out outside.
How were you made aware of the shootout? Just the sound of the shots?
Yes. It's pretty
Did the
loud.
shots occur? Did the shots occur after Mr. Black had left?
Yes.
So Mr. Black was no longer there that day when the shots occurred?
No.
About how long did Mr. Black leave between... About how long was it between the time Mr. Black left and the time the shots rang out?
I honestly have no idea. I was more focused playing my poker hands, and I only noticed something was out of place when I started hearing shots ring out.
Do you know Mr. Summerfeld?
Not personally. I've seen him around, and but never really talked to him or anything like that.
When have you seen him around?
Usually Jedd, sorry.
So you've seen him typically with Mr. Black?
Yes.
Do you know them as friends?
I do not know what sort of relation they have.
Do you see them typically together? Or when you
Yes.
see Mr. Summerfeld, is he with Mr. Black?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Philip Lynn, the defense, are you finished?
Yes, we rest, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Henry. As a come forward in the when you're ready.
Oh, I'm
close
ready,
this
Your
thing
Honor.
out.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Your Honor, today we came to attempt to prove the guilt of the two men sitting before us as defendants, Mr. Larry Summerfeld and Mr. Jedd Black, as we stand accusing them of 2 attempts of first-degree murder. Today we have heard witness testimony from both the defense and the prosecution. In the prosecution, I brought forth several statements, several witnesses from both those that were attacked, officers who were on the scene, doctors who had submitted statements, lawmen who had seen the altercation not 60 minutes before in Rhodes with Mr. Larry Summerfeld and the 2 who were assailed that day in the gun store. They had seen the attack, of which these 2 sitting in the courtroom today, these 2 who were assailed in who had committed the assailing in Rhodes, paid their debt to society. And yet these individuals sitting across from me, these defendants, will have you believe that they are innocent of this matter when these defendants took matters into their own hands, when they armed themselves with shotguns, when they placed themselves in their standard blue overalls that every single witness attested to seeing them in, donned pig masks like the swine that they are, and attempted to take the lives and disrupt the peace of this city. These individuals came with a clear motive, as it has been established, Mr. Jedd Black, through Mr. Jedd Black's own testimony and Mr. Henry Lynn's testimony, Jedd Black and Larry Summerfeld are friends who have known each other, are typically seen together. Through the testimony of what he was wearing that night, it is clear that Mr. Jedd Black and Mr. Larry Summerfeld were there. And that not only were they there, they fired first in the situation when Mr. Donnie and Mr. Anthony Rose stated that the shots came through the windows and Mr. Donnie was shot in the back shortly after the firing began. It was only through Mr. Anthony opening the back door that individuals were able to escape to safety that night. Doctors and lawmen saw these individuals wearing masks and overalls. They saw Mr. Black in what Mr. Lynn even testified is his standard attire of a long black coat, a black shirt, and a red vest.
Jesus Christ.
Mr. Lynn, or Mr. Jedd Black even stated tonight that he wears a bandana so that he cannot be recognized. And after putting himself on the stand, attempted to block as to why he had been wearing his mask that night and never truly provided an answer as to that statement. Furthermore, his testimony directly conflicts the testimony of several other individuals who were there, in which I would suggest that Mr. Black may have perjured himself on the stand this evening. In which case, if he has perjured himself and made a mockery of this justice system, I would urge the courts to seek the highest punishment for these crimes, as he is clearly out to make not just a mockery of our justice system, but a mockery of the United States and the basis that it is built upon. Mr. Jedd Black and Mr. Larry Summerfeld stepped into St. Denis that night with a clear plan after being assaulted by Mr. Donnie and Mr. Anthony Rose in Rhodes. They came masked. Whether or not he had been playing poker, the fact remains he left that poker game and the shots began. And Mr. Black was recognized as an assailant on that scene when the scene began. Through his own admission, he was at the scene of the murder and at the scene of the assault later that day and knows Mr. Summerfeld. The connection is clear between the two defendants. The motive is generated by the assault that had happened in Rhodes earlier that day, and as a result, these individuals across from us took vigilantism into their own hands and stepped into Saint Denis to enact a form of justice that we are moving past in this world. For this, they should face the fullest extent of their crimes and should be punished to the fullest extent of the law. The prosecution rests.
That was a good speech.
Am I good to proceed, Your Honor?
Indeed.
You are, Miss Lynn.
Well, what an emotional testimony there by the prosecution. A lot of emotion, a lot of circumstance, a lot of really coincidences. But when we look at the facts, there's a lot of large leaping gaps in the prosecution's case. We don't know who shot first. We could tell that all these people were at the scene, but while there's 3 people in pig masks and 3 people in overalls, we only have 1 person over there that's being accused of attempted murder. Mr. Huckabee states that there was a murder, but there was no murder. There's not a single dead person. First-degree murder requires premeditation. Wearing a mask is not premeditation. You can wear a mask for a million things. A medical condition, dust, does not mean you're going to kill someone today. It also requires motivation. Now, the court could argue that Larry was so grievously injured that he wanted to take revenge, but there's no proof of said wanting to take revenge. And Jedd wasn't even involved in this so-called motivation. They're exploiting a friendship and circumstance to fit a crime. Not a single person could identify, not a single weapon was recovered, and not a single person could identify who shot who and who shot when. Defense rests.
Very well. Take recess for about 5 minutes.
He's not gonna hang now.
No, I'm not buying.
Can't really say for sure, but I don't think the execution's gonna be implemented here.
Mm-mm.
I'm not even sure that he's gonna be found guilty, to be honest.
Hey, Grace, you wouldn't happen to have any food there, would you?
Food?
Mm-hmm.
I have some food, yes.
I
need some food too. I gave it all to my girlfriend earlier and forgot to get more.
Sorry, I only have one piece of food.
Damn.
Thank you.
Winner, do you have any?
I do not.
Damn.
Unfortunately.
Ah, much better. You really gotta try that fish stew when you get home.
No one just asked Diego if he had some.
Felix.
I hear whispering, but I don't hear where.
Felix. Poker after this.
Yes. Absolutely. La Bastille or the saloon?
Oh yeah, it was yours.
Well, it was yours. You made it.
Okay.
They gave it to you.
And I gave it to you back.
Yeah, Connor? Water? Yeah.
Everyone's starving.
I'm about to starve.
Here, eat some of these.
No worries.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Me? Oh.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a little something. It ain't much, but it's something. It's better if you
I'm
can put it in
honestly
your
very
flask.
confused at how it all went. Very confused.
What's going on?
Think about it. There you go.
I can't even predict what's going to happen now. I admit it is quite interesting.
Oh, am I supposed to add him to my water?
I'm so
Ollie.
sorry.
Oh my god, Ollie.
I'm so sorry. Oh, no.
I'm
not
supposed to
again.
be on seat, Ollie. What do you think, Felix?
I think it's gonna come out guilty.
Yeah, I do.
It's gonna come out guilty,
think
but he's not
they-
gonna hang.
I think they
No,
actually
he
had a
should be
chance until
alright.
they called their own witnesses to the stand.
What's that?
I said I think they had a chance until they called their own witness until defense called their own witnesses to stand.
Yeah, when they
Yeah,
put Jedd
look-
up there, that was pretty bad. They shouldn't have done that. Like, up until that point, like they had it in the bag. They were going good, and then they put
Yeah.
Jedd up there, and it just
You fucked it
whole
up,
thing.
man. I mean, Henry could have saved it. Who knows?
Oh,
And you gotta remember, I was brought there to only
I believe the
tell
situation
truth.
is called
Hell
shooting
yeah.
yourself in the foot.
I
I'm
believe
not here.
that's socket mouth syndrome right there.
I didn't come
Foot
here
and
to
mouth.
save anyone. Came here to speak the truth.
Oh.
I must admit that
Ollie.
closing speech by Huckabee was powerful. I enjoyed that.
All right, we're back. Mr. Black, Mr. Summerfield, can you please stand up by your seats?
Nervous.
Larry Summerfield, you were charged with 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder. That charge states that no person shall act in or attempt the unlawful killing of human beings with premeditated design. Based on the process of this court today, you're found guilty of 2 counts of attempted first degree. You'll spend 1440 days in Sisika with a $400 fine. Jedd Black.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Based on the proceedings today, you were also charged with 2 counts of attempted first degree murder.
Foot and mouth
Prosecution
syndrome.
didn't prove that
Got him.
you had any premeditated design to be there other than being there.
Bullshit.
You're charged with 1 count of aggravated battery based on your own testimony that you fired a shot into the gun store. That charge carries 60 days and a $100 fine. That 60 days you've already served. That $100 fine will come out of your bail return.
No. No.
God damn it, Black.
And that'll be the end of this case.
Good.
I always get away with it.
Oh my god! But I didn't do it. I definitely didn't do it.
Bet on Black. Let's go. Let's go.
Bet on Black. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
I did it, now do it again.
Jesus.
thought Jebb was gonna get the same time as Larry for a moment there.
No,
Mhm.
no.
Should have done.
I was a little confused myself, but
I missed something.
no, he only got charged for 60 days and $100 fine.
Okay.
He actually did get away with it.
I can't believe
That's
Jedd got
surprising.
away with that.
That was
this
that
is
wasn't curious.
interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you think, with his statement there at the end, that that would have
Yeah,
ended
you'd
that?
think. You'd
Well,
think.
after the court has ruled, they can take it back. So.
No take-backs. That's bullshit.
Pup.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
You glad?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I'm glad that he wasn't found guilty.
Really?
Yeah.
He was found guilty.
Well, he
Well-
was guilty. His bail did it for him. But...
Yeah, he was found guilty on one of the charges, I think,
Yeah.
but not the other.
Yeah.
Charge that he brought up himself. Not much.
Okay.
One count of aggravated battery.
I always believed in you, Jedd.
What?
Hey, Grace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you leave courtroom, you
Yeah.
should be careful.
Why?
Davey's in town.
Yeah, he's sitting right behind
What?
Oh. He's a loose cannon at the moment.
I can barely hear.
Oh my. Almost actually, but.
Here, let me try something.
Understood.
Dear Lord, he actually got away with it. Okay.
What?
So there may be hope
You got a bank
for Jesse
Get
Jangles
some
after all.
people in there.
I
What,
always
Jedd? What do you
believed in
want?
Always bet on black.
What, Jedd?
Alright, I'm out of here. Gotta go to bed.
Well, they got him after all, huh? Shit.
Okay, I need to go fill up my flask, so I'm gonna go.
Did you see Ollie in here?
No. I don't know who that is. I don't know what he looks like.
Well, he's got striped coat, striped pants, kind of heavier set, got a beard, bald head. He's outside.
All right.
Oh, that was interesting.
It was. Well, he got away.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you got rifle hand. What are you doing, Henry? I think it's Dusty.
I know.
You know, baby.
Yeah, I do know.
You know your beard's looking really. Yeah, the drum.
I hate it. I don't.
Yeah,
Do you know
know
if the trial's finished?
What?
Yeah, I'm talking to you
who's
about
this
it.
gentleman
I
over
don't.
here?
Philip or Lance?
Yeah, I'm doing alright.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah,
This tall son of a
let me ask you something.
Can you tell them if you see them get
What
out,
happened
then
to
I'll
know
be just right across
that
the
was
street.
your offices, would you?
The lamppost over there in the corner.
Yeah, down that way.
Thank you, Charlie.
Oh, sure thing. All right, appreciate it.
Yeah, get down.
Howdy.
1440. Sorry, what was that?
I said you take this street and you get down that way. That's
all right.
Pilgrim.
Yeah, I thought you said something else.
Mr. Summerfield, while
Oh!
on patrol with
You know, what if I did
with,
say something else?
Mr. Longstreet.
It's my fucking way.
that
It's
is-
my way.
Yeah, Mr.
Jesus
Go on,
Christ.
Salerno.
Mr.
Hey, don't.
Summerfield got the.
Sorry, I thought you said something to
the
me
found
there.
about.
Yeah, I said, what if I did say something else?
Well, then we have a fucking problem here.
Where have you been?
Oh, what, do we got a problem, or?
You tell me, pal. Did you say something else or not?
No, I said the telegram's down that way.
So
Okay, so then we don't got no problem then, do we?
Right.
I guess you're like my.
I don't care. It seems like you got a
My-
fucking
my-
problem.
Hey there.
I think you got a fucking problem. You got a
yeah?
fucking problem with me?
Yeah, my problem is your problem.
Holy hell. Henry, are you twins?
I think I found my twin.
Like,
Hey, hold up. Let me just retrieve my knife here. Hold on.
I was genuinely confused.
No,
There's
he's just-
two of you.
No, he's just a handsome man just like me.
Jesus, Felix, where do you appear from?
Well, I'm just here to retrieve my knife. That's all.
Sneaky mustard. You trying to trade
Why don't
me?
you do something
Yeah,
about
I'm
it?
trying to get
Take
my
your
knife.
coat off, and I will.
Do it. Do something.
Yep,
he is right
Go on, do something. Pull something out right now.
The darker one with the black hair.
Darker one with the black hair. Is he short?
Yes.
Is he
very.
fat?
No.
Hey,
Don't do it.
I believe so. Hey, I met him yesterday.
Do
They're
something.
gonna do it.
Is it the one that just went to jail?
Don't do
What
it.
happened?
I was
What's your
No.
problem? I'm right here in your face. Do something.
Yeah, fucking do something about
Take
it.
your
man.
fucking coat off. Do something about it right now.
What's
Huh?
going on, gentlemen?
Hey, this
fucking
guy's
guy's got a
fucking
problem.
yelling. He's spitting in my fucking face.
got,
Get him away.
I haven't spin your face
him out
yet,
of
but
here.
I will, pal.
Can't exactly see
stinks.
him.
Yes, 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 yes.
Charlie, can
Can't-
you see the guy who's
Listen, I'm the one with the fucking
one
wagon
gentleman.
here, right?
I can. You can?
Oh,
Uh-huh.
I only knew. I only
Alright,
got.
Hey, this guy's
Well,
fucking breast
Hey,
stinks
listen,
like
you.
skulls.
Listen,
Get
I
him out
want
of
you to watch a tourist
Yeah,
fight in the
you
street
are-
here. It'll be
you're
fair
not
enough.
Charlie, you're
Fight.
deputized. Deal with it.
Hey, do something about it, huh? Get the fuck out of here.
That's dispersed, gentlemen.
Yeah, this guy's too
Yeah,
scared
that's
of.
right.
Sir, I
Get
saw
out of
you,
here.
This guy's too fucking scared of.
gray vest. I saw you instigate this. You need to get
Oh,
out
you
of
saw
here.
me.
Exactly.
Oh, you
Get
saw me
out of
instigate.
here.
This is
Yes,
my
I did see
fucking
you
wagon.
instigate
Here,
this.
all right. I'm
Okay,
the
then
one with
take
the
your
fucking
wagon,
wagon.
skedaddle.
Hey,
Hey, your fucking
hey,
wagon.
everyone, let's lower the tones, okay? It's.
We don't
Who
need
the
to
fuck is this? Who the fuck are you?
Okay, we don't need to cause any more problems. Let's just get
Yeah.
out of here.
Everyone should just.
I'm the one
disperse
with the
and
fucking
forget about
wagon
it.
here, all right? Don't nobody else
Hey,
have a
that ain't your
wagon.
fucking wagon.
That's
I know
my
that for a
fucking
fact.
wagon. Oh, you know
You
that for a
fucking
fact.
stole that
All right,
shit.
all right.
I
Calm
didn't
down.
fucking
Let's
steal
calm
that wagon. It's my
down.
fucking wagon.
Hey, can we take it from a 5 to a 3, please?
Ricard, get yourself over here.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm kind of in.
Now, who the fuck is this
I'm in
guy?
the middle of an investigation, but what's going
Can
on?
you see the gentleman right in front of me somewhere arguing with the gentleman to my
He's
left?
talking about me,
Yeah.
Doc. Can you see me?
Yeah, tell
Yeah,
him
what's going
to
on?
scram.
Yeah, tell him to get out of here.
Listen, why don't you tell this guy to get his fucking big fat nose out of my face?
Hey, I'm just
Hey,
gonna grab
no
my
need for
Oh,
insults,
hey,
sir.
what the fuck?
Sir, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you to leave at this moment so that
Hey,
way
get
we
him
can
out of
go
here
ahead and
before
clear
I
out of here.
do something
Please
I'm
go
gonna
ahead and
regret.
stop antagonizing him.
Yeah.
Just both of you
Go
be
ahead, do
quiet.
something that
I'm
you're gonna
speaking to
regret.
both of you right now.
Yeah,
Go your
alright.
separate ways.
Alright, tell these fucking
Yeah, get
schmucks
out
to
of
back up off of me.
Nah, fucking get out of there.
I'm feeling circled right now. Get these schmucks away from me.
How about this? I'm in the center and get the fuck away from me.
I was here
Hey,
first.
let's lower it from a 5 to 3, everyone. You know, no need to get
Hey, I'm
angry.
just standing on this fucking sidewalk, minding
I
my
know,
own
sir.
business, and this guy
I know.
comes up and starts
I'm
spitting in me
walking
fucking face.
Hey,
I ride up in my.
how about this? How about this? You should hop on your wagon and
That
go
ain't
take
your
a lovely
wagon.
trip. And
I come
this
up
guy
on my
here.
fucking wagon, and this guy's standing there telling me, "You can't fucking park your wagon there."
I didn't fucking say that.
Bullshit! I can't fucking park my
Well,
wagon. I
sir, it
park
doesn't
my
matter.
wagon
He's
wherever
not
I
the
want.
law, but I am
He
going to
ain't
go ahead
the
and
law.
request that you
Exactly.
go to your wagon. You just go ahead and have a lovely evening, okay?
And fuck
Yeah, you know-
off, huh?
What's that?
Hey,
Go ahead, say it again.
Come on, guys. This
Hold
isn't.
your
This
tongue,
isn't.
please.
You aren't setting a
No,
good
fucking
scene,
say
right,
it,
guys.
say
So
it.
did I get your knife?
Sir, please go
so they
ahead,
did not.
go onto your wagon, and
Yeah,
evacuate
get
the
on your
area.
wagon.
Not a miss.
If a single punch is thrown, you're all going to the cells.
Oh, it was
What? I
funny.
didn't fucking do nothing.
Hey, come on.
I'm
come on,
making
back
that
up.
clear
This guy's
right
making
now.
a
Hey,
fucking
hey,
name.
hey, hey, sir, come with me, sir.
It's me, Henry Lynn.
Henry.
Who are you
Oh
talking
God,
to?
one second.
Fuck
Yeah,
me.
you're still in my fucking
No,
job.
fuck you.
Hey,
Look, I
just
get
wanna-
it. You don't
just
like
wanna
him, but please
know the
don't
situation
antagonize
from
him.
a
We
five
really
foot
don't
I
want
ain't
to start
fucking
more
doing
shit.
nothing. I
You
just
keep,
standing
look,
here.
you
He
keep
comes
saying
back at me
things
and
when
starts
he's about
spitting
to
in my
leave.
face.
I just want to.
I understand you don't like it. None of us like it when that happens. But when you
Fuck
keep
outta
saying
here.
things when he's
Well, get
about
him
to
outta
leave,
here.
it antagonizes him.
Is this over?
I hope so.
Who?
I don't know. This guy's still
Oh, I thought you
fucking
were talking
here.
about Jed. I was like, I can go see if he's
He's
in
grabbing his coat
No,
and hat. He'll be out of here soon.
My
Let's
business
just
with
go ahead and
Jed is
keep calm.
concluded as soon as
What?
I
No
left.
comments need to be made.
Dylan, don't make me separate you like children in the playground.
I thought
One
you guys
down
wasn't
at
around.
the
Hey,
one
shut
down
your
at
mouth.
It doesn't matter if we were or not right now, sir. I'm
Shut
asking
your
you to go
pie
ahead
hole,
and get
huh?
out of here with your wagon.
Yeah, put something
Have a
in your pie
lovely
hole.
evening.
Scumbag.
Oh yeah, go on, do it.
Oh yeah. Well, fuck you.
Hey, what the fuck? Hey, get this guy out of there.
Come on, let's go. Let's
Yeah,
go
get
on the
him.
wagon, sir. Let's get out.
Take
of
him
here.
to
I'm gonna
fucking
ride on
cell.
my fucking wagon.
Yes, sir. It's your wagon.
Where did my horse go? Who took my
Yeah,
horse?
see, that ain't his fucking wagon.
That's Ollie's
Who took my
wagon.
horse?
That ain't his wagon.
It ain't his wagon. I saw him
Then why
fucking
the
steal
fuck
it
I
from the
ride it here
fucking
from
woman across the
Valentine?
street.
He's lying. I took
He's
it all the
fucking
way here
bullshit.
from fucking.
He couldn't
Oh,
make
yeah?
enough money to buy that fucking.
Oh my god!
Oh my.
What the fuck are you
Get the
doing?
fuck out of here! Ah!
Oh my
All
god!
right. Oh!
Oh my god!
Jesus
Ah,
Christ.
what the kid fucking release me?
Oh my god! What the
What
fuck
the
is going on?
fuck?
fuck is wrong with you, pal?
Right, sir. At this moment, you're being arrested.
Somebody stole my horse off my wagon.
Fucking
This
idiot
guy
you are.
insults me, and I get fucking arrested. What the fuck
Yes.
is going on here?
For being
You're,
a
sir,
fucking idiot.
you're
You
the one that
assaulted
allowed
him
his words to
first.
affect you in such a way that you lost your composure and decided to
alright?
grab him. Please come with me, or I will drag you with me.
Cocksucker.
Alright, come on, let's get him out of here. Whoa!
Oh my.
Get the
Oh!
fuck out of here.
Someone's
Okay,
gonna
there's no need to carry him.
Alright,
I'm gonna carry him.
I'm an assistant doctor. You want me to look him
Everyone
over?
should
Actually,
disperse.
Henry, I'd love if you come with me just to make sure, but we're getting him out of here first.
Let it out, let it out. Deep breath there.
Hey, Mr.
Breathe through your
Solano,
nose, out your mouth. Through your
I'm
nose,
sorry
out your
about
mouth.
I'm sorry about that clown.
Yeah, he's alright. Don't worry about
No.
it. Through your nose, out your mouth. Through your nose, out your mouth.
That clown over there. Don't let Philip leave alone. Wait for me to come back.
Oh, window. So how'd it go?
Jesus. You know that guy, Rigatoni, or what?
He fucking walks.
That fucking jerk off that attacked him?
Yeah, you know?
I've seen him around. I don't know him.
What?
You don't know his name?
Unfortunately, I did not.
Alright. Good seeing you, pal. Yeah, you
Is
alright?
it him in the flesh? If he's... You know what that short Italian fellow is? What his name is? He's as rotund as me.
Oh, that's him right there. That's him right there.
That's all right. Well, am I getting the rest of the bail money?
No.
Is that Larry right there?
Jedd is right behind us.
Where?
No, that's not Larry. That ain't Larry.
That ain't Larry.
That...
All I can say is many people were not too happy. Also, that Summerfield fella, he's
How are we doing, Felix? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How are we doing today?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
Just waiting for Henry Lynn to come out.
For who?
Henry Lynn.
Okay, gotcha. Well, let's have a look.
Oh, the Italians are probably not going to be happy that I was there playing poker with them, but yeah, it'll be alright. How long is Henry going to
Yeah,
take?
the stable should be back down this way, and we can get back to roads away from all.
Man, that trial actually went on for. Let's see, it started at 9. It's 11. No, 12 now. So, roundabout, that was 3 hours for that trial. But it did start 30 minutes late. And I suppose it did end about 15 minutes ago. So, 2 hours for the trial.
What are you looking
$100.
for him?
You have to do better than that.
Well, I upped the ante with an additional 50 for some of the investigators.
Yep. What's going on,
Look at all these
Felix?
beautiful faces.
Yeah, how are we, Felix?
Pretty good. Actually, kind of surprised to see that actually panned out the way it did.
Really?
Yeah. I was thinking it was going to rule a guilty verdict for Jedd as well, as far as the attempted murder.
Yeah, we were all kind of thinking it.
Well, there's a lot of issues with what I saw with prosecution. There's the police officers didn't identify people as they took off their masks, so they don't know who was actually in the shooting. They did not check the weapons to see whose weapons were hot or cold. There's
I believe
issues
so.
with keeping tabs on.
No, yeah, he left. Oh, you want to look for him? Might be around. Telegram station. Yeah, I'm gonna come with you.
Thank
you.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first court case I've been on, so I don't know. That is what it is. I'm not too worried about it. I mean, if it was up to me, I wouldn't have been there, but I had a court order to do so.
Really?
Yeah, I was subpoenaed.
Oh.
That wasn't
Yeah.
them versus Jedd.
It wasn't us that was prosecuting them. It was the law.
You know what y'all's next step should be to do? Y'all's next step should be litigation for damages.
That sounds like another court case I would have to sit through.
They would pay for the damages anyways, because Jedd don't have the money.
Listen, Felix.
Well, I'm
I
sure
know-
Jedd
listen,
Black's got a nice fancy wagon that can be seized.
Felix, listen to me. All right? I know that you've been away from Saint Denis for some time, right? But I don't know if you remember, okay? I don't need the justice system to ensure that justice is served, right?
Right. Just saying, if you wanted to go that route, you could.
Oh, yeah. But I'll tell you, after what I sat through today, I can guarantee that in the chance that any other fucking court case comes up, I will not be attending unless I'm legally obligated to.
Yeah.
So, well, with that, probably gonna go to bed.
Me as well.
Yeah.
Well, y'all have a good night. Be safe.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you too.
Yeah,
It's
you
good seeing you around.
Y'all too. Hopefully,
Good night.
All right.
soon it'll be under different circumstances.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you around.
Have a
All
good
right.
one.
Parrish, I'm gonna head back to the shop. All right, sorry we didn't get to kind of chat a whole lot tonight, but
Yeah, no worries, boss. You go right.
Ooh, Jedd's in some trouble.
Ah, I hate it. What? Ah, God. Ah.
Wait, what? Of a damaged wagon? That's jacked. So you'll be up. You'll be.
Hey.
So you'll be by to pick up wagon wheels in like 30 minutes, right?
Oh, you fucking believe it. I finally get to go to Rhodes. Jesus Christ, I miss seeing you. Yeah, let's get out of Dodge and
Yeah, me and Henry are trying to organize a poker game tonight, so.
oh, can't wait to go there.
I think he was wanting to do it at Lava Steel, but
Is that Davey?
a couple folks ended up duking it out in the street.
Oh my god, I said genuinely Jedd.
Fucking Jedd's gonna be back to being Jedd. What a wackadoodle. How's it going, Mod? Davey?
Hello.
Can't check them from there. That's unfortunate.
Would you like to go onto that other woman's horse again? You seemed quite happy there.
Thought about a troll comment there. Well, what's Davey doing? Thought Davey was tailing me for a second. Get on friendlier terms with the Italians.
Well, speak of the devil.
Mr. Huckabee.
Hello.
I was wondering if you had come across my telegram yet about
I did, and I just responded to it actually.
Oh, wonderful. I'll go ahead and see what you got.
I had said what I'll tell you now. I think that you could potentially get a declaration, as they were recently married, with if you could get some individuals to show that, the death was not her fault, it was not by her intention, so there's no motive for her to collect anything. You might be able to get things that are of immaterial value,
Fuck it then. Let's get that.
but I can't guarantee that you'll be able to get anything of monetary value. I don't think it's going to be a difficult fight without a will and testament, but that's not to say that you shouldn't try for it.
Okay, and how would I go about doing that exactly? Just file it directly as the other documents that are under the same area that we do legal documentation? Or do I need to do it lawyer to law?
Reach out to a judge first, because you might just you could probably settle that in mediation, and a judge would be able to answer that question more directly on if they would even rule for that.
Okay.
I would say reach out to a judge first just to speak to them, and if they say that'd be something you need to pursue in court, then file it the way you would any other case.
Okay. Think Henry would be good, or Longstreet?
I think Henry could answer your questions. He's a justice.
Okay.
Hey, Felix, can I talk to you for a moment?
Hold on.
That's alright, I'll slow it down. I'll be out for a little bit. Alright, good night.
Diego.
Yes, Sphinx.
Could be better, could be worse.
What's up?
This whole butcher situation's got my head spinning.
Yeah, me and you both, buddy. Me and you both.
I even told you what happened recently.
What happened?
Quite a lot. I feel
How are you feeling, Anthony?
I'm feeling all right. A little tired though. How about you?
Feeling all right. Didn't see that trial going out the way it did, but
No, I'm surprised Jedd got away. But either way,
he won't fully get away.
no, 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 he won't. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
What are you up to?
He may think it's over, but it ain't far from over.
No. Nope.
Not up to too much. Just suppose this kind of concludes what was left for me to do this evening. It consumed a large chunk of time. I wanted to see the outcome of it.
Oh yeah.
Beautifully done trial, though.
Yeah, I think it was handled well, for the most part.
Yeah, I'm sure with Huckabee, you know, hindsight's 20/20 at this point. But you know, it's you can only do what you can while you're there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a zillion holes on the side of the defense, but the problem is the burden of proof lies on the prosecution, and there's a lot of holes in their case too. Not
Yeah.
Huck's, but
Howdy.
how are we?
It's like I was saying earlier, like, you know, if they had, you know, confiscated weapons and saw who had hot guns, who had cold guns, and then, you know, notated who had what gun and who was wearing what mask kind of ordeal, they could have narrowed it down, because that's where the burden of proof really has an issue, because not only did they not know who was behind each mask, they don't even know who pulled what trigger, nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I gave him Jedd on a silver platter. I told him I shot him from the roof, and then saw the same outfit and Jedd unmasked in the doctor's office, but my statement isn't enough.
Unfortunately not.
I'm not worried about statements. He subpoenaed me, otherwise I wouldn't have gone.
How have things been in St. Denis otherwise?
Fucking busy. That's for sure. But good though. Good. How about you up in the roads?
Pretty much fending off attacks just about every other day. Running around like a chicken with my head cut off with court cases, and dude, there's so much shit going on.
Yeah, just about everywhere.
I mean, I feel like St. Denis doesn't really get hit near as much as the rest of the places.
Depends on what you mean by hit.
Well, y'all don't have La Santa Muerte coming over here trying to stir up shit every other day.
True.
Or Los Lobos.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. Listen, I gotta help Lucy with something, so we gotta go. But it was a pleasure catching up with you, Felix.
Absolutely, y'all be safe.
Yeah, you as well.
Hey, honey.
I was talking to Skeeter, and I was just telling him I want to know more. I think I can help out in that way. I think I know these types of people. I think I can help without necessarily using a gun for a change. I don't know. She's opened the way into my heart, and honestly, the path forward seems uncertain. And honestly, I'd be lying to tell if I said that I wasn't afraid. That I'd see a glimpse of hope. And
Henry made it in. Oh. Mm. Oh God, there's so many people here already.
When you're done there, can you come with me? There's details on the road.
Fucking hell, Charlie.
Oh, damn it. I gotta go back to St. Denis in a minute. Might as well go ahead and do it. Oh. Ooh. And table lit. All right.
Yeah.
You all seen any little Mexican cunts come past you?
Damn.
Were they wearing red and yellow?
I like the.
Guys,
We
do I
did the
answer
double-
your
there he
question?
is,
Do I
there
answer
he
your
is.
question?
No.
I want the other one, not that one.
I don't know.
The
Wait,
other
know
little
that he's
Mexican
not
cunt.
with
He's
you?
right here. No, the guy in the red? No. The Jimmy guy? Oh. Bruce, do you not see him?
What's his name?
What's him?
I don't know. Timothy? Timothy?
Oh, okay.
The guy in the red, no, he's not with us.
Hey, come with me. Come with me.
Why is he like a...
Hey, little Mexican fella, come on.
No, just making sure he's not other
Jesus,
side.
let's go.
Oh damn! He's gonna whistle at you.
Damn, he whistled at you.
Lordy.
Hey, Montana.
See, I think he's LSM. Look, they're going
Why
towards
does he
him.
sound like matey from
on,
LS
Felix.
Family? You know the big guy with the long hair with his shirt off.
Yeah.
He sound exactly the fucking same, him and that guy.
Somebody told me that there was a
There's another
large
there's a
group
gray
of,
one
you
below
know,
Come
handsome
creep with me,
individuals in
Grace.
town. I see they
I
were
creep
correct.
with you? What did you say?
What the fuck? Look at these. Look at these motherfuckers.
I said somebody said there was a large group of handsome individuals in town. I see they were correct.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. You know it.
Hey.
The fuck are they doing? I can see your weenus from here.
I heard Jedd Black got off.
Yeah.
Jocko's still around?
Who?
Jocko. Mr. J, whatever y'all want to call him.
Joker?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been in court for the past 3 hours.
He is. He's having trouble on the train.
Oh, really? Had headache.
Be around soon.
Nah.
He was here a minute ago, down by the bank, but that's how he's having. Yeah. Him and Quinn are.
How's things, Felix?
Oh, they're all over the place. That trial was actually pretty interesting. It got shaky, and then Jedd put his own fucking foot in his mouth. It was great.
Jedd. Wait a second. Old man Jedd?
No, Jedd Black.
Oh, okay.
No, he literally got up. If he had not taken the stand, he would have got away scot-free. Yeah.
You gotta be shitting me.
Like, the defense's case was so good, and then he took the stand and just fucking just shattered his own statements. It was so bad.
Well, hold that thought. Give me 1 second.
All right. Oh, what an interesting trial. Is some shit about to go down?
All right, carry on.
Is some shit about to go down over there? What's going on?
Where? Over there? Oh, I don't know, man. Ain't my business.
Not my monkeys, not my circus.
Hey, Felix, you busy?
A little bit.
All right.
Okay, they're just talking right now. I don't see LSM anywhere. Let's check over the other side.
The reason why I wanted to talk to you was, wanted to ask you if you heard anything about what happened today.
I heard that Bambi Keith got nabbed. Heard she got tortured.
Amelia got tortured again.
Really?
Yeah.
By Butcher?
Yeah.
Is she okay?
Her leg. It's not as bad as. She had a wound over her forehead, but it looks like it'll heal. Thank God. And she had her hair cut by the man. All off. And I don't know. It just happened in an instant. And the next thing I know, I'm bawling my eyes out while she's on a hospital bed in Strawberry.
What happened to her leg?
I think it got fractured. Everything will heal.
At least she didn't suffer an amputation.
I ain't intruding, am I?
Need a
Business?
No. You know anything about the Butcher, Woody?
The Butcher? Yeah, he's a bad dude, man.
I know what he looks like now.
I don't know what he looks like anymore, but
From what Amelia told me, he goes around acting like somebody else, like dressing in plain sight, acting like someone else in plain sight.
You talking about Jim
No, like
or Jack?
his name is. He has the nickname Butcher, but his name is like his first name's John.
Oh, John. Okay. Hey.
If you're having a private convo, I'll let
No.
you be.
Yeah, the reason why I wanted to talk to you about this, Felix, is because I thought it was important, and there's a lot of things on my mind right now, and I think I would really appreciate your ear on this.
I mean, my ear is definitely on, and I got my ear on a lot of things right now. There's a lot of different things going on.
Yeah.
If you need me to find some information out, buddy, I can find it.
I need you to find out everything you can on John and Jim Butcher.
Okay. John and Jim Butcher.
About
the Butcher Brothers.
John apparently is associated with a preacher. See.
Yeah, the bad preacher.
He's apparently religious, but doesn't have any basis in actual scriptures, but has.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I've met him.
It's a scam.
My point being, it seems that he's. I don't know. I still need a. I don't even know the whole thing. All I know is that I gotta try my best to make sure that whoever's next is. We could hopefully catch him in the act. But I doubt it. somehow.
Hmm.
I don't know. It just feels like I'm fighting a battle I can't really win.
Let me see what I can find out tomorrow. I'll pass you the information, Felix.
All right.
On everything I can find out.
I gotta ask Felix, who'd you talk to? About that thing earlier.
I'll tell you in a little bit.
Relationships are a waste of fucking time.
Hey, you know the bald fella? I feel like I know. I think he's JJ.
No, they apparently
Jesse
got.
Jangles?
Yeah.
No, they got him.
He's in Sisika.
Oh, okay. He looks a lot like him.
Did that guy just say relationships here are a waste of fucking time?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he did.
So,
It's been a freaking crazy last few days.
yeah, I'm quite pissed off. To
It's
be
eating
honest
me
with it.
alive. I completely forgot about a few things, including that trial. I was so occupied.
Where the fuck did Montana and them go?
No clue.
Right here.
But I'm happy Amelia's safe. She's... Whoops.
So what's going on then? There's a whole lot of bullshit going on today.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. It's a lot of different like bits of information that doesn't make sense a lot on its own.
See, personally, I can't trust these guys as far as I throw them.
Which ones?
All them guys, Lobos.
Yeah.
But apparently
I'll
they're...
second you there. Hey.
But as you just heard from that comment, they clearly don't. And that doesn't wash with me, to be honest, but it seems to be washing with everybody else. For some reason.
I gotta send a couple telegrams. I'll be right back.
I have to ask. Just to let my mind be. I don't even know if it'll bring me ease, but who'd you talk to?
Jesse Jangles.
Huh. What do you think he did?
Well, he got back to me. He said he didn't actually get Butcher off of Grace's back. The JJs are protecting Grace. So we're gonna have to do the same with Amelia. But I'm gonna send him another telegram and get more information.
She's under marshal, like every lawman's protection, especially the marshals. Like she's up at Fort Wallace now, like under. She's getting. It's almost like what they did to Huckabee.
Fuck you, Philippe.
Fuck you, Felix.
Love you, Philippe.
Love you too.
Yeah, I don't know. My heart's kind of going in a few different ways.
Yeah.
Howdy. As soon as I saw that hat, like, that reminded me of somebody.
How you going, Felix?
Oh, got a lot going on. Driving me nuts.
Did you end up seeing Bruce?
Nah.
After you, he was looking for you.
Did I just hear what I thought I just heard?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know if that's even on my freaking mind right now. There's way more concerning things than him. To be honest, I think this man is causing me so much pain. I don't think what's his name could ever match this John guy. And do you want to know what the funny thing is, Felix? We're not having a manhunt on him.
Hello.
And the first time I met him, he was in a cell.
Yeah.
Alright. So you're gonna move to see your family?
In a bit. Not right now. Probably just. What did Sage say?
I'm just hoping things go right, Felix.
Alright.
That's really all I want.
I didn't want
Do
to
you-
be in their fucking, circle.
As long as you're safe,
No
as long as
offense.
Amelia's safe, as long
No,
as
right, that's alright.
everyone's
That's
safe,
alright.
really, that's...
You need I think you need to be alone.
Even if I'm long gone,
And it is, I see you
that's all
a
that
lonely
matters,
woman.
that you guys live happily. That's all I wanted for you.
I mean, I
For you all.
socialize and then,
And honestly, I can't believe I'm
come
saying
on.
this, but I think it's only gonna get worse.
You need sometimes of some,
I feel like I'm just scratching the top of the surface
you can say
of something bigger. I can't put my finger on it. But in time, we'll see it through. Both of us will. I have your back, you have mine. I don't think that will ever change. I mean, I don't know. This situation's complicated. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, despite all of this, I still feel the same way about her. I just hope she feels the same way. I think she does, but there's just a lot on her mind right now, and I think if I had that much on my conscience, I'd be too occupied for... My mind would be spinning and not be able to just see what's right in front of me. My man.
Howdy.
Hey, Jim.
Just grabbing a shit ton of letters.
See a familiar face.
What's that?
It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's nice seeing you as well.
Thank you.
And frankly, a shit day.
Tell me about it. Well, it's not shit. It's good and bad. Bittersweet.
Nah, don't worry about it.
If I told you what was going on with me, oh man, it would make your mind spin. It feels like I'm facing one of the biggest issues of issues.
Maybe I'll tell you what's going on some other day.
Well, howdy, partner. Oh. You were saying, Jim?
I was just saying, I'll tell you some other time what's going on.
You know, I don't think it can possibly be worse than...
I'll tell you some other time.
I'm not gonna force you.
Alright.
Hey, Felix, I'm probably just gonna go say goodbye to everybody. Say goodnight. And, probably head to bed. I think, I need a rest.
No.
Look forward to the next day.
Absolutely. You've had a long night.
Tell me about it. I've been up for... If I stay up for another hour, I would have been up for a whole day.
Jeez.
Yeah. Little bit of in-betweens, but yeah. Honestly, I'm just happy that today wasn't... my schedule looked cleared. Like, I didn't really have any obligations to law that I needed to do, and I did what I could. Did my first arrest today. Well, earlier. I'm thankful that it was a man who had patience. And honestly, didn't seem that bad. I just think they didn't know the laws. Just some grave diggers. It didn't seem to be that bad. They were very...
Felix.
Apologetic.
Howdy.
Howdy.
What are you up to, man?
Not too much. Seeing who's around town, seeing if anything's about to pop off.
I don't think so. They all left.
Wonder where Henry went. I want to play poker, damn it. I've had a long day. I need poker in my life.
You know what? I think I might need poker too. I might join you if you get a table.
Well,
well, Woody. All
I'll
right,
play.
let's go. Oh
Let me
wait,
get some money.
Yeah, we got 10 minutes anyways.
Oh, motherfuck.
How much money we want to put on the table?
$500. No, I'm kidding.
Fuck, I don't have that money.
I mean...
Woody's like,
I mean-
well, I've got money to burn. Why don't you ever play the Red Room poker? Play some
I'm
high
going
stakes.
I'm going to, but I got something I got starting up. I need a little bit of money, and
Hey, Grave.
Howdy, guys.
probably in a week or two I'll be able to do some high stakes. Probably 2 weeks, closer to 2 weeks, I'll be able to start doing high stakes.
Carrying a sack letters.
But
Beautiful.
the storm's coming.
So
I'm gonna call my boys.
might go finally get some sleep. I think I really need it.
Does that mean you're out of the
Especially
poker game?
I got $5. I'll all in on the first one, and then I'll. It's
Watch
a
out for
consider a
stupid.
donation.
Watch out for stupid.
Oh. And yet you're the one who got hit.
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, great.
Yep.
Oh.
Howdy, Felix.
Howdy. Damn, everything's so busy. I haven't played poker with Skeeter in a while. None of the marshals. Frickin' some of the marshals are dead now. Lord.
You know, I was thinking of asking her to sooner or later to be my girl and for me to be her man. But I feel like right now, with what's going on, now's not the right time.
Yeah, don't make now about yourself. Make it about her.
It was never about. It's never about me.
I know, but you've got the right mindset. Stay on track. Hopefully Mr. McKnight and Jesse Jangles can get me some information on Butcher.
Oh, I just yawned again, so I think that's my sign to just say my goodbyes for the night. I ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
No, you're not. You got somebody to protect.
Yes, I do, but I can't. She didn't want me involved. Like, she was pleading with me not to. Like, deal with the man. I don't know if that's. She sounded like scared and like she was crying. I don't know if it was. I think it was out of love, but just fear too. Well, Felix. See you tomorrow.
Only you be safe out there.
I'd say that more so for you. Right. At least at this moment.
Yep.
But I think I'm facing a demon that just won't die.
All demons have to die someday.
Yeah. I'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow, Felix. Maybe I won't. Maybe you're going to be in the courtroom while I'm chasing after. What's his name?
I don't have any cases tomorrow, so
Hey, I appreciate you being there at a Skyrise, by the way.
absolutely.
But I just hope the feeling that I have for her and what I want from for her, like she sees it the same way. The hardest thing though, I can't recall one thing that made.
So, sorry to interrupt.
Things
Mike,
worse.
did you guys hear them shots?
Yeah, we did.
Where were they?
Northwest.
Yeah.
Okay. Because two guys just rolled from behind it, casual as a fucking bean, and yeah, I don't know what happened. Fuck knows.
I'll see you tomorrow, Felix.
I'll do. You be safe out there.
I have to be. For her sake.
I'll let you know in the morning if I hear anything from Jesse. Both the Jessies.
The one thing is to get this man to hang. From what I know, Amelia is going to be protected pretty much no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So the goal is to get that man in the 10 feet under before he hurts anyone else, before he hurts like Bambi again, or Lord forbid, someone that's down the list. Like Madison was on that list. The potential victims. Nothing's happened to her yet, but I could, if nothing's done to prevent it.
Oh, hi day.
Oh, hi day.
Hi day, hi day, hi
All right.
day.
Now
day. Good night.
Oh, good night.
Good to see you, Monet.
Nice seeing you too.
How the
Good
fuck-
night.
Bobby, did you watch the trial?
Evening.
Harley,
Yeah.
do you need any horseshoes?
Not at this second in time, thank
Okay. Just wanted to make sure y'all were okay.
you. Yeah. How's your day been? Bullshit as well?
Yeah, you know, just one thing after another. Just take it one at a time. Although the Jedd
Yeah.
Black trial was very interesting. It both prosecution and defense did an excellent job. Jedd Black stuck his own fucking foot in his mouth though. That was funny to watch.
I haven't seen it. I've heard that he got off, I think, though, somebody said.
For the most part, he only got aggravated battery, but
Yeah.
he stuck his foot so far in his mouth, I think I saw it come out his ass. It was pretty bad. I was just sitting there on the sidelines, just watching him. Like, dude, why did you didn't even have to take the stand. And then he got up there, and then he wanted to plead the seventh while he was on the stand. It's like, you've already waived that right. You have to answer the question. Shouldn't have taken the stand. I'm like, damn. Whew. It was spicy. Maybe not for other people, but definitely for me. It was spicy to watch.
Yeah.
I was keeping up with everything that was going on. Woo! That was fun.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
How was y'all's day?
We didn't get a train until quite late. We spiritually went to sleep late and woke up late, so yeah.
I gotcha. Well, during the weekdays, I only sleep 4 hours a day.
Bloody hell.
And then
That's not
I
much.
drink enough coffee to make a horse run from here all the way to Tumbleweed in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, I don't trust these guys, to be honest.
Which guys?
The low boss guys.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That information they gave earlier seems like a false lead, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, we know that. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope we all do, shall I say.
Did they actually spill any information tonight?
I don't know. We haven't got the lowdown of what happened, but I'm guessing it's all friendly and, you know, falsy.
Yeah, well,
but
you know,
I don't know.
You know what I think it is? Parlor House is about to be repossessed. So it makes sense for y'all to be on good terms before the Parlor House goes up. Because then one of them's going to go for it.
You said the Parlor House is about to be repossessed?
Yeah, probably in the next week or two.
Holy shit.
They had
Why
an
would it be
internal
repossessed?
meltdown. They had an internal meltdown with Jack. Haven't seen Jack in 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
So it's going to go up. He's gone. MIA. Hadn't been around.
So who do you think is going to go for it?
One of the Los Lobos, of course. They want to keep that Parlor House.
Yeah.
Can't be Elena.
But what's that got to do with us being friendly?
Well, if y'all are friendly, y'all won't go for it.
Yeah.
Exactly. I didn't know we had interest in it anyway, to be honest, but...
Yeah, but whether y'all have interest or not, that doesn't matter. What matters is being friendly with y'all so that y'all don't have interest in it. See what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't know. It makes sense. I'm not saying it doesn't, do you know what I mean? But I think there's more to it, more devious reasons as well, to be honest.
Yeah, Los Lobos seems to make marriages for convenience between families.
Yeah.
They don't seem to make marriages in actual, what's the word I'm looking for?
Love and
Genuous
friendship.
intention.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So are they friends with LSM, Lobos?
From what I've heard, the alliance has been broken.
When was it?
Over the last few days. I heard that just yesterday. I can't remember who I heard that from, actually.
Okay.
But Wesso was the one that told me that they were allied. I think it might have been Olsen Ranch that said it broke down. The alliance.
Yeah.
Olsen?
Mm-hmm. I got ears everywhere. I just listen to everything.
I just don't get it.
Well, it explains why they were over there for a little bit, and now they're back over here. Like I said, they make marriages for convenience. Something happened that managed to chase them out of this town for a couple weeks. They laid low with LSM for a little bit. Makes sense. That means that they, you know, they had a place
down a little bit.
Yeah, I did. But that means that they had a place of convenience to go. And so they made an alliance temporarily. Now that they're back here, there's no reason to keep it, so they haven't, which is exactly what is probably going to happen if y'all have an alliance with them. They're going to have a hold on y'all while it's convenient, and when it's not, throw it away.
Well, this is it. I can see that already without the whole fucking whatever's said tonight at this meeting, you know. If we're all pally-pally now, bullshit. I don't trust you as far as I could fucking throw you, do you know what I mean? I don't trust none of them, period. And not after last night either. It just all seemed a bit fucking...
Bit convenient.
Bit convenient how everything happened last night as well, and who was about, and then who disappeared, and who... Do you know what I mean? It just, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be civil, but I'm certainly not hanging around with them or being pally-pally with them. They ain't getting shit from me. Can't stand them.
I ain't fucking talking to none of them unless they fucking say a word to me. I ain't got nothing to say to them, to be honest. Honestly, we should have had a meeting after that.
We should.
But I don't
That's
know.
also what we're kind of pissed off about, because everybody kind of went off and all of us are like, well, what was said?
Yeah.
And then we see Montana and everybody laughing and joking and pally-pally with them. And it's like, what the fuck? You know, at least give everybody a rundown what the fuck's going on. But I don't know. Just want to know what's going on.
Only time will tell. True intentions are only showed through time.
And that whole situation the other day outside of the Telegram office, right? That was like the bullshit as well. Oh no, it wasn't. You know, we weren't part of that, right? And then they were part of it, and we were like, oh, we only. Oh, I don't even know what was fucking said, innit?
Oh, they're not my friends. They're not my family members. They're this, that, and the other. Fuck off. You come up to us and said there you want to get your family, your friends, whatever. Oh. We were going to shoot her in the face, but we're told not to. That's the only reason we didn't, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, Felix, when she came running over with that shotgun, mate, I was about to lay her out.
Wait, what?
But we were told
But
not
we were
to.
just acting in self-defense, to be honest. And then I see her coming with the shotgun, and I thought she's going to shoot. But then you and the others came over, and we just put our hands up, you know what I mean? Because it was fucking self-defense.
Wait, when who pulled the shotgun? What?
Oh,
$20.
No, well, you don't know $20.
The slack.
The one that walks around with the fucking shitters out the whole time. Don't even know her name. What's her name?
Eliza, Eliza, fucking
know.
Melissa, whatever her fucking name is. $20. That's her name.
How about Mother's Milk? That was a fun situation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It all didn't add up, mate. And the funny thing, you know that Rosemary that hangs around here? Is she part of Lobo?
I'm not
Because she
sure,
seems
to
to
be
be with
honest.
them the whole time. Because I see her with them, like, yesterday, day before yesterday, today. See them ride out earlier today on the back of one of their horses. And you know that big group that rolled through town last night in Strawberry? She was on one of the horses.
She's as good as with them, even if she officially isn't. Do you know what I mean?
And
Which
I
I
did
think she
recognise
is, to be
her
honest.
voice, innit? As well. But you know the guy, not Mother's Milk, but the guy in grey that was stood on the porch behind her?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that guy in grey. Well, that group that rolled through town, and there was two guys walking. Well, the one, not Mother's Milk, but the other one that Harley shot.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the walkers in that group, and that guy in grey was also one of the guys walking in that group with the others on horses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which makes me lead to believe that they were doing some shady shit, you know, that fucking Rosemary and that, because, you know, why was two people walking in your group? Why weren't they on the back of horses when you went out of town? And then conveniently does Mother's Milk come across the bridge from the opposite direction with one of them guys out of the group, and the other guy that was on foot out of the group stand near the general store? Do you know what I mean?
Just their usual
shady
meta
fucking shit.
ways.
Mm-hmm.
But they got the fucking brunt end of it anyway, and it seems as like they do every time. Not very fucking clever, to be honest.
As far as Rosemary goes, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it walks like a fucking duck, it's probably a duck.
Mm.
What's that term? Guilty by association?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I really do wonder what those fellas' intentions were last night. I don't know if they were just looking to start shit, or what it was, but they got laid out pretty quick. I mean, not a
See,
single
I'm
one of
pretty
us went
sure
down.
it's Nacho Fingers. Do you know Nacho Fingers? The finger binocular.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, so everything he was saying and the way he was acting, oh, what you doing looking at me like a paranoid schizophrenic?
Yeah, it was kind of that schizophrenic nature.
I
he
think
had
it was his cousin.
exactly.
I've got that gut feeling because the way he can't communicate. All he does is kind of chuck accusations like that day, just fabricating whatever he can to say mannerisms. I think it was his cousin, and because he's after specifically me, Mr. J, it just seems a bit funny that we're both on our own down there, and he's he starts shit.
Why didn't he pull the gun on Myra in front of him? Why did he turn to the right?
He tried
and
to pull it on
his
me
gun
because
on
he doesn't
Harley?
like me because I confront him and tell him he's a flippin' idiot.
You know, Myra pulls out the shotgun. You pulled out the shotgun as well, but he pulled out his gun. Why didn't he point it in front of him and say, right, put your hands up? He specifically turned to the fucking right down
Exactly.
there. Didn't
It was
bother
him.
about the fucking three people
I
standing in
guarantee
front
you
of him.
any amount of money, you won't be able to prove it, but it was him. That's who I honestly think it is. His mannerisms, the way he's, why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me? Fabricating stuff like he did the other day in Rhodes. It was him. On a cousin.
Interesting. I mean, it also begs the question, you know, he came over to me and Joker. Instead of antagonizing Joker, he chose to antagonize me.
Well, this is it,
Yeah.
because he knows I don't say shit, mate. I keep my gob shut. So he knew he wouldn't have got a rise out of me. I'd have just sat there and fucking not said anything. I'd have waited for him to do something and then shot him.
Maybe he was just waiting for one of us to say something.
Exactly. He knows that if he picked on you, she would say something. She'd be like, well, what are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? And then he thought, right, she probably didn't hear that. I'll fucking walk over it and I'll talk shit here. And then he saw me come over and he's like, oh, take 2 fucking steps back out of my face. And then that's when, because we were in Strawberry, you know, it's not, I'm not going to sit there and start shit in other people's towns. So then Myra was like, you know, you don't make fucking demands around here. And that's when he was like, actually, I've got a demand, didn't it? And that's when he fucking tried being a shit twat and didn't really go that well for him.
What the fuck?
Karma's a
Well, at
bitch,
least,
isn't
yeah,
it?
karma.
The funny thing was, he fucking, he knew that was gonna, he knew that was gonna do that as well. And silly twat thinks he's funny. Oh, I'll try and run the horse for him, but oh, fucking kick me, cock. We had a guy do that the other day to grip her back. We had a guy do that to grip the other day.
Really?
And he fucking kept fucking doing it and doing it and doing it. Oh, it's fucking stupid that people think a cousin's going to cover your voice or fucking you're not going to know who it is, but it's just pathetic. You've got a fucking problem, just fucking deal with it. Do you know what I mean? Go up to said person and fucking say your shit.
Mm-hmm.
We need some fucking armory. That's what we need. We need fucking shit to back us up, like in the closet, you know.
I think we got plenty to back us up.
No, I'm talking fucking Molotovs, fucking dynamite and all that shit. Just on the back burner. You know what I mean? Not to sit there and be a twat with it. But when messages need to be fucking sent. Everyone else fucking does it. That's that fucking guy.
If y'all want to get something out of this alliance, maybe talk to Los Lobos about getting some of theirs.
Say that again, mate.
Said if
Have
y'all
they
want to
even
get,
got any?
they make dynamite.
They make dynamite, do they?
Mm-hmm. I thought I told y'all that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, they do.
That guy.
Interesting.
They believe they said the price starts at 180.
108 for a stick of dynamite, you shit, man. Is that it?
Well, it's either you get it from them or Los Santa Muerte. Not sure who else has it, but I know them two for sure do. And considering they're their makers or the dealers, they're the ones who set the price. The more you buy, cheaper
So you
the
see
price.
that guy to your right on the gun store fucking porch, on my left, isn't it? In the red, with the long ponytail.
Mm-hmm.
Is he LSM or is he Lobo?
I haven't seen him. I've never seen him before.
I can't tell from here.
Because when LSM pulled up, I was earlier on, like very quickly and whatever, and then disappeared. I swear he pulled up with them.
It might be Jimmy.
Who's Jimmy?
Jimmy Cauldron. He would be one of the heads of Los Lobos.
Jimmy Cauldron. I've heard the fucking name as well.
He's also the owner of the distillery here in town, the Los Lobos Distillery.
Because he had a fucking sombrero on This guy when he came in town, and then he walked down here a bit, and then he fucking whipped it off his head and fucking turned around, and I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I swear there were.
By the way, have y'all heard anything about this Jim or John Butcher?
Where
Who,
did I know
what,
that name
who,
from?
what, and what?
Jim or John Butcher?
Oh, he's wanted, ain't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I read a poster over there in the telegram station a little bit ago.
So he wears like a pirate hat with a feather in it. It's black. He's got a black coat on with orange trimmings on it. Orange and red. He's got black hair and a ponytail, long. He's got a beard like mine, also black. And as far as I'm aware of the rest of his clothing, he wears all black. Y'all see a fella like that? Tie him up and take him to law.
Gotcha.
So is it only us three, family-wise, around now? Is everyone?
I believe Lance is still around.
Oh yeah, I think I did telegram him, and I think he's. I don't know if he's gone adventuring or something like that. You ever done fruit picking, Felix?
Fruit picking? Like farming?
Yeah, like. Is it like all the? I don't know. Is it worth? Do you know what I mean? Is it good? I need more money. Me, I need more money.
You could actually probably make more than you do getting gold bars or gold painting.
This is what I thought. I need something that takes I don't know, the gold panning. Yeah, that was good money, but I worked it out, and it is the slowest way to make money, really. You know, the fishing's good, but you need a wagon. It's just not feasible. And then it's like, yeah, I did see people farming, and I just didn't know how long it took.
Oh, it takes a considerable amount of time. Actually, now that I think about it, no, you make less if you do that. Oh, there's Nacho.
You what?
Nacho?
Yeah. Over there.
Holy
Selling
shit.
meats.
I gotta talk now.
He's going to tell you he changed his life. You changed my life, Nacho. You changed my life. You don't know who's talking to. Nacho, you changed my life. You change it forever.
Felix?
Hey, Nacho.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. You changed my life.
Can you change my life, please, brother? I'm fucked.
What
I'm
you
really
do
fucked.
now, Nacho?
I'm wanted, brother, right now, brother. Please, I am very
Oh,
fucked.
shit. What are you wanted for?
Okay, so these corrupt officers, they beat me up in the cell. They took all my booze. They drink it in front of me. They were shit talking me for hours, and there's a lot of proof of it. And when they tried to arrest me, they took me inside sheriff office in Blackwater. They're super corrupt, by the way. They already beat me up in the cell. They took me to a doctor, and they said that I slept, and the doctor didn't believe them at all. I already spoke to the doctor and everything. But the point is, when they took me to sheriff office again, I had my bow. They left my bow on me, so I pulled my bow out and I shoot 2 arrows, and I got them both with 2 arrows. So then, Huckabee, he came to the sheriff office and he opened door by mistake because I was screaming through window, we need help, we need help,
Okay.
we need help. And then he came, and after we help him, I mean, sorry, no, after he opened the door, I said, well, they fell over, and I don't know. So they got me with convicted murder 2 times and unlawful escape from sheriff office in Blackwater. Please, I need help, brother. I don't want to go back.
Okay.
I already went to Sisiga.
So,
what do I do?
Hmm.
Can you help me, please? Change my life, brother. I really need your help now, lawyer.
Let me think. So, uh,
What's going on? Is my best option to keep running?
so no. You said they're going after you for attempted murder. Is that right?
Ungrateful. I don't know, something like that. Yeah.
So
I
did you?
talked to LFA or a bounty hunter. I don't know who I talked to, but he was Lawman, but he said I didn't see him, so I said I didn't see you, and I forgot his name. But the point is, he told me what I had, but I forgot. I just know I got 1 time unlawful escape and like 2 aggravated assault or some shit like that. Yes.
Okay, that's not that bad. Honestly, you probably couldn't fight your way out of that, even
But they
if you went to
fucking
court.
beat me in the cells. They're corrupt as fuck, and everybody knows that.
So we would have to file that under something separate, I believe. If we could prove it, maybe you could get out of the charges, but it's going to be hard to get out of that because we need quite a bit of evidence.
We can talk to
let
the
me-
doctor there in Blackwater. Listen, brother, I guarantee you, if you go talk to the doctor right now, that is around right now, he will
Mhm.
literally tell you it's been like in the past 2 weeks. There's specifically some lawman there in Blackwater in Strawberry that they take people to the cells and they say that they sleep over or they fucking sleep on bucket.
What
And they
doctor
were
could
saying
I
like,
talk to?
fuck, I don't know his name, brother, but he's
Nacho,
stuck
where's
there
my
in
horse?
Blackwater. I got your horse. What horse you want?
No, the one I placed an order for, Nacho.
Missouri Fox Terrier?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's gonna be here soon, okay? I talked to my
Okay.
boss, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If I could be the one getting it to you, you probably would have had it. But my boss, she will get it to you soon, okay? I already
Okay.
spoke to her. She's
Okay,
at
thanks,
home.
Nacho.
Okay. Hey, if you see Loman, Nacho's not here. I'm Tacho. He's twin brother. Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
Tacho.
Okay, so what you could do, Nacho, is you can turn yourself in, tell
don't wanna do
them that you need a bail hearing because you need to have a bail hearing within 7 days. Do it whenever it's busy, okay? Do it whenever there's a lot of people around. Turn yourself in, get a bail hearing. They'll get a judge down there. You'll get bailed out. You have to pay bail. That's if you plead not guilty. So if you decide to plead not guilty, we could take it to court. We could try and fight it with claims of corruption. We'd have to gather evidence. I'm going to need to figure out what doctor I need to talk to, who
We can.
handled.
He's literally there right now. Fuck. He has glasses. He has like maybe like kind
Was
of
it the
dirty
same
blonde hair.
person who treated you?
I think so. Yeah. He did treat me.
Okay, what's your
The
full name,
doctor's in
Nacho?
black. Nacho Gomez.
Nacho Gomez. Okay, I'm gonna get your medical record, and
Thank you.
I will
Yeah,
be
he
able
can
to
see
get the
my- he-
doctor's name from there.
Yes. Yes. Perfect. Yes, he has
So-
all of that because the day that happened, he treated me and like I had a big bump on my head for the whole day. You know what I mean? They hit me
Mhm.
really hard against the cell, and they drink all my alcohol, took my gun, treated me like shit. They tried to escort, brother. You know how they finally arrested me? And this all started because they wanted to buy a horse. By the way, this all started because they wanted to buy a horse.
Why
and they
does that
didn't end
not
up-
surprise me, Nacho?
They didn't want to buy the horse at the end. Yeah. So as I'm saying, what was I saying? I forgot. Fuck. Okay, listen. No, I remember now. So I was trying to sell horse, and they let me go out of the cell after they beat me up and all that bullshit. They gave me my gun back, but they drink all my alcohol, and I was, telling them, "Give me my alcohol back, brother. You drink it all now. You gotta buy it back." And he didn't want to buy it back, so he said, "Okay, you gotta get the fuck out of town, brother." And I was like, "What the fuck?" Oh, I'm not Nacho, by the way. I'm Tacho. Oh. He didn't see me. Okay. So, as I was saying, yes, they were escorting me, brother. They wanted me to get out of town because I was requesting my fucking alcohol back after they beat me up in the cells and everything. And they said, no, you gotta get out of town, brother. You're banned from town. And I was like, what the fuck? No way. That's cut up as fuck. And everybody in the town, brother, there was like 15 witnesses. There's everybody from Dory's store. Dory was there. Everybody from Dory's store was there. They are witnesses. These two motherfuckers are cut up as fuck.
Do you know
Like
these
it was,
officers'
they were,
names?
yes, Fletcher and Hernandez.
Fletcher and Hernandez?
Yes. They are super corrupt. Super corrupt. Like they trust me, brother. That doctor will tell you. Like we were even talking about it. Like I don't know what's going on in this house. They got us like I don't know how they keep like sleeping in the fucking ground. They gotta clean it and shit. And I was like, yeah, brother, that makes no sense. How the fuck every week some motherfuckers be sleeping in there? If you fucking are, getting damaged in the fucking cells in the sheriff office where you should be, secure and safe, that is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? You should not be fucking sleeping off and fucking getting fucking hurt inside the fucking sheriff office. Like it's supposed to be the place, the safest place in fucking town. How the fuck there's motherfuckers beating you up and shit in there and drinking your alcohol and treating you like shit? They were actually shit talking me a lot. So yes, you see what I'm saying, brother? These motherfuckers, they got me fucked up. So I shoot him with my bow in the head, each of them, and I escaped. I did the great escape on the west. Now I'm here. I don't know what to do. You're the first lawyer I talked to.
So, turning yourself in looks good on your part. You could stay on the run, but eventually you'll get caught, and if you resist in that, you're going to attain additional charges, which you could end up attaining additional charges if more corrupt officers get a hold of you and decide they want to slap more onto you for running away from the other two. So your best bet is
Sorry. Any lawmen around here?
Nope.
Well,
what's going on, Henry?
They're robbing the Ennisburg gun store again.
Ah, shit.
Second day in a row.
In Ennisburg?
Yeah. If you seen the lawmen, tell them to get their lazy asses up to Ennisburg ASAP.
The last two lawmen we saw were just headed that direction.
Of course they were.
Probably going to Valentine.
Well, I guess I'll fucking take my Lancaster and go up there and try my luck.
Alright, wait, Henry.
Yep.
Nacho, telegram me.
Yes.
Felix, I gotta go save some back. Wait, Henry! Henry!
What?
Oh, I'm coming with you.
Alright, let's go. They pointed guns at me and told me to turn around and get out of town. It was a personal matter. And get my disposable firearms out. I swear to God, I'm so fucking lucky because one of my friends appeared in Ennisburg and he asked me to go over to the telegram station with him, and he was showing me a new gun that he had in the safety storage there in the bank. As we walked out, we saw a bunch of them fucking pointing guns at Tommy and everyone else.
You think they're still gonna be up there?
No clue. Hope not. I also ditched my Evans behind the gun store, so I hope he didn't find that.
Your what?
My Evans repeater.
Ah.
Yeah, me and the other guy were trying to take down a few of them, but they fucking saw us before we can even pull our move, so...
Well, if they're there, we'll get them.
There's about 4 of them, I think, that I could count.
Well, if I get close enough, this shotgun will take down both of them quick. Boom, boom.
Well, it better. I'm gonna start sending lead down the range. So that I can. run right up behind the gun store and see what we can do.
All right. You might want to retrieve your horse. This one seems exhausted.
Oh, this one is fine. Just need to catch his breath a little bit. Fuck, I even managed to sneak into the fucking telegram station to send a tip line, but where are the lawmen when you need them? So, what do you think about the outcome of the trial?
Worked out in Jedd's favor, but he ain't gonna get off that easy, Henry.
I know. Oh, the accountants are gonna finish the job. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm surprised you got up there and testified. To be honest with you, I'm surprised I'm off the hook after he mentioned my name. I'm like, shit.
I didn't mention your name.
No, you didn't. Jedd did.
Oh. Did he mention my name?
Yeah, he said that you were one of the people he was playing poker with, and he said I was too. And I'm like, fuck. Why'd you bring me into this, damn it?
Yeah, it doesn't look good. They're gonna come after us.
Nah. Well,
I mean, my cousin was the lawyer, so I'm expecting to catch some heat for that.
maybe, but I think they're more focused on Jedd. They were asking about his brother Ollie, so they're gonna go after his brother Ollie. If they can't get Jedd, they're gonna get his brother.
Which sucks because Ollie was not even involved.
Yep. But they're gonna get that fucking wagon from Jedd, whether he wants to give it up or not.
I think Jedd prefers to die over giving up the wagon.
Well, that's gonna be his fucking mistake, isn't it?
Yeah.
A wagon is a wagon. It ain't worth your life.
Keep your eye out. We got 2 guys behind us. Oh man, they fell off the horse. Idiots. Man, I don't know. I think Jedd reached a point where the only escape for him is actually dying.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much. He's going to be on the run from the Italians for as long as he is alive.
Oh, from the Italians, from Davey, from a bunch of other people, so.
From Davey?
Oh, yeah.
What happened there?
He put a hit on Davey. That's what I heard.
He did what?
Yeah, keep this between us.
Absolutely. Well, why would he do that?
I have no clue. I don't know the ins and outs.
Jedd is such a wild card.
Yes, stupid.
Both him and Davey. It's hard to predict what either of them are going to do.
Yeah. Man, I just know that I want to get away from this mess.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not even involved with land storage anyway, so and I went up there only to speak the truth and nothing but the truth, and well.
Well, I'm glad I wasn't put up there, because I would have, they'd have been like, did you notice something was up? Yeah, they were talking about going and getting after somebody.
I didn't even know I was in the witness list there. I was late for the fucking thing. They finally allowed me inside because I was standing in line out there. The moment I step in, they fucking asked me to go over there to the stand. Let's get out of here.
Oh, jeez.
Shit's gonna go nasty if they're still there. No, it doesn't seem like they're there. It's gone. I'm just standing in front of the dumpster. I couldn't find.
Henry, help.
Hey Henry, why'd you
Well-
break Annabelle's heart?
Can you shut up, please?
Come on, just hold up. Give me just a second here. I need to retrieve something.
Oh.
My apologies. I didn't think it'd make you mad.
Feelings isolated.
Alright, bro,
No,
let's
I'm
go
fine.
get us
It's
a
just you
semiotic
don't need to
shack
start
in.
blabbing all over.
Did you guys find an Evans repeater at the back of the gun store by any chance? Yeah,
I
well
haven't gone
then.
back there.
Well then, they found my fucking gun. Took it.
Where was it?
Right here. It's fucking gone. Well, whatever.
I mean, anybody could have found it.
Yeah. Let me fill up my flask in this.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck. I.
Dr. Elena was with him.
Yes. They were scoping out the place.
Elena?
Elena
Yes.
is with the robbers. Mhm.
Yeah. They.
Elena Devereaux?
Yes.
Alright,
They came in here, a bunch of them.
Because what happened was we were all here. I was going to get my horse, and on my way to the stable, Elena is riding by on her horse.
Oh, those
Then
dwarves,
I
too.
see 4 or 5 of them over by the stables. That's when they grabbed me. So I'm pretty sure she was the scout. She was riding over here to see if anything was there.
A bunch of them rode in, and they disappeared. And
So if it was Elena,
left.
if it was Elena, then it's got to be the group that she used to run with at the parlor house.
Los Lobos.
Is that what they're called?
Yep.
Okay, so then
One
we know
or
who it
two
is.
of them had an accent, if that helps.
Was that an Australian accent?
One's, I think it was like a Russian accent, I think, and one had a Mexican accent. I kept telling me and fucking Winter to shut up.
Yeah. Well,
They kept saying it was personal, and I have no fucking clue why.
Yeah,
What the fuck did you do to them?
Not a damn thing. Oh, because they probably couldn't rob me the first time because I
Me and
wasn't
Benny-
here.
Me and Benny, we came up with the plan. He was up there on the roof. I was gonna walk down the street with my hands up, and he was gonna shoot the guy that was in the middle of the street in the head. But
He said that, you wanna know what Benny said?
hold up, let me finish. And then the guy pointed a gun at me and said, "Get the fuck out of here before I blow your brains out. It's not with you. It's a personal matter. Get out of here." I said, "Okay."
Yeah, they said
fine."
the same thing to Benny. They tied him up. He had a bolt action on him and everything. They didn't even take his guns. They said nothing personal. This is nothing against you. This is a personal matter. And I have no fucking clue why.
They took all my weapons off me.
Wait, so do you own this gun store?
Yeah, I own it.
Yeah, they took my long arm and my handgun.
But I
It's
mean,
got a
shit,
knife on
they-
me and my bow.
It's
Yeah,
weird how they think that I'm rolling in money up here. I fucking operate
And
in
they dropped Winter
Ensburg,
on my right arm.
and I get
so
robbed daily.
that's that.
So
It's fine though.
all I
it's
can
just
afford is a damn cattleman. So they were pretty shocked to see all I had on me was a cattleman, and then all I had in storage was a varmint rifle and another cattleman.
I'll be right back.
Well, I sent a telegram to law.
How do you do?
They thought I was lying.
So if we
Said,
can't find that
I
Phillip
work at
fella, I know some
Ensburg.
dude down in Rhodes wants our nuggets too, so I'm
I get
trying to
robbed
find
daily.
that guy, but I'm just trying to make
I
some
do orders. Oh shit! What the hell?
Well, I
is this for?
believe Felix, you're a blacksmith, right?
Mhm.
All right. Well,
Here,
do
you
you
got,
take,
sorry,
do
you're
you
gonna
take
have to take your
nuggets?
money back.
Nope. Bye. Nah, you said you can't afford anything but cattlemen's. Get you something. Fucking get started.
When you're getting robbed up here almost daily, you know
Come
what I
on, you
mean?
want
What's the
nuggets?
point
Buy
of?
my nuggets.
I mean, if you have to, keep your shit in your bank.
That's true.
Start to put together a strategy, you know. But get yourself started. Get yourself on your feet. You know, I don't like to see people suffering. People need help. Help them out.
I appreciate it. What was your
Absolutely. Felix Whitaker. I'm the head of
Felix
the old
Whitaker.
Sable Forge down in Rhodes.
name? Oh no shit.
Mm-hmm. Also a lawyer.
You know what's weird is like I used to live down in Rhodes, and Elena's group in the parlor house. I had no beef with them. I saw them all the time, and this was like a month ago. And this was when Josiah owned the gun shop there in Rhodes. And
Okay.
I was actually in the process of buying that shop from him. But then it got repossessed by the real estate office, and then I actually put a proposal in for it. But apparently there was 9 other proposals in for it, and they said, well, we can get you up in Ansburg, yes or no. And I was like, well, something's better than nothing, I guess.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I don't think that distillery or that parlor house is going to be owned by them much.
They have a distillery?
Yeah, Los Lobos Distillery.
Where's that at?
Just it's on the south side of town.
Oh, Los Lobos Liquor.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So it's
Man.
right across. It's right across from the parlor house.
Mm-hmm. But the parlor house, Jack got it. Apparently, they had an internal breakdown, and Jack hasn't been seen in 2.5 weeks. So about another week and a half, parlor house is probably going to go up. Los Lobos hasn't sold liquor in I don't know how long. That's probably going to go up. It leaves the only thing they will have left in Rhodes will be the gun store.
Wait, run that last bit by me. I was daydreaming for a second.
Said, as far as the businesses go over there, Jack's been missing for about 2.5 weeks. It's probably about a week and a half before Parlor House goes up. Then the liquor or the distillery hadn't made liquor in who knows how long, so that's probably going to go up soon. The only thing that they would have left is the gunsmith.
Wait, the Lobos runs the gunsmith too?
Mm-hmm. That's probably why it's personal.
Mr. Flynn?
Uh-huh.
Mason Flynn?
Yep.
Interesting.
Maybe
personal.
you had undercut prices or something.
Well, how else am I supposed to get people to come to Ansburg? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, I thought the Italians were having an issue with me because my prices are in their same bracket, you know. Of course, they're still cheaper than me, but I don't know how they get their prices so low. Of course, I don't know what all their prices are. I just know a couple from what I bought from in the past, but yeah, no. So I went down there and talked to them, and they were like, "No, we got no issue," and you know, had a good conversation with them, and so I was like, I don't know who the hell it is now, but now that you point out it's Rhodes, I don't understand. I mean, they can put their prices lower. They're the ones that are charging crazy high, it seems.
Mm-hmm. I mean, their prices aren't too bad in Rhodes, but
How much
mean,
they
they're-
sell a bolt action for?
you know, I'm not sure. I know they are selling sawdust for $35.
Oh, see, it's cheaper than mine. Mine's 37.
Yeah, and the Italians, theirs is 38.
So if they're selling guns cheaper than me, then why is it personal? This doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense to you. I don't even know. How would that be personal? You're all the way up here.
Exactly. I'm off on the edge of the world up here. If I don't have decent prices, no one's going to come up here, you know? And then I'm going to go bankrupt because I can't pay the loan.
Right. I mean, if you can't pay the loan, one of the things I do know about the real estate office is if you're struggling, don't hesitate to reach out to them, explain what's going on, why it's so difficult.
I'm getting robbed every day.
Yeah.
Lobos owns the gun store.
Well, they co-own it. So, I will tell you, if you ever decide to retaliate and hit the gun store, don't hit it in the morning. Because there's 2 separate groups that work that gun store. You got one group that is under Romero Finewood, and the other who's under Mason Flynn. If you do hit it, say you want Mason Flynn stock. Say it's personal.
So Mason Flynn's group is part of the Lobos.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Yeah, they apparently... I know I've seen them up here trying to hit me, or have been told they've been up here trying to hit me at least 2 or 3 times before. You know, a couple of times I was asleep, you know, but people have relayed that info to me. Because they come around and they'll tie people up or hold them hostage or whatever, looking for me. And then they let them go. Don't even rob them. I'm like, what? This doesn't make any sense. The whole reason I took a gunsmith is because I love guns. You know, I love everything about them. I can tell you anything about them. Like, you can name a gun, and I could spit facts at you. But like, you know, some people take the gunsmiths for the money. You know, I prove that I'm not in it for the money because my prices are so low.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know some stores, they're making $50, $60, $70 profit on sales where I'm only making maybe 5. So, I mean, 5 or 10. So, you know, not about the money for me.
If I were you, I'd go down there and could walk up to Elena and go, so what's personal? She'd be like, well, what do you mean? Well, you were obviously there scouting it out. What's personal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, me walking down there alone when they're all there probably ain't the smartest idea. I'll have to wait till she's alone or send somebody else to talk to her.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I was face to face with the Italians is because I've got history with them, or a little bit of history with them. So I know there's, you know, me going down there talking to them, you know, man to man. They're not gonna, you know, do anything rash. As long as you know, you show respect to the Italians, they'll do it back, you know, kind of situation.
Precisely.
But it seems like these people, it doesn't matter. Because, I mean, they wrote in my book, enjoy cocksucker, puta, and fucking put the book back in my pocket.
Sounds about right.
So,
I'm sorry, Tommy, that I wasn't awake. I literally just woke up and they told me. I'm sorry.
it's fine. You would have just been robbed like everybody else was.
What did they get?
Cattlemen's.
I mean, fucking, what do you think? I got nothing. So they got a couple cattlemen's and a varmint rifle.
Oh, so really you didn't lose anything?
Oh, he lost 2 cattlemen's and a varmint rifle.
But apparently...
Oh, they robbed in a belt for guns.
Yeah, just start storing shit in your bank. Can't take shit from your bank.
I can't.
Why?
That's, pretty powerful, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the government doesn't like that.
Yeah.
Well, you can always use an installer. Keep your guns there.
That's actually true. They cannot actually break lint storage.
And I'm not even saying that.
That's not a selling point. That's just a
it's
fact
not.
thing. I know it's not helpful for the store. I'm just saying that if you want to store stuff, they actually cannot break into lint storage at the moment.
You can Yeah, you can assemble a surplus of guns in there, and instead of having to order the guns and make your customers wait, just go down to Saint-Denis with them and get the gun. You have the key, they will not. They wait outside. They give you the money up front, you take the gun, give it to
Where's
them.
the people that want to sell me nuggets?
Inside
People,
the store.
the problem is that people aren't going to go through that much hassle to get a gun.
Yeah.
I mean,
a lot of people that I've interacted with, you know, they enjoy the information I give them the education and everything. And then they hear my prices and they're really excited about that too. So when I tell them I have to order it and it'll be about 40 minutes for me to get it to them, you know, usually they'll wait, but you know, you get the one or two that's like, oh, well, I'll come back another day type thing.
But so here's the thing that you can do. If you have the storage there at the storage facility, you can send somebody down with the keys to get the guns for you. You stay here at the shop. They give you the money up front. They come up here with the guns and hand them over to the customers. It will only take like 10 minutes instead of 40.
When I got robbed by a dude named Bobby, I learned from that one. Because they came in, he introduced himself as Earl, and, you know, they placed an order of 6 Lancasters. I went and ordered them, and then picked them up, came back, and then they robbed me. And they told me themselves, they said, just a piece of information. When someone does a big order, always take money up front. And then they left. All right, well, lesson learned.
I need them for crafting, not necessarily for
So
the
anything
money,
expensive, money up front. I get you the gun, take your telegram, tell you when it's arrived.
Well, if you want, Tommy, I can talk to Michael and see if we can cut you a cheaper price for the storage. If you think that would be a better idea than making customers wait like 40 minutes, it's up to you.
You know what you can do instead? For the meantime, until you build things up here, be a distributor. Advertise. Cheap prices in bulk. Order now. Telegram this. I will deliver it personally. Get your feet
Yeah,
off the ground.
that's just setting up for robberies right there.
Well, the thing is, you should operate just like the Olsons do. People put in an order, you say okay, you don't tell them you're on your way. You just show up.
That's true. So, Henry, you're down in Rhodes a lot, right?
Yeah, quite often.
If you see Elena by herself, ask her why it's personal. Because if I go down there right now, something bad might happen. Because they're down there all together.
I guarantee you they're not down there at the moment.
Well, it was
they do.
Elena. Because I've seen her when I used to live in Rhodes. I knew who she was. I didn't talk to her a whole lot, but I knew who she was because people told me who she was. And I saw her get on her horse and ride from the stables through town before they came over and grabbed us.
Right. Can I pitch you an idea here?
What's that?
Earlier today, the Santa Muerte drove past
stand
Rhodes,
still.
and they said, I was riding past them, and I heard them saying, "That's Selena right there, from the Los Lobos."
Mm-hmm.
And Diego is, you know, he's from Thieves Landing. He has connections down there. Talk to Diego. Ask him to help you with the situation.
Diego? Our Diego?
Yes, our Diego.
Wait, you're telling me Diego is Santa Muerte?
I don't know if it's Santa Muerte, but he hangs around in Thieves Landing. There was one time when I went down there with Annabelle.
Oh, he's probably there because of the whole Mexican heritage stuff, right?
Oh, he's always there. Like, whenever he's around, he's down there.
Yeah, he might not be Santa Muerte, but I know a lot of Mexicans hang out there because their heritage and celebrations and stuff.
Well, can I talk to you in private for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Wow. Okay. Well, Felix.
How's it going?
They just ditched us like that.
Yep. Wait, what's your name?
Philip, you asshole. What the fuck?
Philip Fitzpatrick?
No, Lynn.
Oh, Philip Lynn. Okay. Because there's you and there's Fitzpatrick. Y'all, like, look and sound alike. Damn it.
That is utterly a lie. That's slander.
You did fucking great in court today. Broad fucking.
well, thank
although
you.
I don't know why you let fucking Jedd take the stand.
It actually was sold the case.
Really?
Yeah. I talked to Henry after. So, all the people I was planning to call weren't there. Like literally, were in a queue, train ticket line, or could not get there.
Mm-hmm.
So Larry has three brothers, right? All three of them couldn't be there. Literally everyone related to the case on Jedd's side per se could not be there. I had literally nothing.
Ooh.
So I threw him up there and I threw Henry up there, and that's all I could do. But putting him up there actually because all we need to do was refute that. If I could have put Larry's brother on the stand to refute and say that he saw Larry didn't shoot anybody, Larry would have got off. But because I didn't have anybody that could refute testimony, Larry looked guilty as fuck.
Yeah, that's true.
However, his sentence is possibly being reduced to half now.
Okay.
Henry went over the facts, and because I kept pushing on him the fact that there was 3 people that wore the same damn clothes, and no one really saw anyone shoot anyone. A group of people do stuff, but they couldn't. Are you insane? Local, go. Oh, I'm gonna get shot because of that fucking idiot. Go away, local. All right. But so if I could have put someone up there to refute it, and just say yeah, I wore overalls and I was there, but I saw Larry. They couldn't have said it was Larry.
I mean, you were doing a damn good job of, making it so that there was reasonable doubt to be like, okay, well, he could have been one of the people, but there's no proof that he even shot the weapon. I mean, the prosecution didn't even, the officers didn't check the weapons. They didn't see if they were hot or cold. They didn't, check
there
to
was
see.
very bad, police work on this entire case.
There really was. And so, I mean, y'all did fantastic.
I appreciate that.
Was that your first one, or?
In these states, yes.
Okay. See,
I'm very experienced outside of the states.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so this is my first rodeo.
My first one was pretty bad. It was absolutely a losing case, and then we went in there with the wrong defense mentality because we were thinking of accomplice liability rather than it being with the wording of people who participate in an attempted murder. So
honestly, murder trials are actually probably the easiest to get off of because of one simple fact. Law always wants to go for the biggest possible charge, not the most practical charge.
Right.
So, if they would have charged Jedd and Larry with assault and battery or attempted manslaughter or something like that, they probably would have been guilty.
Yeah.
But they went for a charge that requires premeditation, all these other high bar items that they didn't have the evidence for.
Right.
It's literally all in the charging. So.
Little secret, if I had testified in court, Jedd would have been so fucked. Because I was sitting at the poker table, and it was not good.
I knew you were sitting at the poker table. I saw. That's why Jedd was like, I didn't call you up. I could have. Jedd was like, Felix could say I was playing poker, and I was like, I don't know about that.
You don't want to do that, because they could have been like, what was the environment like? And I was like, well, things kind of escalated really quickly. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, I don't know. They started fussing about something. They got up and they left.
See, but do you know what? That could play in favor of us, though.
What?
Because what does that show?
I mean,
it shows that they went to do something, but what was their emotions? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's heat of the moment. They didn't really plan it out. They acted on their emotions.
Right. That's true.
I could have thrown them up on the stand, and they could have immediately been like, yeah, we didn't plan anything. We just went up there and shot them. They wouldn't have been guilty of, they would have been convicted of attempted
second degree.
Or second degree, yeah, but they would not have been found guilty on first degree. But unfortunately, because you go up there and admit to something, they're still going to charge you.
Gotcha.
So that's why it's all in knowing the wording of each statute.
Curious question for you.
Yeah.
So basically, me and my firm partners, we are basically as rookie, as green as you can get. And we need assistance learning. We're actually trying to charge reasonable rates for people, unlike McDaniels and Rugart.
Oh, is that the competitors?
Yes, it is, and they are outrageous. It's like $1,000 to $2,000 for them to take a case.
Shit, I want that kind of money. What the fuck?
Ours, okay, it's $400 for a low profile, $700 for a high.
What?
So
you know what I charged Jedd and Larry for this case?
What's that?
Nothing. I just did it for free. Think about that.
Damn.
They're charging $2,000, and I'm over here. God, I could charge $100 to everybody, and they'd fucking take me all day.
Yeah, but I mean, they ain't getting nobody paying $2,000. That's the thing.
No.
That's outrageous. But
your prices are much more reasonable.
If you wanted to help out, or even if you wanted to join up with the firm, you know, like, and help us build it out and build something that actually helps lawyers become lawyers. That's my end goal with this, is to actually build a system, a structure that actually builds people up from paralegal to lawyer, and actually get it so that by the time they enter a courtroom in a trial, they're actually fucking ready to fight. Because we went through Huckabee's little class, and we weren't prepared to fucking fight anything when we got out.
I didn't go to Huckabee's class. I don't know what that was like. I should really go and see what he teaches.
Okay, so here's what he teaches. Penal Code, Constitution, 3 motions, and what the court process is. That's it.
Why doesn't it teach you about objections? That doesn't teach you about any of the, like, documents or...
Doesn't teach you how to look up documents, doesn't teach you how to research, nothing.
Is that a fucking bear?
What, where?
Yeah, that's a bear. On the roof. It's a bear on the roof. Right there.
I'll be damned. There's a bear on the roof.
Well, that's odd. As far as the
Black bear on the roof of the saloon.
I would actually be interested in that, yes. I would love to meet with you and your partner, and we can talk about that. That sounds fun.
Okay. What's your telegram?
Ooh, you're gonna ask that. Fuck. One second. I totally have it memorized, you know.
Just think about stats.
Yeah, I forget that I can do that too.
Oh man, couple counties over.
PL. Oh, are you ready?
Okay.
PL 4673.
All right. And if you need to reach out to me, mine's just Felix.
What did you get?
And our firm is
I think I knew
Shield.
that. Because I think I telegrammed you about a wagon once.
Alright, you son of a bitch, let's tango.
Winter's about to die somehow.
See if you like our slogan, by the way. Let me show you.
Come in, slogan.
This is our card. Let me see. Where did it go?
Philip, I want to show you something after.
Yeah, just give me 1 sec. He's showing me his... Oh, it's Favish. That's who your partner is.
And Carter.
Oh, that's a good... I like that. Shield. I like that. That's a good little card. I'm too stupid to do stuff like this. I'm so stupid. Let's be the shield you wield. Oh, that's so good! Love that.
How am I gonna get over there?
We love that. You see that, Henry? You should read that.
Let me see it.
Read
Is
that.
it? Oh.
Read that. Read that. That's a good one. That's good. See? Good.
It is. It is clean. I like it.
And
Look
the
at that.
catchphrase. Look at the catchphrase.
Where is it? Where's the catchphrase? Oh, I see.
Come over here, bitch.
Oh, I like that. Let us be the shield you
I
wield.
can't really get to you if I'm gonna fall again. Come on.
But yeah, if the firm is built right, it could easily be the strongest and biggest firm in all of Monroe.
Absolutely. I would much be interested in me talking. I think I've played poker a couple times with Mr. Favish too.
Probably. We love poker. It's one of our absolute favorite things to do.
I love
you can
poker
ask
as
Henry.
well. I just am not as good at it.
I mean, you know, when it comes to Henry, he can attest. I mean, the court case can attest as well. I was there that night playing poker. But
well, I would very much like to meet with you in Favish, and we can talk about. I think that's a great idea. I would enjoy that.
Fuck. Oh.
Absolutely. I love making connections,
peppermint?
especially good connections.
I do.
You know,
I got
try
you.
to take the good in the world and make it better.
Thank you for the gun, by the way.
It's not
Oh.
much, but it was
Good
something
eye.
I had stashed away.
Oh, did people get robbed? Oh, that's right. They got robbed. What am I thinking? I knew that. Did you get robbed, Felix?
No, I haven't been robbed. I've been robbed in a
Wait,
while,
wait,
actually.
hold up.
It's probably about to happen soon.
Now, because I set it up to get robbed too. But the last guy who tried to rob me got banned. Oh, wrong words. Train ticket.
Ah, deported.
Yeah,
Oh,
he got deported because.
The good old government sponsored vacation to Tahiti.
Yeah, he deserved it though because like, it was almost like he swallowed a record player.
Oh.
And these strange sounds are coming from his mouth.
Oh.
And every time I talked, it was almost like I could hear myself.
Oh,
Yikes.
that's just
Talking
lovely.
to myself. And
Interesting.
he tried to rob me, even though I didn't say anything to him. And he was like, "You got a problem with me, boy?" And I was like, "What?"
Hey, Philip, I need to show you something. I'm dying to show you this.
I've heard.
Come on, I'll show you. And I'll leave
Yes, Felix,
Felix
I would
curious.
love to meet with you in Favish. We should do this soon.
Absolutely. I'll get in contact with them. Well, Favish is having some issues right now, but
Okay.
me
Well,
and
that's
Carter can sit down with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Carter is another
I'm
partner.
free. I'm free late Tuesday and late Thursday. I'm not free Wednesday. I believe I'm free all weekend.
Okay.
Hey, Felix, I got a gift for you for being such a good sport.
What's that?
You're gonna love it. This and this.
Oh.
Did you give him Lucky's lube?
No, even better, Lynn Lube.
Oh dear God.
It's got a better ring to it.
Exactly, Lynn Lube.
Oh, good lord.
Yes. It's the lube
Alright,
that all
show
the
me what you
Lynn's
gotta
love.
show me.
Alright, come on.
I love meeting new people. There's
Wait,
great
hey,
people everywhere.
Felix, you say you haven't been robbed lately?
Nope. This is a reverse robbery. Put your hands up.
Alright then. So this is a knife robbery.
Oh my god.
I'll stab you, I
Actually-
swear to God.
Bring knife to a gunfight much?
I had to actually pull my
I
gun
will,
yesterday for the first time in a
I will
while.
raise you on that.
Jesus.
This is a binocular robbery.
Alright then. I got you.
Gotta burn people with the sunlight coming off it.
I will use the magnifying
Alright,
powers.
All right,
hold
I
on.
got this.
I'll
This is a
one-
coin
I'll one up
robbery.
you.
Put
I'll
your
one
hands
up
up.
I'll one up you. This is a fishing pole robbery. Put your hands
Oh
up.
my god.
This is a dice robbery. Let's see how your odds are. They're
Alright
even.
then.
Oh,
You know what?
I don't even have dice.
Fuck, do I have anything else?
All right, I got it. This
You know
is a
what?
Lynn Lube robbery. Put your hands up.
This is a
Ugh.
this is a lasso robbery.
Ugh.
Put your hands up.
I don't like the sounds of that one. Ugh.
First, let me tie you up, and then let me tell you it's a Lynn Lube robbery.
Oh,
You know what?
good lord.
First, let me
This is a
tie you
co-
up,
this
and
is a
then we'll take
coffee
it from
robbery.
there.
Put your hands up. It's a coffee robbery. Put your hands up.
Have y'all seen Mr. Jameson lately?
I have not seen him in what seems to be a week or two.
Jeez. Oh, that bite.
Eustace has been missing for a week.
Yep.
I grabbed that poster so I can look for him.
Can't miss him. He's
It's
a hillbilly.
$100
You mean
award.
that
I was
little
like,
old man that used to come here all the time?
Oh yeah, he talk like this. How you doing? Oh yeah.
Damn.
Has anybody checked New Austin?
Oh yeah, I'm just a humble miner. Yep. That's Eustace. He is missing. Hell, at this point, we can say the whole damn mining company is missing.
Just one. I just got the cup from. Nope.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a day, y'all! What a day!
What a day.
Finding out so many different things.
Jedd's guilty, but gets to walk away.
And then openly in court, I get away with everything.
Literally.
He actually said that? Wow.
Yeah, he
Yes.
Oh, the Italians
Right in
are
the
gonna
middle of
lie.
court.
That's lied.
Oh, he thinks he's getting away with it. He thinks he's off the hook. No.
Henry,
no.
yeah, Henry said something about it. He's not far from the firing squad.
Yeah,
or something.
I mean, depending on which direction you look, there's a firing squad aimed at him in every direction. You've
Well,
got Law looking at him. You've got Davey looking at him.
What
you've
is
got the
what is
Italians
every
looking at him.
execution? It's hanging, firing squad. Isn't there some others?
Death by Snoo Snoo.
The hell is
Snoo-
Snoo
what's-
Snoo?
The fuck is
Oh,
Snoo Snoo?
God.
What the fuck is Snoo?
What do you think Snoo Snoo is? Oh, you naive child.
Snoo. Fuck yourself. Anyway.
Took you a hot minute there, didn't it?
What the fuck's Snoo Snoo?
That you still don't.
Oh Lord, he still
Tell
don't get
me,
it.
god damn it!
You made him cry. Look, you made him cry.
No, don't tie me up. Don't tie me up.
You know what? If you don't tell me, I'm gonna tie you up.
Oh yeah?
Oh god.
You
Well,
can play that game.
Oh,
you're
no.
going to have to come after
Oh, good lord.
these hips.
I'm doing
they
it
don't
with
lie.
the lasso.
Oh Lord.
Wait, give me a minute. Let me put the lasso away. I will join you.
These hips don't lie. Ugh.
Wait, was she just standing on top of the fucking table sweeping?
Apparently.
Oh, did y'all see the fight in the middle of the road afterwards? After the trial?
Oh
No.
yeah, I did see that.
People are just, I don't know what it is, but people are enjoying antagonizing each other lately. There was, for instance, last night, we had some fellas who, one of them came up to me and was like, "What are you looking at me like that for?" I was like, "Looking at you like what?" He said, "You're looking at me like I'm shorter than you. I'm weaker." I was like, well, I wasn't trying to look at you any kind of way, fella. Sorry if I gave you that impression.
Oh!
Oh!
God damn, Philip.
Oh, whoa!
Sorry.
What the hell?
Sorry, guys. I saw that horrific dance and I just couldn't watch it.
Oh.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Come in, free.
All right.
She had
So
to
while
break the private conversation just to tie him the fuck up.
he's all tied up,
God damn it, Felix.
so we're sitting there, and he once he realized he wasn't going to get a rise out of me, he walks over to a few friends of mine, and he walks up and says, "Why are you looking at me like that?" And immediately, me and my friend turn around and walk over there. And we're like, "All right, buddy, you got to go." And he starts going back and forth with a girl that's there, and she's like, "You're not going to make demands in this town." He's like, "Yeah." And she pulls out her shotgun, and she says, "Yeah, you're not going to make demands in this town." He pulls out his Lamont, points at one of our friends, says, "Put your hands up." Shots ring out. They got laid out, and
Felix, please help.
Not a shocker for Saint Denis.
oh, that wasn't Saint Denis, that was in Strawberry.
Oh shit, that was strawberry? Damn.
Why are you wearing my hat? No, I said
Maybe he
cut me
likes
free,
it.
not pick me up.
I'll be right back.
Oh man,
He needs a bath.
Oh,
No,
boy.
no,
Well.
don't.
No,
Felix?
you're not getting me into this.
What?
I'll,
You'll be
I'll
alright.
ask you out on a date, I swear. Nope.
I don't need a date, Winner. I've got a girlfriend.
I'll steal you from her.
You're gonna steal me from her? Look, it's
Yep.
nice, murky, really weirdly colored water. You'll be fine.
No, please. No, please. I'll drown.
I told you you'd be fine.
Felix. I almost drowned. I'm literally. If you throw me on the ground, I'm probably gonna fucking. Please, Felix. Please. Help. No, 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 no.
Possum ride down last week, dragged some helpless farmer by a goddamn.
Hey, you want to see something funny?
Things just get worse and worse.
Don't.
Bye, Winters.
Yes, Felix.
Does someone go get him, or just let him deal with it on his own?
He'll get out of the ropes. He can get out.
Eventually.
Eventually. I guess we'll go check on him, make sure he's okay.
Someone has to. That fucking kid.
Oh, here he comes.
He's hobbling like a motherfucker.
Ah, you son of a bitch!
That's right. All right.
Wow.
I like your hat.
You're an asshole.
Wait, how do you push somebody over?
Please,
You gotta have
please
nothing
be
out.
careful with that knife. I don't want to get shanked.
No, wait, don't. I'm gonna die, please. I gotta go get a peppermint.
He's gonna get lectured by Henry, I think. Force him around like that.
At least we're having fun.
Yeah, I'm just happy there's no fucking locals trying to shoot. You're lucky.
So how do you push somebody?
You gotta focus on them and just think about
This is how you do it.
pushing them. That's not how you push people. That's how you tie them up face first in the dirt.
Okay, so, what you want to do is, okay, so you, okay, so you know when you're in combat, you're ready for combat, right?
Uh-huh.
You just run at somebody and act like you're gonna punch them. Except for don't
could
punch
have
someone.
ended badly. That could have ended very badly.
Ma'am, don't tell anybody.
Well, Winters had to move.
Here, I'll let you trust on me.
Well, it worked the first time, but okay.
Oh my.
I need to put my knife away when I do that.
Maybe just take your knife out of
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what I
Put it in
did.
your pocket so you don't shank someone by accident. Because that's the last thing I need is to get stabbed by accident. My arm's almost healed.
Alright.
I wonder how this mullet would look with some hair pomade.
Oh god.
It'd look even better than it already does. Hold on.
So how's your day been?
Good, besides getting robbed.
Yeah, that's never fun.
That's the first time in a long time I've been robbed though, so I guess there's that. Looking at the good side.
There's never really a good side to being robbed. It's just kind of the way of life, unfortunately. It'll happen eventually. That's why I don't care anything of too
I'm
much
not gonna
value.
fucking hurt again. I have a long fucking
God damn it,
medical
you son of
record.
a bitch, let me get my fucking...
You good over there? Good over there? All I heard was you complaining.
Hmm?
Now nobody knows who I am. Did I do that sword dance for Philip again?
No, he'll probably put you on a horse and make sure you leave a good distance from here.
Hey, it's all worth it in the end.
You just like bugging Philip, don't you?
Yes.
What are they over there talking about for so long?
I have no idea.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
You just had an urge to do rock, paper, scissors?
Yes. Nope.
Oh!
You good?
Hello!
Emotions are strong tonight, I'm guessing?
Hi, Tushy. And thank you, Tushy.
Okay.
Oh, what the fuck?
Definitely am. It's been an interesting day so far, to say the least.
Seem very emotionally troubled today.
Well, I think at this point I might head back to Rhodes, see what's going on over there.
There.
Hopefully nothing too big's breaking out.
There's gonna be a robbery there when you get back.
Don't
Is there?
jinx it. I don't think anyone wants to come back anywhere to a fucking robbery.
You never know.
I might have already jinxed it. Too late now, Felix.
Alright, well y'all be
Wait,
safe.
did Tommy go to bed?
I don't know.
I've seen him for a good minute, at least.
He might have went down to Saint Denis to go visit or something.
I mean, wasn't that his horse that got sent off with you in the back of it?
No, probably.
I'm thinking maybe he went to bed.
Probably. Either way.
Anyways, y'all have a good night. Be safe. Y'all are
Yeah.
welcome down to Rhodes, always. I'm headed back down to Rhodes, y'all.
Alright, have a good
Bye,
one, Felix.
Felix. I need to buy a wagon from you soon.
Sounds
And I'm
good.
going-
Oh.
Oh, I need to send a telegram to somebody and then I'll fucking go to sleep.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get my gold pan.
Well, if you ever get tired of gold panning, come on down to Rhodes. I'll be awake for probably another hour and a half.
Sounds good. But I gotta
Well.
get that money. How else am I gonna buy a goddamn wagon?
Well, y'all
Well,
have a good one.
With all that lawyering you can do.
Well, eventually, that's slow play though.
Well, work on certificates.
Yeah, I gotta get people. Yes, I'm working on it. I got a couple people that I gotta do like adoption license or an adoption for. There's a couple marriage licenses. There's a couple things coming up that I gotta do.
Gotcha.
Alright. I need to get my gold pan and I need to go cry.
Be safe, Philip.
You as well, Felix.
Henry, you're beautiful. Have a good night. I hope everybody's having a good night tonight. I don't know if any of y'all watched the Jedd Black trial, but that was That was interesting to watch, especially if you know about law. There it is. Toodaloo!
Oh.
Let's see who's around. Hey, thank you. Jedd Black sent me a clip from the trial after he got off the stand, and Larry's grilling him because he threw me under the bus. Oh, that's funny. Man, that trial was something else, y'all. It was something else. Hopefully the next trial to come up is going to be pretty interesting. I think it's going to be this Sunday if Discovery doesn't come too late. might be postponed, but otherwise, it'll be an interesting case nonetheless whenever it does surface. Is there out there? Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I really, like, my hat is off to the defense. They did a spectacular job with poking holes to the prosecution's story. Because there's, although the police did some pretty decent work, there was some pretty shoddy work that they did. Come on. I will hit this eventually. There we go. Here it goes. I want to watch Jedd stream on it later because I'm sure it's really funny listening to Larry and him bicker back and forth. It was, I mean, especially with the little clip he just showed me, that was absolutely hilarious. But even just watching from the sidelines, I'm just sitting there and just basically like commenting on, in between whenever they were calling witnesses, I was commenting on, you know, where the holes are so far, how things are going, and whose favor it's looking at. But at some point, like, it got pretty rocky. Jedd, absolutely. I think he put his foot so far in his mouth, I think I saw it come out his rear end. So, he definitely was not very good on the stand, especially when he tried to call the fifth. It's like, nope, you've already waived that right. You're on the stand now. You got to answer that question. He does. I mean, but that's kind of Jedd's character, his personality. It's one of the, although he's a shitster, I like Jedd's character. He's funny to be around. He's a wild card. You never know what's gonna happen. Him and Larry, Ferry, whatever the other one's name is. Ollie tends to stay out of stuff. Although Davey is another wild card. I have no idea what Davey's gonna do. Every time I see him, it's something different. Them bickering to each other on the sidelines, that was fun. That was really funny. Oh, wait, why'd I do that? Prosecution did really well though. Huckabee usually does a really bang-up job, even though he doesn't have any actual law experience in real life. He does a pretty good job. I think he said this is his second character playing a lawyer. At the same time, the defense actually does law in real life, so that was interesting to see. That they actually went at it, and it was pretty, you know, it got shaky. Me and Felix's girlfriend, Victoria Ashmore, we were actually talking back and forth while we were watching the trial, trying to see, you know, how we felt about it. And most of the time, like, in the beginning, the defense was coming in strong, and they were wording things correctly, they were poking holes correctly, they were doing really good. And then when Jedd got on the stand, oh, it got shaky right there. We're like, that could go either way. You know, it could be in the favor or of the defense or the prosecution. And so, really, just that's about the point it got to where we were uncertain which way it would go. But I mean, they did a very good job of putting reasonable doubt in the court to sit there and say, you know, we don't know who pulled the trigger because, you know, we don't know whenever the masks were pulled off, who was behind each mask. They didn't take their guns, so they don't know if the weapons they had were hot or cold, which would indicate whether or not they did or did fire their firearm. So there's a lot of holes and gaps in their story that put reasonable doubt into the prosecution's statement. So they did a really good job. My hat's off to them. And I actually talked with Philip Lynn tonight, and he's actually interested in sitting down and talking with the partners of my firm and myself to actually try and organize some stuff. He might even join up, which would be absolutely wonderful. I want to create an actual law firm that actually teaches people how to be a damn lawyer. Because the class that Huckabee did was great. I love Huckabee, but it was not enough. There's so much more you have to go into, like objections. There's like 20 different objections, and especially with hearsay, there's about 25 different exceptions to hearsay, and when it can and cannot be used, and it's just, ugh, so much that was missing. But otherwise, I mean, it's hard to fit all of that into a 1 week class per se. But overall, interesting nonetheless. Law roleplay has actually been very interesting, very fun. There's a lot of new avenues that I'm starting to help people push for. Just different things that are coming. There's one thing that's beautiful about Ranch Roleplay is how much the staff actually allows you to do through roleplay, to push through roleplay to make possible. So, something I definitely appreciate here. Damn it, I forgot to get food. Oh wait, I got some venison, sweet. Let's see who's here. See if Jedd's up in Valentine. Maybe he might be enjoying his freedom right about now. Tomorrow we're going to be doing some coverage on the Butcher. Because there's a lot of interesting things going on with the Butcher right now. Oh, come on. Get on track. How's your night been, Catholic lawyer? Or Catholic warrior? Lawyer. Yeah, I mean, that's actually one of the things I find the most fascinating. I actually came from a GTA 5 roleplay. So I actually, not last year, but the year before, I was project lead and co-owner of a server that I started out as a tester in, and that was for about 3 years. Had to leave due to some mental health issues last year, but and that made me really fall out of love with roleplay. But Ranch Roleplay's brought that back quite a bit. Even in that environment, we tried to do the court system, and it was actually very difficult. What I find is beautiful here is how they make it possible. There's different things that they do. There are some things I think need to be fixed, like how you subpoena people to court. It's completely out of character. I don't like that aspect of it, because we do everything in character, because it's, even though there's inconveniences, and one of the reasons why they're not doing it in character is because it's inconvenient, and that's being used as an excuse in one area where it should be fine, but in another area, if that's applied, it's not fine. You see what I'm saying? So that's one thing I would like to see change, where they actually have to reach out to somebody and say, hey, you've been served, you've been this, you've been that, you're a witness. Because it was kind of weird whenever I was involved in the Italians case, and they just added me to a ticket. And I was like, yikes. Not really a fan of that. Yeah, one thing, there's definitely, when it comes to Red M versus a 5M environment, now mine was actually on RanchRP, and it was RanchRP's community's pretty cool. But whenever it comes to the difference between GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption, like, the environment itself is really what helps bring more immersion to roleplay, because take, for instance, the herb system. It's very unique. It's a beautiful system, well adapted, and I think probably one of the most beautiful things is that you don't have the ability to use cell phones, because you can meta so easy with cell phones. Taking that aspect out of it, man, it opens up, it makes you kind of appreciate running into people and cherishing that time that you have with them. And, you know, because you don't know when you're going to run into each other, because then you got to telegram back and forth, you're playing telegram tag, eventually you run into each other. So when you do run into each other a lot, you're happy about it. It's the little things that kind of make you appreciate other things. This is actually my first Red M server that I've been on, and I'm so happy that I went to Red M. It's incredible. It's made me fall in love with roleplay again. Yeah, that's another thing. It's not straight cops and robbers kind of ordeal. I think one of the most interesting things I've seen so far with RanchRP, aside from, you know, the big stories that people build, like the Butcher, the Preacher, I wouldn't say the Pretty Boys. They haven't really built up a storyline yet. They've kind of got a little bit of something going, but not much to really catch attention. But whenever it comes to the Butcher, the Preacher, the Pigman was an interesting story to dive into. Still got to catch that guy. He ruined my first date in Monroe, so I got to make sure I give him payback. And there's just more depth to the criminal roleplay. And the biggest thing that surprised me was whenever I was first held hostage in a bank robbery. That was actually really fun for me. The hostage. I had a good time. I was enjoying it. I was role-playing it, making sure everybody was okay, you know, just talking with the criminals and, like, pleading with them, please don't take my guns. And they were actually respectful. They didn't take our weapons. They're like, look, we're getting what we need from this. We don't need what you have. I'm like, all right, I tip my hat to you. Y'all are good fellas. But they were tip-top when they robbed that bank. I'm telling you, they were top-notch. Like, they had it planned out what they were going to do, who was doing what role, everything. Awesome job. I mean, that's one of the interesting things that's kind of been developing lately with Felix, because me and the Preacher have talked a little bit in Twitch chat. He actually has some plans for Felix. I don't know what it is yet, but we've met a couple times. We've talked a couple times. It's been interesting, because I had always heard rumors of the Preacher and was fascinated with the story. You know, a man that decides somebody's fate with the flip of a coin. So far, nobody else has really tried to do that and actually pull it off very well. They've tried to imitate him, but a copycat's never as good as the original. And so that's kind of one of the beautiful things about roleplay in these stories. And now I'm kind of getting tied in with the Preacher a little bit. I'm getting tied in with Jesse Jangles, which is also pulling me into the JJs a little bit. Not actually like in the group, but kind of like just in connection a little bit. And then there's all these other criminal organizations around Felix. It's just tied into so much. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. You should try living in Rhodes. It's bank robberies are like a weekly ordeal, like sometimes 2 or 3 times a week. Although, I think the funniest thing is when people. I've heard of cases where people walk out in front of the bank and they just yell out to the public, "Hey, how do I rob a bank?" And they're like, "Oh my god, did you not do any research?" And then there's other people who they're holding hostages and they come out and they literally they were telling the cops, they said, "Hey, we want you to come in, we want you to open the door." And they said, "We can't, we don't have the keys." I said, "What do you mean? We believe you have the keys, 100% you have the keys." "No, we can't open the door." And so they sat and they talked for a minute. They're like, "Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna give us $150 per hostage." Well, it was interesting. Well, Rhodes, I know why Rhodes is getting the stuff that they're getting. Blackwater, not so much. I really don't spend much time in Blackwater. That a target? No, that's a buck. Pick up speed. I wonder where everybody's at. They're not in Strawberry, they're not in Rose, they're not in Valentine. Maybe some Blackwater. Definitely ain't gonna be nobody in St. Denis. Nobody up in Annisburg, of course. Probably picking up in New Austin right now. be coming around the mountain when she comes. Oh, I thought that was Carter for a second. Jeez, yeah, there's nobody around right now. Just realized. What do we have here? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. The butcher. But whose hand did he take? Okay, I'm a little eerie right now. It's less than an hour old. He could be nearby and I wouldn't even know. Wait, he could be nearby. He wouldn't even know that I was nearby. Ah, there's no wall on. Even if I caught him. Yeah, less than an hour. Interesting. So, butcher operates in different hours. Or there's two butchers. So Jim and John. Jim and John. that? Indian tobacco or mint? Creepy time. And of course I can't pick it up. Wonderful. Call me a grammar Nazi. John the Butcher is watching. Okay, I'm loving this detail system. Alright, we're gonna go clue looking, or clue hunting, because this is interesting. That looks like law. No, probably a bad idea. They're long gone. Probably want it for strawberry. Potentially. But clue hunting is where we're gonna go. Felix wants to know more about the butcher. On our toes, though. At the same time, the butcher doesn't go for anything but female doctors, from my understanding. I don't meet either of those qualifications. So he's leaving clues in popular areas. First the bank, telegram station. He wants them to be found. Otherwise he would be discreet. I mean, otherwise how else would you tell your story? My hat's off to the butcher if you're watching. You've definitely colored me intrigued. Ooh, good job, Casey. That's a rifle. Oh, it's pistol rounds. So if we're gonna go by places with popularity, let's check this location there. Check the saloon. Anything in here? I feel like I'm kind of walking slow. Oh, wait. I can't run. Weird. Who's white? No, it's a booth. Everywhere. Can I run now? No. Got the heaviest things. Some light. Still can't run. Come on. Nothing. Ma'am, you'll want to be very careful. What? There's blood in the bank, a severed hand, and there's blood on the telegram station. Looks pretty recent. I think it's the butcher, so just be careful.
Okay.
Tried contacting law. They rode out, I think, head towards Strawberry, but I have no idea where they're at. But As far as the
Okay.
butcher goes, he targets female doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. So far, you're the only person I've ran into in Blackwater.
Wow.
I'm currently experiencing an issue in which I cannot run.
Uh-oh.
You mind if I hop on the back of your horse for just a second? Usually it fixes it.
Okay, go ahead.
You sound familiar. Do I know you?
I'm Dr. Charlotte Canton.
Oh. I think I've met you before. But yeah.
Really?
Yes, you definitely need to be careful. You meet both the criteria.
I know. I know.
Yeah, I stumbled across that in the bank, and I'm just like, I'm actually kind of hunting for clues right now. So far, all I've found is bullet casings on the ground. Nothing else.
Wow.
But if you're here all by yourself, I'm willing to stick around. Make sure you don't, end up being snagged up by the butcher. I don't know who his latest victim is yet, but he's already gotten 2 of my friends.
Oh, really? Who are they?
Amelia and Bambi Keith.
Oh.
Yeah, he
Horrible.
he got both of them yesterday. That's the second time he got Amelia.
Oh.
Good lord. Although this is kind of interesting because now I don't necessarily know kind of when he strikes. It just kind of seems to be all over the place. He doesn't like he's not awake under just like the what do you call it, the European stars.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like he's just awake during U.S. stars. There's no pinpointing it, but it's interesting nonetheless. So where is everybody at in Blackwater? Just not
I don't
busy?
know.
It's not fun. I've tried riding around through Strawberry, Valentine, Bed to Roads. Definitely nobody up in Annisburg, but so far hadn't found anybody around. Get out of that alley. Are you gonna be all right by yourself, man?
Nope.
All right, I'm just gonna stick around with you. If you don't feel confident being alone, I'm not gonna leave you alone.
If I could find Clarence, then it'd be different. He could be fishing.
Where's he usually fish at?
Near, AJ's place.
I have no idea who AJ is. I don't typically come out to Blackwater too often, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you don't.
I think I've only been treated by doctors like 2 or 3 times over here. Why is she acting so weird? I'm hoping Law will be down here soon. I sent them telegrams about the little clues that I found. But I think they were just riding out, northwest towards Strawberry, I think. I think she thinks I'm the butcher. Over here trying to be helpful. Instead, I think I'm just creeping somebody out. Either that or she's doing other things. I have no idea. So how long you been a doctor for?
Maybe a month.
Oh wow, so you're fresh off the boat.
Yeah.
I think you and Amelia might have started at the same time. Do you know Amelia, by chance?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think they're dating yet, but my buddy Mikhail, he's been trying to look out for her pretty heavily. He's been worried about her. We actually brought her all the way up to like Fleur Meadow earlier today.
Yeah.
She needed she wanted to go someplace where she felt safe. So we escorted her all the way up there, and then I didn't see her until later, and then he told me that the butcher struck again. I'm like, you're kidding me. What happened to be someplace safe?
Yeah.
But
He was probably following him.
It could be. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I've heard about the butcher in the past, but until recently, I hadn't heard hardly anything. And then there's the butcher gang, which I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if they're the same thing, but I've heard of both of them, the butcher and the butcher gang. And then there's a John Butcher and a Jim Butcher, so I don't know if they're two separate people or if they're the same people. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
What'd you say your friend's name was? Was it Chance? What did you say your friend's name was? Was it Chance?
Clarence.
Clarence. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea where AJ's place is, but trying to figure out where to or how to get you where somebody else can keep an eye on you, because I can't be around forever, unfortunately.
Yeah, let me see if there's someone in the lumber yard.
Okay. Okay, yeah, she's doing something in her head, and that's why she's being weird. I don't know what she's doing, but kind of making the roleplay really weird and eerie. At the same time, kind of adds to the ambiance of, like, it's nice and foggy and creepy, and the butcher's around. Fun.
I don't see anyone.
Is that clue still there? Yep, that clue's still there. This is the first clue that I found. Or, no, the second clue. I don't know where the other one, or if there's any other ones, but it's right there on the wall.
Well, I think I had an encounter with Don Butcher when I was assistant or just became doctor. But, he didn't put me on the book because I was honest with him.
Interesting. Oh, wait, there's people here. Hi, people.
Oh, hello. There's a note left at the telegram.
What does it say?
No.
It's about John the Butcher.
Oh,
Blood.
Where?
There's a hand in the bank, too.
Yep.
Oh wait, is that my lawyer?
Maybe. Depends on who's asking.
Is that Mr. Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Django, man.
It's what?
It's Django.
Oh, hey, Django. How are you
there
doing?
go. My bald head ring any bells?
There you go. Yeah, I'm
How you doing, man?
I'm trying to keep an eye on this doctor here because I found these clues around town, and then I saw her walking by while I was pumping water, and she's telling me, or she told me she's a doctor. I'm like, yeah, you meet the criteria. I'm not leaving you alone by yourself.
Yeah, I just found out about that a few hours ago, and then we found a lady who killed a local and drew a smiley face. Well, she didn't kill the local, but either way, she was playing in their blood and drew a smiley face on them with their own blood. It was weird, man. I don't know. We kicked them out of town.
What the?
Yeah, actually, hold on. I think the dead body might still be here.
I mean,
The body's still on those steps. You want to take a look?
should
It's weird.
probably have. I mean, what if she's like an accomplice to the butcher?
There was no law around, and I mean, that's why we had to take it upon ourselves to fucking kick them out. But we didn't. What are we gonna do?
Oh, well, this is a couple hours ago. The other ones, or it looks to be a couple hours ago, but the other ones look like they're pretty recent.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
we saw that one happen earlier.
Oof. Hey, I haven't gotten that statement written at all. I've honestly been pretty fucking busy the last week. I haven't been around too much, so
Well,
I will
like,
try to get that to you.
It looks like for shit, what's his name?
Sure.
What's that?
What do you think?
I'm trying to remember his name.
Water.
Bobby Sinclair.
Yeah.
It looks like that one's going to be dropped because we've filed for motion to discover and they have provided nothing. And when we actually talked to them in person, they were like, we don't even have an arrest report. We don't have nothing. I mean, we're probably not even going to go through with it.
So what does that mean for my warrant that was circulated just because of that event?
I mean, as far as that goes, that would have to be called into question. If anybody received any charges, we could appeal it, and those charges would be dropped, and then you could potentially file litigation against Wesso for what is it called?
Oh, it wasn't Wesso. It was Marshall's.
It was a Marshall's? Well, you could probably file a lawsuit with the Marshall's and state that they were negligent in their duties and they violated your civil rights or your constitutional rights. There we go.
Gotcha.
because y'all definitely were violated in that instance. It's they should not have searched that property. As far as how they managed to do that, I don't know. But it definitely poses an issue.
Well, how they did is they said that Bobby threw dynamite at people, and then they went to look at the ranch to see if there was dynamite there, which they did not find. Or Bobby doesn't even live on the ranch, so I really don't know why, honestly, that happened. Well, I do know why. This is one marshal in particular who seems dead set that we had something to do with that, and
Coats?
no Power,
Mm.
which sucks, man, because I liked Power, and I really don't know why. I don't know. It's a lot. I mean,
Did you
either
hear
way, I'm really
about-
not gonna sweat. Oh, wait, hear about what?
Did you hear about Romero?
Game of Doctor?
He's dead now.
Wait, what? Since when?
Killed by a bear.
No fucking way.
Yep.
What?
I'm actually in the process of trying to help Winnie get some of the assets that he had back, because they had a house together, fully paid off. There's no telling what else he had, but he didn't have a last will and testament, so we're trying to figure out how to help her.
Fucked. I've known Romero a long time. That fucking sucks, man.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Well, thank you for telling me that. I did not hear. All right. Well, I'll get back to you here in the next few days about that. I'll go ahead and get that testimony written, and yeah, I'll just follow your lead on that, I guess. I really don't know what to do. I guess part of the reason why I haven't gotten that to you is I just didn't know how much time. I just didn't know if it was worth the time. Really, I don't know. Like, I don't want to be in trouble for something I didn't do, but at the same time, like, is it worth the fight for it? I mean, they ain't gonna take my ranch or nothing. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I
better
mean,
not anyway.
in that whole instance, like, I mean, you could definitely get the charges off your record, and then, restitution for having your rights violated. They'd have to pay your lawyer fees and everything.
I do like making statements.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should do it.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Whatever you decided to do, we'll go through with it. It's
I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Favish is or Favish, he's unfortunately having some things going on right now, so I'm kind of me.
Are you
and
Felix?
Carter. Yes, ma'am.
That's why we know each other.
I figured I heard your name somewhere.
It's for Favish is marrying. He's doing the paperwork for our marriage.
Oh, okay.
Kix. But Kix is now paralyzed from the waist down.
Thanks.
Wait, what?
He was shot in the back with a shotgun.
Oh,
that's fucked up.
Point blank with a sawed-off shotgun.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go tell them about Romero real quick, y'all. But Felix, I'll get back with you here soon. All right.
Okay.
I appreciate you. Well, I guess kind of take the initiative and help me. I guess decide to go through with that. So I will. I'll get with you and I'll get you that testimony soon. All right.
All right. Things going good down at the ranch?
Yeah, they're all right. I think about making some big changes soon, maybe. So we'll see.
Okay.
So I might be changing them. I might try to change in my farming license for a horse license. Farming is so much fucking work.
It really is.
So much work, and
then you got to worry about your crop getting stolen, and
I don't worry about that. But honestly, I have more trouble selling the fucking crop. At this point, I'm happy to give it away, just because somebody will need it. God damn.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, the doctors are going to need to be buying a lot from your ranch.
Yeah. I
mean,
know.
Cotton.
We were just talking about that.
If that's the case, maybe reach out to Olson Ranch and see if they'll buy any of your stock.
I genuinely do not want to do any business with them.
Okay. Well,
even though the same, I'm pretty sure the people who I used to kind of not care for aren't around anymore, but I don't know.
Maybe reach out to Scarlet Meadows. They're pretty good people up there. They, I know they're trying to make sure that they have stock, but maybe they might be able to purchase some of y'all's.
They wouldn't be able to. Problem is, I have to sell it at retail price because I pay my farmers an arm and a leg. So.
Gotcha.
Because I appreciate the work they do for us. You know what I mean? Because I mean, shit. I hardly make any money off of it. So.
Right.
There's not a whole lot of money to be made there to begin with. So I do. This is an example. Before I raised my prices, I think I sold about damn near 700 crops. My profit was about $30-$40, and that's literally an entire day's worth of work. So.
Wow. And I know that ranch note is high too.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hey, did y'all hear Romero died?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for telling me.
Sorry. Yeah,
My bald mustache brother.
He got mauled by a bear. I think he was trying to help find Logan.
Okay.
A dumb way to die for him.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it should have been a cougar, if we're being honest.
True.
I'm actually kind of mad at him that it wasn't a cougar, and that it wasn't on my ranch.
Wait, what? About it.
Long story. Long story. Yeah. A lot of the things I do on that ranch are dedicated to that man, for better or for worse.
I was gonna sit there and be like, my client did not mean what he said. He did not mean that.
No, I meant that with the best of intentions. That he deserved to go out better, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Gotcha.
saying. I always expected him to go out in some kind of massive field of blaze of glory, or like saving a small kitten from a tree, or
20 cougars.
Yeah, 20 cougars, baby cougars. I don't know.
Oh man, y'all should have seen Jedd Black's trial today. It was.
Oh yeah, how'd that go? Did he find guilty?
So I can't remember which brother it is. Larry, Ferry, whoever. He ended up getting the charges for the 2 attempted or first degree attempted murder, and then Jedd only got aggravated assault or aggravated battery, one of the two. But the defense and the prosecution both did really well. Like it was like the defense came in strong in the first half, and then Jedd took the stand, and then it was anybody's ball game after that.
Who was his defense counsel?
It was Philip Len, and I went and talked with Philip probably about an hour ago, and I might actually he's interested in kind of coming over and helping Ian Favish's firm and maybe even joining up. So it'd be nice. I'm actually trying to work on.
Like melted my heart the other night. He was so nice.
Fucking love that man.
He got the baby to stop crying when I was too freaked out and crying myself, and he I love him.
Aww.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
and then
a very
he got
sweet
robbed
guy.
right after that.
Oh, jeez.
I know. I feel so fucking bad. He got robbed leaving Blackwater after spending 4 hours with us trying to de-escalate a situation, and did all this stuff, and then he fucking got robbed. I feel terrible.
Oh Lord.
I know.
The thing about robbery, you can't predict it. It just happens when it happens.
It's true.
Exactly. Django, give me money.
This is a reverse robbery. Put your hands down.
I feel like Django might be writing a memorial to Romero in his head right now. That's what I feel like he's doing. Am I wrong?
Yeah, very wrong.
Oh, you're eating.
It was one of two things.
I was just imagining how it would
I'm
go.
surprised you didn't get that first, honestly.
Honestly, yeah, you're right. I should have got that first.
Did you get the sketch of the one on the saloon?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
That was a weird one. I don't
It was.
know what that one means.
I'm imagining if he was writing a memorial, it would go something like this. Dear Romero, you should have died by 20 cougars on my ranch.
You stink.
I wonder if I should put them in a notebook or something for them.
Yeah, I'll do that.
The hair on his head was white like wool, as white as snow. His eyes were like blazing fire.
Blazing fire.
Yeah.
He had white hair like snow, and his eyes were like blazing fire. Who is that
that means
referring
he
to?
was in town. And we were standing around out here talking. So we probably saw him and didn't even realize it was him.
Who has white hair?
Do y'all know what the
do?
butcher supposedly looks like?
No, what does he look like?
So, they said whenever LSO told me yesterday, he's got a beard like mine, but it's black. He's got black hair that's done back in a ponytail. I can't remember if it's a long or short ponytail. He's got kind of like a pirate hat where it's like folded up on one side, like a cowboy hat that's folded up on one side, and it's got a feather on the other side. And then he's got a black coat that has orange and red trimming on it, and then the rest is black.
Oh boy. Alright. I'll remember that for later.
Yeah, if you
Sounds
see
a
him,
lot like
just...
the man we fucking kicked out of town earlier.
Oh my god.
Wait, I thought you said that was a woman.
No, well, no, his dot. It does sound like him.
Yes, it does.
Ish.
Ah, shit.
No, he had like one of those. He had like one of those coats. The ones. Oh wait, no, it had orange trim.
Oh, y'all may have
it's
saw
tan-
the butcher.
It's tan trim. Right? Am I just doing confirmation bias here, where I'm like faking myself out, or?
I don't know, I thought the butcher had a yellow skirt with like a black apron and a sort of like greenish
Oh, shut up.
shirt with. Okay.
I was like, wait, where's he going with this? I didn't hear anything about this.
Oh. I'm gonna throw these. I'll have to get the photos developed. Uh-oh. Where's he?
Where'd you get that hat from?
Yeah. What do you do
That
with
local
this?
that you knocked over?
Oh.
It's pretty great, right?
Y'all, I need to get some rest. I'm gonna go head back over to Rhodes. It's good seeing y'all. If y'all need
Good
anything,
to see you too.
send me a telegram at Felix. I'll be happy to help y'all out.
Of course, of course. I also didn't realize that you could buy stuff at the blacksmith, like and like you know what I mean? Like I had no idea.
Wait,
Yeah,
what do
but you
buy
could
then?
get it a lot cheaper from us.
Yeah, obviously that's how it is at the general store too. You can get a hunting knife, a cooking pot.
A lot of people don't
A
know that we
pickaxe
make
and something else.
flasks. Like,
Do you really?
yeah, they're $5 compared to $10 in the store.
Yeah, that's how much.
Mhm.
That's what we get them for too. I sell them for 6 usually, or 7. 6 to natives and 7 to anyone else.
Hmm.
'Cause the natives use it for rituals.
Oh, do y'all know when Dottie's around by chance?
Telix.
Huh?
I'm Dottie.
Oh.
Plot twist.
Wait a minute. I thought you said your name was something else earlier.
I'm Dottie.
Dottie, I've actually been trying to run into you. I actually need to buy some flowers.
Okay. What kind of flowers do you want? Do you want the big bouquet or the little bouquet?
Big bouquets. I want like 7 of them.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
I also was wondering.
$105.
Oh.
Okay.
So you wondering?
So I'm kind of thinking like there's nobody to distribute flowers over there. You're the only person that I know that makes flowers. Would you be interested in having somebody who would distribute flowers over there?
Yeah, I could give it to them at a discount if they want, and they can upsell them.
Okay.
I mean, people come over here to do it, but yeah, I mean, yeah, if there's somebody who's interested, sure, absolutely. The
Well, I'm
general store will
interested,
be
but I'll
open.
need to save up.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'll give you a really good discount, so yeah. wanted 7, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll meet you at the bank.
That's what I heard.
Woo! Finally found Dottie.
Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah, you found the clues.
Are
There's a
there
severed
other
hand
clues?
right here. And there's also another clue on the telegram station. Ooh, howdy.
Good morning.
Okay.
I'm also at gathering herbs for you, by the way. I just
Oh, thank you.
I don't know when you're around, so I hadn't brought them.
Quite often for a long time.
Oh, apparently I'm 20. I was negative 20 cents.
Oh my god, you only owe me 105, so stop that. Yeah.
Are they all? Do you have different colors by chance, or is it all purple?
Just of those. I mean, it's not all purple. It has different flowers in it, but yeah, it's all the same bouquet. Then I have little bouquets that are white.
Oh, I want to see what they look like. Ah, they're beautiful.
Do I have any on me? No, I don't. Let's go to the store. Oh, that bouquet. Yeah. I love that bouquet. It's very cute.
Alright, guys. I'm in the hay. It's
Okay,
fucking
good night,
late.
Dingo.
I'm so happy I
Yeah, good
ran
night,
into
guys.
you and I'm still awake.
Jagged, you see the one, come here.
I stayed up a little late, just trying to see if I could find people, and I came over here, and I'm so happy I ran into you because I've been flying
Doctor's
all
office.
day.
Yeah, of course. Wait, what?
Good morning to you.
Do you think James really wanted you, Amelia?
Could you give me some space?
What the fuck?
The plot thickens.
Amelia Price? Isn't her boyfriend's name John?
I'm ignoring you now.
James is another name for John.
Who? John McMasters, I thought was his name.
Okay.
What?
Alright.
Did you get a sketch of that one too?
Yeah, I was waiting for the local to get out of the way.
Wait, where were you taking me?
Thickens. Oh, okay.
Okay, let me put this money away. That one?
Yep, we found another one.
Oh my gosh.
Is there any more? Oh, snap. This is too high up. Oh, come on. I could have totally made that.
Oh wait, no. I have it. There we go. Oh my god.
What's your telegram, Dottie? Is it Dottie?
Yeah, it's just Dottie.
Okay, I figured as much.
Dottie. There you go, bud.
And what time are you usually available?
Anywhere from 3 p.m. Central to about 1 a.m. Central.
Okay.
This is a late night, a weird late, really late night.
This is kind of like every day for me, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go get some sleep because I gotta be up in 3 more hours.
Oh no, good night. Sleep well.
Good night, y'all. Y'all be safe and don't get kidnapped by the butcher. And
Try
this
not
time,
to.
don't let the butcher go. Don't kick the butcher out of town. Kidnap him. Take him to law.
Well, there was no law. That was the problem.
Morning, mister.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Where did they all run off to?
I think they're looking for clues.
Oh, if y'all find any clues, please let me know.
I will. I'm gonna put them all in a book and give them to FAS. I know they're looking for him.
Okie dokie. Well, y'all be safe.
Take care.
So interesting. Who is James?
Felix, man, you be
You
safe.
find one?
I'll be reaching out to you. No, we looked up.
Well,
Nope,
you be safe. Don't let the butcher get away again.
I'll try not to. The man was weird. I wish you could have been here. He was weird. His daughter was weird. It was weird.
So he travels with his daughter. What does his daughter look like?
Small, black hair. She was wearing all black. I know that doesn't really help anything, but I don't remember if her hair was in a. I don't remember if her hair was out or in a braid.
Okay.
Honestly, I was looking at her gloves, man, because she came out from around that corner, which I had already just been back there because two of our friends were about to kill each other for fun, I guess, and I was making sure that they were all right. She came walking out of that alley, smiling, big old grin, ear to ear, and she was taking off her bloody gloves. And then she walked up to that man,
Well, ain't that just a heck
and then we
of a
followed
beast?
her for a little bit because I'm like, oh, that's fucking strange. Then we came back and we confronted that man about it, and that man had just been standing next to the doctors that whole time. Oh, he's coming for you. And I asked him like, hey, you know that lady? What's her name? He was like, I didn't. Or what did he say? He was like, I don't know. He just said, who wants to know? We're just like, we do. We want to know. We just saw some weird shit. Who is she? He goes, he's like, I'm not going to tell you. He sounded weird. I don't know.
Interesting.
But like, and putting everything together after the fact that he was just hovering around the doctor's office, not knowing anybody, and that his daughter had just painted a blood smile on somebody. I don't know. I'd remember the man again 100% if I saw him.
You said she was wearing gloves. Were they like just like wrist length gloves, or were they like forearm gloves?
She was taking them off. I don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know. I just heard about an hour ago that there was a doctor killer around. So
Gotcha.
I ran up and asked Clarence, who was getting treated at the time, and the man was standing right there. I'm like, Clarence, what do you know about this? You know, is there any like painted smiles or anything that you've seen on the on these, or you've heard about these doctors? And he said he didn't know off the top of his head. And I don't know. I'd recognize the guy though.
Well, if you see him again, tie him up and keep him tied up.
He has a very distinct voice.
Yeah.
He nabbed 2 doctors in one day, so
it's fucked up.
Yeah, it is pretty bad. And one of them, it was her second time.
Damn, she got twice?
Yep, Amelia.
Oh, well, that's the name on that note over there.
That's the name of the.
That's not. So, is it John Butcher or?
It's either John or Jem Butcher, but I don't know who James is. I'm gonna have to ask Amelia tomorrow.
Oh no, it's John. He signed his name in the one in the telegram station.
All right, y'all. I've really got to get back and get
Fuck
some
same.
sleep.
All right,
Okay.
you take care. Be safe. All right.
Y'all
Guys.
too. Learning a lot of interesting things about the butcher. I'm loving it. Alright, y'all, it's been real, it's been fun, and it's been real fun. Y'all have a good night, be safe, and don't get nabbed by the butcher.